Hello, my name is Jeremy Gilley. I'm the founder of Peace One Day, and I'm thrilled to be producing and directing this broadcast. Hashtag AI to Peace 2025. Thank you for joining us. AI is advancing at an unprecedented pace. It has huge potential in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world, but it also has the potential for serious disruption, as we all know. Its impact on society, sustainability, and energy consumption is at the forefront of a global discussion. Hashtag AI to Peace 2025 will bring together world-leading experts to discuss how AI can be used ethically, sustainably, and responsibly. And that's what this show is all about. Constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors CUDO, the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, and JAAQ for making this global conversation possible. And of course, thank you to all the participants, the hosts, all the teams involved in supporting me to produce this experience. You couldn't do it without them, and thank you. To everyone watching and engaging on social media, your support is crucial. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the amazing insights shared throughout this broadcast. Today, we'll hear from leading figures across different industries as we explore how AI can shape a better future for all. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed, and subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged towards impact that we can all measure together. So on with the broadcast. Our first guest today, it's an honor, a true honor, to welcome former Director General for Social and Human Sciences at UNESCO, the incredible Gabriela Ramos, for a very special statement. Let's go to it now.
I would like to thank our host at Peace One Day for inviting me to speak at this important broadcast. It is a privilege to address you today on the United Nations International Day for Innovation and Creativity, a day that celebrates the power of human ingenuity to shape a better future. UNESCO was founded on the principle that since war began in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defense of peace must be constructed. The peace agenda is at the core of UNESCO's mission, and this mission is more relevant than ever in the age of artificial intelligence. Because this technology is transforming our world at an extraordinary pace, presenting both remarkable opportunities and profound ethical dilemmas. As we stand at the crossroads of technological advancement and global challenges, we must ask ourselves, what role will AI play in humanity's survival? How can AI build lasting peace? Because these technologies, when guided by ethical principles, can reinforce peace by addressing some of the most pressing global issues. UNESCO explores how AI can be used to enhance access to education, strengthen judiciary systems, predict and mitigate conflicts, enhance access to education, and support the fight against climate change. UNESCO is leveraging AI to enhance disaster risk reduction, ensuring that vulnerable communities can prepare for and respond to crises. In Mozambique, our AI-powered flood forecasting tool predicts flood risk up to 11 days in advance, helping communities take life-saving precautions. In the Dominican Republic, UNESCO has helped develop an AI tool that optimizes school infrastructure repairs after natural disasters, ensuring that children can return to learning as quickly as possible. Disaster preparedness is just one piece of the puzzle. To fully harness AI for peace, we must ensure that its development and deployment around the world is guided by ethical principles that prioritize human rights and safety. And this is why UNESCO has taken a leading role in shaping the ethics of AI. In 2021, 193 member states adopted the Recommendation on the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence, the first global normative framework of its kind. This historic agreement lays the foundation for AI systems that are transparent, accountable, and centered around human rights. To turn these ethical principles into action, UNESCO has developed a readiness assessment methodology that is a diagnostic that evaluates the level of preparedness of member states. And so far, 60 countries have used this assessment to shape AI national policies that align with ethical standards. And the impact is real. In Chile, the government used RAM's finding to approve a national AI action plan with over 170 initiatives that draft a new AI aligned with UNESCO's ethical guidelines. It also enacted Latin America's first cybersecurity and critical infrastructure law to address gaps identified in the assessment. But at UNESCO, we understand that ethical governance of AI is of course, about laws, but is more importantly about the impact that it has on people. And through our Women for Ethical AI platform, we are working to ensure that AI does not reinforce gender inequalities, but instead empowers women and marginalized communities. Our yearly Gender and AI Outlook report, published last month, highlights the risk of biases in AI systems and provides solutions for more inclusive AI design. As we celebrate innovation and creativity today, let us remember that technology is not an autonomous force. It's a reflection of our values and decisions. AI currently can reinforce divides, but it can also help build a future rooted in peace, dignity, and mutual respect. And it is up to us, humans, to determine its course. By embedding ethics at the heart of AI, we are not only safeguarding humanity's survival, we are affirming our shared commitment to a just and peaceful world.
Thank you, Gabriela Ramos, for your inspiring words, for being part of #AI2Peace, and for your continuous support of Peace One Day. Hello everyone, my name is Lauren Moore. I'm a presenter for BBC Radio Cymru, S4C and BBC One Wales. I, for one, am thrilled to be here, and thank you, Jeremy, for asking me to host today's experience. It's a huge honour, and it's going to be a broadcast full of information, inspiration and education opportunities. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag #AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. We're thrilled to introduce our next guest, Matt Hawkins, CEO of CUDO. We are incredibly grateful for his support today. So please join me in welcoming Matt Hawkins, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Matt, welcome to AI2Peace.
Thank you, good to be here.
Listen, firstly, I want to say a massive thank you to CUDO. You enabled this global conversation to participate. We couldn't have done it without you, and we're immensely grateful.
Okay, pleasure. I'm glad we can be part of it.
Right. So the first thing I want to ask you is, could you tell me a little bit about yourself and your journey?
Yeah, sure. So I got into computers when I was 5. That's when I started coding. I got given a keyboard and a computer, and I was like, oh, this is fun. Fun to some people, it was to me. So I actually started programming games to begin with. And, you know, I just stuck to computers. That was it all through my life. So through college and university, I then had software and computer businesses selling through magazines. That's before you could sell on the internet back then. And then in the end of the 90s, I had some online businesses as the internet was taking off. And that's when I realized, and some of those became pretty large. And I realized actually this back then it was literally the internet was something new. So I realized, oh, this is something I really should be growing and focusing on. So I set up a cloud hosting company, which ended up being a big data center and cloud infrastructure provider. And we ended up providing kind of 1 to 2% of the UK's internet, a big provider in the UK. Ran that for 16 years, that business. And then once we exited that, I saw, when I was running that business, I was just seeing the huge waste in the IT industry. Data centers half empty, servers not full. data centers using dirty power. They were using coal power, and really then, this was kind of 2016, I was seeing the impact of this power on the world as well. So we wanted to start CUDO so that we could make computing and the cloud industry more sustainable. That was the original design behind it. And we had the skills to do it. We wanted to make sure everything that we do runs in renewable energy. Some of the stuff that we do, we kind of use heat recovery, for example, from servers. And those servers are actually used to do things like grow cucumbers, or they heat public buildings. So it's all about sustainability for us. And then being able to access that computing resource all the sustainable computing resource and enabling anybody to get hold of it and use it. And AI is the perfect use case for this because it's all high performance computing.
Absolutely incredible. Talk to me about some of AI in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. And you just talked about some great examples of how that energy can be utilized for something really constructive and positive. What gives you the sort of greatest hope, or what excites you most about the role AI will play in our future?
I think AI is going to change everything that we do from day to day. If you look back, like the internet, for example, when that started taking off, that changed how humanity did communication, completely changed the way that we do everything today. And I think AI is doing exactly the same, that it's going to change the way we make decisions and the way that those tasks that come from decisions happen. And that enables us to scale across the world, scale in everything that we're doing. And from a peace perspective, what we want is a global plane where everybody has access to communication, everybody has access to the same technology. From an education perspective, if you think of maybe underprivileged locations in Africa or any countries that don't have access to education is a good example, then education, when someone is more educated, they have a chance to have a better life, they have earnings, they're less likely to go into criminality. It changes society when education is there. And I think AI is going to bring education, is going to be one of the biggest positives that it does. And the reason is because you can have any computer, you can even do it on a phone now, that you don't even need to have access to the internet. As long as it's on that device, that's got most of the world's knowledge. And kids now can talk to it, and they can have it as a teacher. They can have a scientist teacher, a mathematician, English, whatever it is, whatever subject, that's the expert, and it will teach them, it will educate them, it will give them feedback. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest changes that it does.
Amazing. This is the first time we've met, and it's obviously a real pleasure to meet you. You talked about a few things today. You talked about education, you talked about poverty, you talked about disease, you talked about transferring energy and doing something constructive with it. You talked about the importance of education. Then you're supporting Peace One Day to enable a global conversation. It seems to me that your values and the sense of doing well by doing good seems pretty important to you and CUDO.
Oh, yeah, 100%. We live in this world together, and I think it's a responsibility, especially for what we do. We power lots of AI companies all around the world, building the latest technology in everything that's now going to change society. So we've got a responsibility as a company. It's a personal belief myself, obviously, but as a company, we have a responsibility to try and guide that in the right direction. And that's what we want to do. We want to make things like AI Peace Day are free and available for everybody to learn and be educated from, and get that message out there, and people understand the good that can be done with it.
It's really inspiring. And obviously, like I said, I'm immensely grateful. It's great to see people like yourselves with such strong values in relation to the role that business can play in relation to our survival. And we wish you the best with your journey. And we're very proud to have partnered with you. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, pleasure.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, Matt Hawkins, for your incredible insights and for supporting #AI to Peace. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps, and why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the #AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. and subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. We are delighted to now welcome the Right Honourable Nadhim Zahawi, former UK Chancellor of the Exchequer. Please join me in welcoming the Right Honourable Nadhim Zahawi for a very special statement. Let's go to that now.
AI is set to transform our future in really profound ways. It has the potential to revolutionize healthcare, accelerate scientific breakthroughs, and drive innovation across every industry and sector of the economy. By optimizing our resources, and improving the efficiency of work, AI can contribute to a much more sustainable and, I think, prosperous world. If we develop it responsibly, AI won't just reshape the future. It will help us thrive and create a better world.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Nadhim Zahawi, for the incredible work that you do. It is so inspiring, and we are so grateful for your continued support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed today. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now we're excited to introduce Xavier Poisson, Global Vice President of Service Providers and Colocation Providers at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. We are thrilled to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Xavier, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Xavier, welcome to AI to Peace.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me there. This is a very interesting topic, so very happy to share a bit of time with you.
Xavier, the first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
So, Xavier Poisson, this is my name. I was born in Africa 63 years ago. And I grew up a bit in Africa, which has opened to me a lot of thoughts, because this was not very common. And I learned how to really live in multicultural societies. And this has been shaping a lot of my ideas when I grew up. Then I went to France, and I have been in IT since probably 86, started with startups, then working in companies such as Wang Laboratories, that was a manufacturer of mini computers. And then I joined HP, I believe it was 27 years ago. And I started as a sales rep. And now I am leading all the business we do with cloud and AI service providers across the world. So I have teams everywhere in the world at HPE who are selling to service providers. So this is very interesting segment of market, because as the consumption of cloud services on IT is now the norm, before people were purchasing IT, now they consume IT. And this has been a fantastic journey for me. Another thing, I'm very engaged with some organizations such as Eurocloud in France, where I am a board member. And also I have been funding a specific working group 3 years ago at Eurocloud on sustainability for cloud and AI. So this is also very interesting. So what I like is really to spend time with my customers, all the big service providers and small ones, by the way, also across the world, to look at the trends, what they need, how they react versus the new technologies, and try to build communities in order that experience can be shared. So this is a bit my journey. I am married, I have 6 kids, and I live in France.
Incredible. What an achievement. I mean, your career is absolutely astonishing, but the 6 children is quite an achievement too. Well done. Amazing. Can I ask you, Xavier, when you hear the phrase AI to peace, when you hear this phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of AI supporting peace?
Well, for me, this is all about how AI can help people to live together better, while they can respect the planet. This is the first thing I would say. And the second thing that comes to my mind immediately after is how we can use AI to improve the way people live and work. And to be honest, this is really what we are trying to do with the service providers we are working with at HPE. And when you look at the local and regional service providers across the world who are now embracing AI, these are the things they have in mind. If I think of companies such as CUDO in the UK or DataVita in the UK, this is really what is driving them. So I'm very optimistic about that. And AI to peace, for me, this is first to allow this technology to be used in the right way in order that people can live better together. I tell you, because at the end of the day, this is the engine for peace, living together better.
That's really great to hear, Xavier, and I very much hope that AI can support the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. We all do. But what fears do you have? Talk to me a little bit about the fear that you may have in relation to the development of AI.
So AI, this is a disruptive technology, and it has a lot of interesting capabilities. But like every disruptive technology, its development is raising a few questions. I want to quote something that was said 500 years ago from a French writer and philosopher. The name is Rabelais. And he wrote, "Science without conscience is the ruin of the soul." And this is in Pantagruel, a book that he was working on. Gargantua, the father of Pantagruel, is telling that to his son. What does it mean, really? The real meaning of that is that knowledge, without being capable to understand what you do, what you know, is absolutely useless and can have a very, very wrong impact on people and civilization. And I believe that this applies definitely to AI. So when we think about the fears about AI, accelerating AI developments without understanding the impact of that on people, on societies, may lead to big mistakes. So this is one angle. But if you want to be very pragmatic around that, taking for granted what an LLM request will give to you as an answer without you evaluating the context of the question you raised, where the data is coming from, and the kind of answer you got is a potential danger. This is another angle. I want to say one thing that people underestimate a lot. Without data, there is no AI. And my biggest fear related to AI is the manipulation of data. According to the kind of data that are used, how these data are stored, how these data have been cleaned, according to which context and how you give this data to AI, for which usage you provide data to AI, all of these parameters play a very, very big role. And if you are not in the understanding of data before thinking of AI, you cannot come to a system of trust. And different fears can be said about AI, but one of the biggest fears may be that with this fantastic technology, people will not trust it. In order it can be trusted, you need to trust the data. And at the end of the day, this is probably a very, very big topic. Now, if I want to give you an example, just that you realize a bit what I'm saying. There was a report by Draghi. So Draghi is an economist that has been writing in 24 a very big report on the economy of EU. What he said is that the data value loss, meaning the amount of EU data transferred to third countries by EU, is estimated today at 90%. So 90% of the data created in the EU, for instance, are transferred to other countries. Now, when you think that 70% of the new value created in the world economy in the next 10 years will be digitally enabled, the risk of value loss for EU keeps increasing. At the same time, we rely on these third-party countries for over 80% of the digital products, services. So you can see that there is one topic that is playing a very, very big role in, cutting the fears, making AI trustable and relevant, is the quality of the data and how this data is kept in the country to create GDP growth. Because at the end of the day, we can speak for years around AI, but if you have not the right data, it does not work. And then there is a very important question, of course, related to these fears, is who will benefit from AI? Will it be only a happy few making a lot of money out of it or not? Which decisions people will take based on this AI? And what are the data that led to these decisions? So there is a very, very strong motion to really understand these topics around data. Now, eventually, AI is the disruptive and invasive technology, okay? But at the end of the day, we have seen that already in the past. When the automotive was created, we had to train people to drive cars in the right ways. We had to invent highway codes, all of that to avoid accidents. At the end of the day, the same applies to AI. For me, this is my big fear around AI is that we miss what is called the management of change, the education, and the guardrails.
Amazing, amazing to listen to you speak. And I just wish we had more time. If people would like to find out more about you and the work that you're doing, where can we go?
Well, I believe that we can spend time together. At the end of the day, HPE is doing a lot of things, working with customers, such what we have done with the Federal Institute of Technology in Switzerland to really have to overcome major barriers to harnessing hydrogen and to clean energy sources. We work also with in a comprehensively different area with a project which is Gatekeeper, 13 countries in Europe to really prevent diseases and also, enabling elderly people to better live. You can find a lot of things on the annual reports that HPE is publishing, regarding everything we do around ethics. Because this is a very, very big topic also for AI. We have been investing a lot in everything which is around ethics. We have at HPE our own AI ethical principles that we apply not only at the creation of the products, but also in the sales engagement that we are doing. So all of that, there is a very big report at HPE, which is HPE Living Progress, that I would guide you to because it's really a mine to find a lot of things. And of course, we are very happy to engage with everyone at HPE. We have a very broad ecosystem of, as I said, of service providers dedicated to do fantastic things with AI. And they are rocking, and at the end of the day, they are everywhere in the world. So this is really bringing the benefits of the AI economy, local and regional, not only being seen as a global game for a happy few.
Xavier, thank you so much for your thoughts today. We wish you the very best on your journey and thank you for participating in AI to Peace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier, for that fascinating interview. It's incredible to have your support. Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Harding, a technology leader and advisor to Peace One Day. And thank you to Jeremy Gilly for asking me to host today. I'm delighted to be joining you all for #AI to Peace. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. We're excited to introduce our next guest, Daniel Hume, CEO at Satalia and Chief AI Officer at WPP. Please join me in welcoming Daniel, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Daniel Hume, welcome to AI to Peace.
Hi, Jeremy.
Okay, the first question I want to ask you, Daniel, by the way, mate, it's great to see you. Thank you for always supporting us.
Always a pleasure.
First question I want to ask you is, tell us about yourself and your journey.
I've been involved in AI for about 25 years. I started a company about 20 years ago that's been building AI solutions for some of the biggest companies in the world. I sold that to WPP, the biggest marketing company in the world, where I'm now the Chief AI Officer. And I've just started a research company to try to solve machine consciousness. I'm really interested in making sure that we build AI solutions that are safe for humanity.
Incredible. I've got to ask you, what made you first, where did the spark start? Where did it begin?
I think when you ask yourself about, what's your place in the universe, what's consciousness, what's the meaning of life, you can't help but start to think about, can you replicate that in machines or in non-biological systems? And so that's really what led me into the world of AI.
Okay. Wow. Look, you sold your company. I met you when you were, that hadn't happened and you were very supportive to me. But you sold your company to WPP. Like, wow. How do you feel about that?
It's been an amazing journey. WPP, I actually didn't know anything about marketing before joining WPP. I still like to claim that I don't know anything about marketing because it allows me to ask stupid questions, but it's been an incredible journey. Fortunately, AI happened just after the acquisition, which means that I've been tasked with figuring out how do we completely disrupt media marketing communication. So it's been an incredible ride, and it's going to be an exciting 5 years ahead.
And that's what you're doing, is it? So you sold it to WPP and you worked with it for 5 years and you all build it and make it even stronger and really scale it, right?
Yeah, really what we want to do is figure out how do we use AI to automate repetitive structured tasks, freeing people to use their creativity to come up with crazy ideas that differentiate brands. I'm all about figuring out how do we enhance, accelerate and enable creativity.
Amazing. So look, when you hear the phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of that outcome?
For me, and this has been sort of grounded in the mission of Satalia since its inception, is how can we use AI to remove friction from the creation and dissemination of goods, food, healthcare, education, energy, transport. In theory, we can remove so much friction that those goods become free, they become abundant. How could we create a world where everybody is economically free, not just to live for themselves, but to live beyond themselves? I think we all have an innate desire to want to contribute to humanity. I think, unfortunately, we're all born into economic constraints, preventing us from doing that. The promise of AI is to free people from those economic constraints, to allow them to live their true humanity.
So when you think about AI, look, you know about AI. You really understand it. There's a lot of people that don't, including myself, right? We're all on this journey, yeah? And for some people, there's a lot of fear. We've heard Mr. Musk say, if you're worried about nuclear weapons, get ready for AI, or however he said it. So I want to ask you, when you think about AI, knowing what you know, do you have fear about its development and the future of it?
I think for me, there are some big questions that we're facing as a species over the next 5-10 years. One, creating a post-truth world. How do we mitigate mistruth? How do we make sure that all of the content that you're engaging with is authentic? How do we make sure that we mitigate the risk of building a superintelligence that might be very bad for humanity? How do we make sure that we don't use these technologies for surveillance capitalism or for surveillance states? How do we mitigate the risk of mass technological employment? There's lots of different directions that we can go as a species. I think that many of those directions are incredibly positive. And one of the reasons why I do a lot of public engagement about AI is to empower leaders, decision makers, to make sure that we're placing the right bets. I actually think that the future could be glorious if we make sure that we apply AI in the right way.
So you are optimistic. In fact, you're more than optimistic. You're actually hopeful that it could be a part of our survival and a part of the solutions that we face as a species.
I think ultimately the future has not been created. I think we've got lots of big questions to face over the next 5-10 years, but ultimately it's down to all of us to create that future. And the more that we educate people, the more that we empower people to make sure that we're using these technologies for good, the better.
So in relation to AI, do you think it's going to come up with some real solutions for us in relation to particularly the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. I'll give you an example. Other people on this incredible AI to peace that we've built are studying AI and thinking a lot about peace. And what they're basically saying is AI has the ability to inform a mediator about the other side in a way that that mediator could never understand or be able to read in time for a mediation session. Now that makes sense. So I can sort of kind of go, wow, I see. So, I mean, when you think about it, what examples or what that you may well give in some of your talks about how AI can actually manifest a more peaceful and sustainable world?
I think there's a criticism around online media. Those algorithms are trying to polarize people, etc., etc. As you mentioned, one of the things that we could be using AI for is to actually create safe, effective dialogue between people. So rather than polarizing people, we could actually get AI to have people collaborate and communicate in more effective ways. So I think that's absolutely one benefit of AI. I think the other benefit is, again, removing the friction from the creation and dissemination of goods, giving people more access to things that enrich their lives. But also, over the next several years, we might build AIs that can push the boundaries of science, that actually can extend human knowledge, which I think is extremely exciting.
It's a pretty positive outlook that you're giving here, Daniel. I mean, you're a dad, you're a family man. I mean, you must be thinking, hang on a minute, I want to do everything that I can to sort of help craft and shape a world where AI really is, impacting positively, right?
Yeah, I think to give the two extremes of the argument, and particularly the concern is around job losses. To give you one extreme, I guess the concern is if we can free up whole jobs with AI, we probably will. The capitalistic model to reduce costs, increase profits means we probably will free up whole jobs. If that happens very quickly, then we could have social unrest because our economies can't rebalance. I think that's a real risk. We need to lean into it and mitigate some of those issues. But the opposite or the other extreme is that as we are removing friction from the creation and dissemination of those goods become essentially free. So in a world where people don't have access to paid work, but yet they still have access to all of the goods that they need to survive and thrive, again, enabling them to do things that they want to do rather than bounded by economic constraints. So actually, I see a path to the creation of that world. And again, the more more people that we empower to help us along that path, I think the more achievable it's going to be.
Incredible. Okay, so if people would like to support you on your journey, I mean, can we read anything? Have you written a book? I mean, obviously that's going to be on its way. But I mean, look, is there any way that we can support you or find out more about you?
I would love to write a book. I wish I had time. There's lots of my talks online, but please do reach out to me. My email is daniel@satire.com. Find me on LinkedIn. I'm really happy to have a conversation. I'm really happy to come and empower you, your leaders, to understand how to make sure that you're placing the right bets with AI.
What an amazing thing for somebody who's coming out of uni or, I mean, there you go. You got it there. Got his email. That's incredible. That was so kind of you, Daniel. Well done. Look, if there was a film, a book, a resource that you would recommend if anybody was interested in AI, what would it be?
Well, actually, I'm funding a movie at the moment. And so I guess the idea is that as AIs start to kind of operate in the world, robots, the sort of the pressure for organizations to get stuff out there fast means that most likely those things will cause harm, accidental harm. They won't be tested well enough. In that future world, there'll be more regulation, more scrutiny. The plot of the movie is that an AI, an android, kills somebody, and the CEO says, look, we are not responsible. Actually, this machine is conscious and therefore should be tried with respect to the rights of human beings. I actually think that we're facing into these big scientific questions over the next 5-10 years. And I want to raise as much awareness about it as possible, because actually I think we have a duty of care, not just to human beings and animals. We potentially soon have a duty of care to AIs.
Love it. And the name of that film, can you tell us?
It's probably going to be called On.
On, O-N.
O-N.
Love it. Wow. Well, there we go. That's the thing we're all going to be waiting for. Daniel Hume, you're incredible. You've been a great supporter of ours. I wish you the very best with the film and your incredible journey with WPP. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for that fascinating interview. It's incredible to have your support. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. and subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged by. Now, we're thrilled to introduce Ben Goertzel, COO of Artificial Superintelligence Alliance and Singularity Net. Please join me in welcoming Ben Goertzel, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Ben, welcome to AI to Peace.
Hey, good to be here. Thanks.
Ben, the first question I wanted to ask you is, could you just tell us about yourself and your journey and how that led to the work that you're doing today around AI?
Sure. So I was born in the late 60s. I learned about AI from science fiction, really, from the original Star Trek and such, and then reading science fiction novels and stories. Then as I got on toward university, I realized there was an actual scientific field of AI and that you could actually work on trying to make machines think like people and even better. And I mean, this was very exciting to me. So I got my PhD in math in the late 80s, but already I was trying to program AI and trying to understand how my own mind worked and other people's minds worked, with a view toward understanding how to implement minds in software, right? So after maybe a decade in academia, I entered the software industry in the late 90s. Have been involved with a series of commercial and nonprofit AI projects. So I introduced the term artificial general intelligence in 2004-5 as the title of an edited book that I put out with that title. And I've been trying to build thinking machines in my own unusual way since then, which is different than what most of the mainstream is doing. I mean, I'm using neural nets, but also other kinds of AI like logical inference algorithms, evolutionary learning, trying to integrate everything within cognitive architectures that are oriented toward sort of autonomy and creativity, like AIs that understand who they are and what they're doing and why they're doing what they're doing, can sort of self-organize their own value systems and get into beneficial interaction with people. And I mean, on the human level, I've had 5 kids, 1 granddaughter, and sort of lead kind of a low-tech lifestyle in reality, except for my work, sort of living in a forest area, enjoying nature, right? So I don't really view the quest to create superhuman thinking machines as a quest to like get away from what it is to be human or something. It's more, you know, can improve our health, it can enrich our lives and make the human experience even better.
Amazing. Incredible. What a story. So Singularity Net is being a supporter and an enabler of Peace One Day to manifest AI to peace. So Ben, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for supporting us and making today possible. It's incredibly kind of you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. And yeah, so Singularity Net, this project came out of a concern by myself and some colleagues on not so much how do you engineer an AGI, a general intelligence, a thinking machine that can really generalize and create and imagine and choose like people. Not so much how do you build the AGI, but who owns and controls the AGI in its early stages. I mean, eventually, when AGI becomes more generally intelligent and capable than people, which I do think will happen in time, I mean, then none of us are owning or controlling it. And we'd better hope that we've put a positive, compassionate value system into it, right? But as early stage AGIs get smarter and smarter and smarter, who owns and controls that is important, in the same sense that it's important who raises a child through their teenage years, even if the child will eventually grow up to become autonomous, right? And it seemed like a decentralized infrastructure that would allow early stage AGI to be controlled by a large combination of different parties working together in a sort of collective participatory way. Like, it seemed like that's better than one government or one big company controlling it. So we've built an infrastructure allowing that. It allows you to run an AI system on huge amount of computers all over the world, guided by, a participatory collective of human or AI participants. I mean, that's what SingularityNet has done. And then we're working on some particular AI systems to run on top of this decentralized infrastructure.
It's really incredible. Now, there are some people who might be listening, because there might be some young people out there, people from universities or wherever. AGI, talk to us about what that means.
So what I meant when I introduced the term AGI, and we came up with it maybe 2002, it was used as the title of a book in 2005. What we meant was an AI system that could generalize, could make leaps beyond its programming and data, with at least the power that people have when they generalize beyond their experience and take a big imaginative leap into the unknown. Now, as will happen, others have adopted the term to mean slightly different things in the period since then. Some are using it just to mean an AI that can do a broad scope of things, like take on most human jobs or something. And that's also general, but it's a little different to me, because if an AI could do 95% of human jobs, but just by copying what people do when they do those jobs, it's still not really generalizing beyond this experience much. It's just copying its experience. And it's the ability to take leaps beyond our experience that has let us invent modern science and art and culture and democracy and all the good stuff, right? And I'd say we're not quite there yet in terms of having AI technology that can really generalize beyond its experience and take imaginative leaps like people can. On the other hand, I think we may be just a few years off, which is quite astounding, right, in the scope of human history.
When you hear the phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of such an outcome?
To me, the obstacle in making a peaceful, AI-rich future is more on the human side than the AI side. So, I mean, I think one can create AI systems with a variety of different value systems and orientations. And just as people are not the most intelligent thinkers or the fastest runners, which is possible in our physical universe, we're not maximally compassionate either. And we see evidence for that all around, right? So, I mean, I think we can totally make AIs that manifest positive values of love, compassion, support, understanding, very, very well, but better than human society does, right? So the issue isn't that an AI is going to inevitably go berserk and try to be a megalomaniac and turn people into hard drives or something, right? And the challenges with the future of AI to me are human beings with selfish, uncompassionate motives and limited ways of thinking, using early stage AGI just to do the same selfish, nasty shit they'll be doing without AI, but do it better. So AI to peace, this is about, to me, in the early stages of AI, before AI becomes super intelligent and fully autonomous and all that, like, what are we using it for? Are we using it for selling, killing, spying, crooked gambling, and plagiarizing, like seem to be the main uses at the moment? Or are we using them for education? Are we using them for healthcare? Are we using them to help people expand their consciousness, right? I mean, all these things are possible. Which ones are getting more money and attention at the moment?
Very interesting, Ben. Thank you. So when we talk about AI, you have the knowledge that you have. I mean, do you have fear about its development, the way it's going? Or do you actually think, no, I actually think, because you really know this stuff.
I think that AI will be a great thing for humanity in the medium term. I think we're going to be able to create AIs much smarter than people and they will be more evolved in consciousness and values than people, in the same way that we're more evolved in consciousness and values than chimpanzees. And I think that superhuman AI will provide greater health for our bodies, greater material abundance. It will free us up to realize ourselves in ways that are more of a challenge, given the way society is now structured. So I'm an optimist that we can create really powerfully beneficial AGI. What worries me is the transitional period between now, or say 2 years from now, when we have an AGI that's almost as smart as people, and say 5 or 10 years after that, when you have a really beneficial super AGI, a super intelligence, right? So even if I'm right that the super intelligence will be compassionate, beneficial, and somewhere close to utopic, though nothing will ever truly be perfect, right? Even if that's correct, what happens in the transitional period? And in particular, what happens in the developing world during the transitional period? So suppose 1 year AI can do 90% of the jobs that people now get paid to do. In the developed world, you'll have universal basic income roll out after a whole bunch of really annoying political upheaval. But it's hard to see what else is going to happen. Like there is enough wealth, and in the end, government will give that wealth to the voters who need it, right? But who gives universal basic income in the Central African Republic, right? It's the wealth isn't there. People can go back to subsistence farming, then they don't have money to pay their phone bills or get prescription medicine. So, and the appetite for foreign aid from the developed to the developing world appears to be diminishing rather than increasing, at least from an American perspective, right? So it seems like there's a recipe for a very difficult transitional period as AI gets smarter and smarter. Like once it's smart enough, it can just 3D print all the goodies that we want and give us, disease curing pills and prolong our lives. Okay. But even if that's right, it will take a while to get there. And, our current social and political structures seem quite bad at dealing with much simpler things in the advent of AGI. Like we still have stupid wars all over the place for essentially no good reason. 60% of kids in Ethiopia, where we have an AI development office, 60% of kids in Ethiopia grow up brain stunted due to malnutrition, right? And I mean, so we've got very basic problems going on around the world now that we're dealing with incredibly badly. So it seems like our global, like socio-political systems are not really geared up to the problem of smoothing us through the transition to a singularity when you have a beneficial superintelligence, even if you assume a beneficial superintelligence is where we're going and not some darker final outcome.
Amazing, Ben. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Finally, if people would like to be able to find out more about your work, how can they do that?
Well, you can look at singularitynet.io, which is the website of my primary project, SingularityNet, or superintelligence.io, which is the website of the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, and my personal website, Goertzel.org, GOERTZEL.org, and all these contain information on stuff I'm doing. The SingularityNet website has an email list you can sign up for to get a newsletter. So yeah, now was the time to get involved with AI to peace and with building beneficial general intelligence overall. Like this is something our whole species is doing. It's not going to be stopped because AI is delivering too much benefit all over the place. So it's up to all of us to use our own general intelligence to figure out what we can do to direct the next stages of development in a positive way.
Well, Ben, I hope I get to meet you one day, and good luck with the incredible work that you're doing. And thank you for participating in AI to Peace.
Thanks a lot.
Wow, thank you so much, Ben, for sharing your inspiring thoughts. We are so grateful for your support. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not also visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag #AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now, we are thrilled to introduce Michele Giovanardi, Program Officer at Digital Peacemaking at CMI, Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation in Helsinki. We are thrilled to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Michele, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Michele, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. The first thing that I wanted to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
So my name is Michele Giovanardi, and I work at the intersection of technology and peace. Currently, I'm a program officer for digital peacemaking at a non-governmental organization based in Helsinki called CMI, Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation. And Martti Ahtisaari was a former president of Finland, also Nobel Peace Prize, and a top mediator. He mediated in Kosovo and many places all over the world. So this organization is continuing his work and his legacy, mediating and supporting dialogue in different contexts and conflicts around the world. So my team is working on digital peacemaking, which means supporting all the other teams in adopting digital tools and methodologies in what they do. Before that, I was working for quite long at the European University Institute in Florence, working on different projects, but also even there with Professor Nicolaides and Renda on technology and peace. And my academic background is in international security, international relations, strategic studies, which is about war. But then, and I did that at University of Bologna, Birmingham, Antwerp. But then more recently, I shifted to peace studies at the University for Peace in Costa Rica. So I think the most interesting thing about my journey is this shift from security to peace. And this happened because at some point, I realized that peace, contrary to what maybe the mainstream thinks about it, I think that peace is not the outcome of security, but it's a condition for it, which means that, of course, security is often framed in terms of defense and deterrence, which can grant you for short-term security, but the long-term and guarantee and for security and also global security is that you basically have good relationship with your neighbors and you're able to address those root causes of conflict, and you do that with diplomacy, with dialogue, with mediation, with political processes. So that's why I got so passionate about this space and technology there as a double, let's say, a double role in this context. So of course it can be a driver of instability, but also a force for peace. So my work at the moment focuses on harnessing this technology, AI, and digital tools for peace and to support peacemaking. And it's a complex but very fascinating journey.
Fantastic. I wanted to ask you, when you hear the phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of an outcome like that?
So when I hear AI to peace, what comes to mind is this idea of an untapped potential. So the potential is there. We're using AI at CMI, and other peer organizations are concretely using AI with concrete cases. So we use it for inclusive dialogue, so digital inclusion in peace processes. We use AI to organize large volumes of data in consultations. We talk to thousands and hundreds of people, and we try to use AI to translate in local dialects or visualize and summarize, identify patterns, areas of consensus. And AI is used in different ways also for sense making and conflict analysis. We can talk about this later, but the point is the technology is there, is here, and the use cases are growing. But I say untapped potential because I think that this space remains quite fragmented and also underfunded, in the sense that despite its potential, public investment is still minimal. We don't have something like a EU Peace Tech Fund or EU Peace Tech Accelerator, and there's little support from governments or multilateral organizations in this space. So potential, but still not there in terms of investments. Meanwhile, you know that the investments in other sectors of AI is skyrocketing, like especially now defense. And so, of course, this imbalance is concerning. And my point is not that it's not a matter of peace versus security. These two domains needs to go hand in hand, in tandem. But my point is that peace deserves equal now strategic attention and spending and innovation and resourcing. And we are sitting on this vast amount of data and tools that we can use to prevent violence and understand conflict dynamics faster and earlier, and act to prevent violence. So yeah, AI to peace signals for sure some real possibilities, some concrete cases that are emerging there, but still its potential is still largely unrealized. So I really hope we can scale it up and making a more efficient and impactful space.
So Michele, it's extraordinary when we just, hearing you speak, that we are spending all of this money in developing AI to support the wars in our world and very little funds going towards peace. Is that one of your greatest fears? That the actual investment in AI to peace is very small? The investment in AI to war, if you like, is very large. Is this one of your greatest fears?
Yeah, I think it is, in the sense that what I fear in this space is not AI per se or AI development, but this concentration of, power or the motivation behind the people, driving this AI development. So, what concerns me the most is like these AI tools, powerful AI tools, being just in the hands of a few powerful actors, driven by profit and competition, geopolitics, and you name it, rather than being a force for common goods. And in this context, AI risks fueling conflict. Trade wars are very actual at the moment, and so even accelerating some of these really gloomy applications of autonomous weapons, AI applied to weapons of mass destruction. So that's the fear, but it doesn't have to be that way. We know that AI, it's has enormous benefits in health, education, crisis response, humanitarian action, peacemaking. So it's possible to have an alternative vision, but it's only this will only happen if we keep this human-centered approach in mind, and we think of AI as a global common public good, which means so having like a human-centered approach. Means, of course, prioritizing human well-being over profits when possible. I don't know. Just to give a concrete example, if you find out that certain algorithms or certain AI applications are harmful for our mental health, well-being, we should treat them very seriously, as you would treat like any other dangerous, building or infrastructure or car. Imagine like driving a car without brakes or without airbag or traffic lights. Of course, you can use it, but someone is going to get hurt, and that's not what we want. And then thinking of AI not only in terms of safety, but also in terms of investment. So it's a global public good that we should really use to solve global problems. I think that both can be possible, but I think we're not there yet. So the question is, it's really about the real challenge. Of course, is ethical, but also political and institutional. So how do we make sure that we align this, technological development, AI development, with the common public good, before it becomes too entrenched in all these competition systems that prioritize profit over people. So that's my big question and biggest fear. But there's still some room to play with. There are also tipping points in history, so better to act sooner rather than later. And it's very good to talk about it very explicitly and very publicly.
Fantastic. Can you tell me, if people would like to support you and your journey and find out more about the organization, how can they do that?
I think the first thing would be like to get interested in what we're doing and in peace in general. So peace, unfortunately, is a misunderstood or sometimes dismissed as a very naive or idealistic or not very serious concept. Of course, I'm a strong supporter of the opposite. I think that war is something that, of course, it's very simple and it taps into our primal instincts. But peace, it's so nuanced and complicated, and you have to understand root causes of conflict, transform identities, and it's a big, very demanding in terms of cognitive efforts. So get interested about peace. What is peace? There are studies there are books, there are many various different initiatives. So that's the first point: this public awareness and culture of peace. Then, of course, I already mentioned that we need stronger institutional diplomatic initiatives and supporting this space of technology for peace and peace in general, but also more hybridization of different spaces, tech, private sector, academia, public institutions. So we need more cooperation across the board. So yeah, in summary, I would say like learning more about peace, advocating for more investments in technology for peace, and everyone can contribute. So no one is excluded. So please take peace seriously, and it's a very serious matter. And we really need the brightest minds of our times to tackle this problem now, which is devastating, and it's only getting worse. So please feel involved and feel part of the journey. Get interested and get in touch.
Thank you so much for joining us today for AI to Peace. It's fantastic to meet you.
Thank you so much, and good luck.
Another fantastic discussion. Thank you, Michele, for your incredible insights and for supporting #AI to Peace. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the #AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There's so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. Next, it's wonderful to introduce Peter Jackson, Interim Global Head of Data at Schroders. Please join me in welcoming Peter Jackson, interviewed by myself, technology leader and advisor to Peace One Day. First of all, Peter, warm welcome to AI to Peace and to Peace One Day. And perhaps to orient the audience, you could tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey and how you got to this point. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this amazing feed today. I'm Peter Jackson. I'm, as you said, interim head of global head of data management at Schroders. I'm here to set up the Schroders data office globally. Prior to being at Schroders, I spent 2.5 years working for an AI startup in West London, privately funded by a British billionaire. And I was chief data and technology officer there. We were trying to build up a synthetic data set of every household in Britain to help predict household behaviour. Before that, I'd been Chief Data Officer and Group Director of Data Science at Legal & General, another FTSE 100 asset manager. And before that, Chief Data Officer at Southern Water and the pensions regulator. During the course of my career, I've written 3 books on data: The Chief Data Officer's Playbook, Data-Driven Business Transformation, and Halo Data. And I'm really pleased to be with you here today.
That's amazing. And I think data is the new currency of our new AI generation. So it feels like you're very well equipped to help us navigate that. When we talk about AI to Peace, what does that conjure in your mind?
I think it conjures an emotion to start off with, and that is of hope. And then that's rapidly followed by frustration. I see that the opportunity for AI to be leveraged to help spread peace in the world and for conflict resolution, I think fills me with hope. That frustration comes from, I think, that AI is being used not for that purposes enough, and it's being used almost in the counter to that in the defense industry, in armaments, in weaponry, and in creating a divisive culture through social media. So I think it raises those two very strong emotions for me. But also then, when I start thinking about it, it urges that creativity. How can we use AI to promote peace across the world? And then you start thinking about the various ways it can be done, and you realize there is huge opportunity, probably limited by the creativity of how we do it, but also definitely by things like funding and channeling the best minds at volume into those spaces to deliver beneficial outcomes for human society.
I think you're right. You alluded to the two big words there, hope and optimism. In your view, what do you fear most about the development of AI? And I guess a follow-on question would be, how do we make sure that we don't fall into those traps?
I think that is the question that a lot of people are talking about, the ethics around AI. And I think that one of the ways to stop falling into that trap is to bring some form of regulation, and the European Union are looking at that at the moment. I think we have to get our heads around that AI is in itself is neutral. In the hands of bad players will deliver bad outcomes. It's like a gun sitting on the table. It only becomes a danger when a bad actor picks it up and uses it. And so I think that we've got to be vigilant around bad actors having use of AI and access to AI to bring around bad outcomes for individuals and for society. And I do worry about the use of AI in social media. And that's where we might need to regulate the use of AI to protect society and individuals from bad outcomes. So I think regulating the AI itself, apart from the obvious things around, professionals should understand bias in training data sets and hallucinations and things like that. I think the regulation is around bad actors, as with anything that could be used to jeopardize people's well-being.
No, I think you're right. And I think that social media regulation is actually one of the really hot topics. I'm personally concerned about the future ability to blur the boundaries between what's real and what's not real. And it being almost impossible as the technology evolves to discern between what's real and not real. I guess as a follow-on question, what do you think, we often talk about use cases with AI. What do you think the real ability of AI is to create a more peaceful and sustainable world?
Referring back to when I talked about creativity, I almost go back to first principles. So I've been thinking about this morning, waiting to come and talk to you today. And I started by thinking, what are the causes of conflict in the world? And it tends to be over resources, natural resources, one of which is water. And bear in mind, I did work as a chief data officer in the water sector for a period of time. AI could be used for the better and more efficient use of water or water recycling. And that's an example, I think, that you could unleash huge creativity to perhaps reduce the conflict around water resources, which may be particularly important in arid areas, or as climate change makes the climate more dangerous for us all, where water resources may become either too much, leading to flooding, or too little, leading to drought. And the use of AI may be able to help us manage those situations and manage water resources in those situations and navigate those difficult extreme circumstances. It may also help us navigate our way around the use of other resources which lead to conflict. So it might be sort of the more efficient use of hydrocarbons, or the how to distribute electricity around the world efficiently, programmed by AI. So I think that where I'd like to go, my mind goes first, is how can we actually use AI to reduce those factors which can lead to conflict and tension.
I love that, and that really resonates with us here at Peace One Day. We often talk about the pillars of peace, things like food security or climate action or international justice or education, which is why the AI to Peace show is so important to us. Look, thank you for your contribution. We've got a few minutes left. How can the community that we have here at Peace One Day support you in your journey?
I think the best way to contact me and to support me, I have a fairly large presence on LinkedIn. So if you look for Peter Jackson, Chief Data Officer on LinkedIn, and join me in that network, I publish regularly. I support other people who publish things that I think are worthwhile and move us forward in a positive way. That is where I mix with my network.
Okay, that's amazing. And so thank you for being part of the conversation. I would urge everybody listening to engage with Peter and take advantage of the wealth of experience that you have. We've got a couple of minutes left. And one of the things I'd like to talk about now is your inspiration, like whether it be, and you mentioned that you've written your own book, so perhaps you can talk a little bit about that too. But you know, when you think about either podcasts or videos or books, like what from an AI perspective, what are the go-to resources that really inspire you?
I wouldn't sort of bill myself as a science fiction freak, but obviously it's science fiction that does inspire me. And as a kid, I was brought up on Captain James T. Kirk and the Starship Enterprise. And many of the things that we had seen on that program back in the 60s and 70s are now coming true. My mobile phone looks remarkably like their communicators. All we can't do is teletransportation at the moment. Perhaps it's a matter of time. But I think that science fiction, where people's creativity and imagination have stretched the boundaries of thinking, what could we do? I find those very, very inspiring.
Amazing. I think we're both old enough to remember Tomorrow's World.
Indeed, yes.
There's much inspiration from that. And perhaps, you know, we do have some time left. Perhaps you could just tell us a little bit about the books that you've written.
Again, I kind of stumbled into it. I met a woman called Caroline Carruthers, who was Chief Data Officer of Network Rail at the time. And we both looked at each other and said, there's no manifesto, there's no manual for a Chief Data Officer, because we were quite early pioneers, you might say, in that role. And so we wrote the Chief Data Officer's playbook together. And that really was just almost a brain dump. It was so easy to write because it was what we were experiencing every day on how to do the job, the pitfalls that you would face, how to overcome them. And ironically, today I just met somebody in Schroders who said, I've just read your book because I wanted to have some guidance in my career, how to go forward. It's really helped me. And that to me is huge reward, that somebody's actually found something that I wanted to do useful to help them. We wrote that book initially very much for Chief Data Officers, and then we realized the people we really needed to educate were the exec suites in business, the CEOs, the CFOs, the COOs. We needed to educate them about data. And believe me, I still think we've got a long way to go. But we wrote our second book, which was Data-Driven Business Transformation. And that was to speak to the business about how data could be harnessed and leveraged to transform businesses fundamentally, the way they operate, the way they work. And AI has just accelerated that whole conversation. Our third book was Halo Data, which is way more technical and talks about metadata. But metadata is crucially important for AI.
Amazing. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up now. Peter, thank you for your inspiring contribution. Absolutely superb. Great to meet you.
Absolute pleasure, and good luck with the day.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Peter, for your incredible insights and for supporting AI to Peace. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And, of course, subscribe to Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged with. Now, we're very excited to introduce Alex Pachman, CEO of JAAQ.org. Please join me in welcoming Alex, interviewed by Steve Bolton, Strategic Advisor and Lead Investor at CUDO.
Hi Alex, great to have you here.
Hello mate, how you doing?
Very good. Please introduce yourself.
So I'm Alex, I am an entrepreneur. I've built several businesses. I've been an entrepreneur since I was a kid, typical journey starting out very, very young from the mindset perspective. But I got fascinated with social media when that was in its early iterations of being a way we connect and a way businesses connect when I was at university with people. And I rode that wave in every angle possible in my career, I guess. So built a business called Content Cal, which was a social media marketing platform. the actual goal of that was to build something that people could use every day to kind of ease their lives with the work that they were doing, because it's a hugely intensive job, which I was doing at the time. Had a phenomenal journey with that, built that business up, raised $40 million of angel investment, went on the whole ride through to exiting that company to Adobe in 2021. Had an amazing 3-year kind of stint at Adobe. And more recently, I've joined JAAQ, as you know, as CEO and an investor. And that has been a phenomenal journey as well, kind of looking at the big picture around mental health, the way technology is impacting mental health, the way society has changed over the last 10, 15 years, and how technology is so intertwined with our lives. And so much happens in a kind of year, if you like, in the world of post-COVID, pre-COVID, how the world is being disrupted through technology. And JAAQ is a phenomenal place to kind of work and understand how we can play a role, whether it's with AI or through our technologies and content, to help change the world in a really positive way. So that's me.
Amazing. What a journey.
Yeah, it is a journey, yeah. And the reason I'm sort of so interested in this space is that having gone through kind of the startup journey and had the end goal of success, if you like, that everybody wants to aspire to, my personal journey alongside that never quite add up to what people perceive to be this amazing moment, right? When you sell a business and you go through all the positive outcomes of that and you fulfill your goal and your journey. But we were talking about this before, the biggest opposite of that was probably the worst moment actually in my personal life for various different reasons, about how it changed my life, just different circumstances that came up. I lost a huge sense of purpose, having wanted to be an entrepreneur from such a young age. And so you're at the peak of your kind of career, but actually you're at the kind of pit of your emotional existence. And that was this huge conundrum for me. And when you flow all that together with the way the world's changed just in the last 3 or 4 years, with the kind of change in terms of technology, the way the world is just kind of working at the moment, politically, etc., I don't think it's been an ever more exciting time to be part of a business or a force for good that can hopefully create a lot of positive change over the long term through AI, through technology, through content. But that dichotomy of, yeah, having huge success theoretically to actually having also really difficult personal times is what led me to be so interested in the world of mental health, how we process it, the challenges I've had, and how we can deal with it as people.
So let's talk a little bit more about that. You're the CEO of JAAQ. That's a role that you've kind of taken on. What does that JAAQ do, and how does AI fit into helping people with mental health?
JAAQ is an incredible platform. So we provide really engaging and kind of celebrity lived experience and expert driven content, which is really well crafted and created and produced across different spectrums of mental health, ranging from I can't sleep very well, and actually that's disrupting my daily life, through to things that are more serious like anxiety and depression, and things that we've seen huge rises around over the few years, and things like menopause, just tons of different challenges. So we provide content that you can watch in a, actually, given the subject matter, quite an engaging way. It's educational, it's not entertaining, but it can kind of pique your interest based on the people we've got involved. So again, whether it's celebrities and experts, it's almost insightful and somewhat challenging, but also enjoyable to watch, because you can actually resonate with something that you've gone through. So for example, I've read a lot about anxiety that I struggled with for a long time without realizing what the hell anxiety even was. Suddenly I can learn what it is, what the feeling is around it, how it's impacting my life. So we produce it in a really special way. And we offer that out to free, completely for free on JAAQ.org, to anybody who can come along and watch that content. We work with corporates and businesses about how we kind of produce that in a kind of corporate setting as well for employees. And we use AI in a conversational way. So the rise of ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all the other kind of platforms that have had this huge growth spurt in the last few years, and the way that kind of technology is changing the world is amazing, in that it can absorb and play back to us so much information about so many different subjects. The challenge with some of the platforms at the moment is around how it's machine driven, right? When we go onto OpenAI or we use one of those platforms, we know it's a robot at the end of it, basically giving us these answers and giving us this knowledge. What we're trying to do with JAAQ is create a environment where you're actually speaking to a person at the end of it, and there isn't actually a person, but creating a tone, a way of communicating, a way of dialoguing, using the data that we've got from the video content, and really humanizing AI in a mental health setting to make our users and people feel comfortable talking about these things and learning from people that have been through them, that they can aspire to or kind of resonate to in a way that I don't think anybody else on earth is doing. And so we think that combination of AI, content, and people being able to truly resonate with a platform on a human level is what's going to change the world and help, help basically solve some of the mental health challenges that the world's going through at the moment.
And talk about some of those challenges. So you're obviously using AI with JAAQ to be a force for good and to help people. Do you think there's a flip side to that?
I think there's a flip side to a certain extent. I think we're so early in the AI journey that there's a lot of skepticism, and if used incorrectly, obviously it has huge power to do or play a role in negative things. And that's a fact of where we are from a technology basis. People can use these tools for good, or they can use these tools for negative consequence stuff, right? And so when you take a choice as a human being, where do you want to spend your time if you know about that kind of stuff? I'm a technologist, so I know how to work with AI and products and tools and customer experiences and user experiences to bring them to life for people. I think that depending on who you are and how you lean, the macro level view for technology in this space is a positive one. And if you have enough smart people and teams and kind of mission-driven companies, organizations, charities, etc., that can use the power of these technologies for good, that's where the end goal is. There's always going to be disruption along the way. There's always going to be confusion along the way. But macro level, I think human beings want to live in a peaceful environment overall. And I think if we can use them to accelerate some of the challenges that we have, that's where the end kind of settled goal is for me in terms of how these technologies come together. I think the statistic is 50% of people in the world, so it's a huge population, right, experience at some point in their life a mental health challenge. So that's half of us. And that's probably going to increase over time just because the world is becoming more complex. In terms of commercial terms, there's about $1 trillion worth of value lost every single year globally. And I'd probably say that's on the low side, but that's the rough estimates at the moment in mental health challenges around how that impacts the economy globally. And so if we can make a small dent in some of that, we can significantly improve, number one, people's lives. If 50% of people are going to have a challenge in this space, how can we use technology to help that? And you're going to have to do it through tech at that scale because there's too many people to do it any other way. There's not enough therapists out there that can help solve that problem, so we're going to have to do that through technology. And if you can increase kind of positive consumption in the world through the economic side of things, I think you can create a win-win scenario for the world. So I'm very, very passionate about how we can do those things together.
Fantastic. What does AI to peace mean to you?
AI for peace means to me scale. And if you just take that mental health example, but you extrapolate it to other challenges in the world that we face, whether they're economic or kind of more on the emotional side of life, there aren't enough human beings, unfortunately, to work in a consistent, flowing way to tackle those challenges anymore. We've kind of gone past the point where humans can solve all of their own problems at scale. And I think the way the world's going with the pace of media, the pace of how things travel in terms of news, the accessibility of that globally, there's never been a day where you could open a mobile phone and see news from another country so instantaneously and potentially be freaked out by it. And that happens multiple times a day. And then the way we interact in our lives and the connectivity and things like that, there's just so many more touch points that we have to deal with as humans than ever before. Like I said, AI for peace for me means using the technologies to help create more positive input, positive outcomes, positive resolutions at dramatic scale to benefit society. And that's how I think about it. And I think if we, like I said, if we can use the products and tools that humans have now to their disposal, and they're still going to continue to grow and be learnt from, that to me is the best way to use this technology for peace, whether that is in a kind of actual war setting or whether that's in creating a peaceful life for people. And I think that's what we all aspire to deep down inside, is comfort, security and peace, right? So I think AI can play a really positive role in that, and we've just got to go through the journey of understanding how we get there.
You're quite passionate about social media. You obviously built a social media business. We've talked before about AI's impact in social media, the good and the bad of that. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, there's an amazing book called The Anxious Generation, which can pretty much pinpoint from when most of the big social media platforms back in about 2010 started to truly take off at scale. And you can see sort of the rise in terms of usage across the world. And you can correlate with that the dramatic rise in anxiety and depression in people at all ages. And then the book extrapolates into lots more sort of considerations around social media and its impact on society. I think that on the downside, it has given always existing echo chambers of negativity a huge platform to amplify them. And when you create that dynamic where, whether it's whatever the negative subject is, mass distribution, the ability for algorithms to then feed more of that to people, etc. And it's human nature to have a level of intrigue around things that are both positive and negative. It can create quite a groundswell, if you like, of repeated exposure to things that can be negatively influential on our mental health and how we think and how we live. And therefore you see these increases in anxiety, depression, etc. On the flip side, if you look at the positive outcomes of social media, you can connect with your friends with complete ease. You can meet people online that you would never have met before in settings that you may never come across without having to leave your bedroom. You can connect with family members instantaneously across the world, no matter where they are. And we live in a global world nowadays, so the ability to connect with your mum, and you might live in a different country or something like that, is now instantaneous and free. I mean, that's the other thing. All of this stuff is free to use. And so I think the challenge around this is, like, no one invented social media knowing how it would impact the world. And it's taken probably since 2010 to start to understand the impact of constant feed updating and things like that on how we live as humans. And I think over time, as we understand these things more, and I think the education around it and the studies around it are becoming much more sophisticated than they were in the early days. One of the things we need to teach ourselves as society is how to use social media and how to interpret what we see on there. I think social media is often not well understood as a magazine of our life, particularly platforms like Instagram and things like that. And if we can train people how to understand it, train people to understand the impact of it on our brains, we can actually make it a safer environment for people to use. And so for me, that's always something I've wanted to pursue as well, and just understand. And I think JAAQ, again, can help with a lot of that in terms of how we educate people, whether it's the anxiety, depression thing, or even on how does social media work and how does it, positively or negatively impact my mental health. And so I think this is a really, really big subject that we've got to get right in society.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Well, thanks to JAAQ for sponsoring. Thanks to you. Thanks for Danny. Thanks for the team. Where can people find out more? And also, we didn't say what JAAQ stands for, just in case some people don't know.
JAAQ, just ask a question. Doesn't need explaining. Yeah. Just ask a question. The whole idea behind that is actually, if you've got a mental health condition, quite often it is just asking a question that will get you to have intrigue around it and therefore understand what you're going through, because so many people don't. Yeah, you can find JAAQ on JAAQ.org. JAAQ is JAAQ on everything on social media. We'd love for you to support us and come and have a look at the platform. We're here for a great reason to kind of, like I said, help the kind of mental health journey people are going on. We've had great response from the platform so far, so if anyone's interested, definitely take a look.
Okay, fantastic.
Cool.
Thanks, Alex.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Alex Packham, for that fascinating interview. We are so grateful to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed, and subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now we're excited to introduce Nipun Mehta, founder of Service Space. We are honoured to have his support today, so please welcome me in joining Nipun Mehta, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Nipun, welcome to AI to Peace.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Great. So the first thing I want to do is we'd love you to tell us about yourself and your journey.
Well, I grew up in the Silicon Valley, and, growing up in a place like this, you always have those sorts of dreams. And at some point, some light switch went off inside of me and says, it's not about getting, it's perhaps a little bit more about giving. And so I experimented. I went out and did small experiments. And as I did that, I realized, man, it is fulfilling to, instead of acquiring and accumulating and having a kind of power high from that, if you contribute, you are related and you feel related all the time. And so I was like, wow, this is great. Why should I wait till I'm 65 and retired to go do this? And so I started doing it. And the more I did it, the more I wanted to do it. And so that's how Service Space was born. We started an organization called Service Space back in 1999, when people didn't even know what internet was. We were building websites for nonprofits, and we'd have to convince them that, it's a good thing. It's a good thing, this website, it'll help your cause. And we started there, but it wasn't about websites. It was really about giving. And so lots of people then joined and they said, hey, I want to give too. And we just created an ecosystem where it was, we wanted to practice giving with no strings attached. And so that's been my journey, really, I would say, from consumption to contribution.
Amazing. Thank you. So I want to talk to you about when you hear this phrase, AI to peace, hashtag AI to peace. What's the reality of that outcome?
Well, I love this quote by E.O. Wilson. And he says, we have Paleolithic reactions, medieval institutions, and godlike technologies. So I think we live in times of incredible leverage with technology. But that needs to keep pace with our consciousness. If we don't evolve as human beings, and this technology continues to evolve, I think we'll have a real mismatch. So at one level, I worry when I hear that phrase that if it's just AI, maybe we won't get there. But at another level, I look at the possibilities of such leverage to create peace, and I think it's possible. So when I hear that phrase, the thinking in my mind is, yeah, we can do it, but it will require some rewiring. So we're not just working with medieval institutions and Paleolithic reactions.
I mean, it's very clear that understanding more about the other side and finding the similarities is what creates peace. When you understand somebody else's culture and some of the reasons why they make the decisions that they make. Equally, AI can be used in terms of how the military machine is thinking about it, and that creates a lot of fear. And I want you to just talk to me a little bit about that. When you think about AI, do you have fear about its development when you wake up in the middle of the night? And tell us a little bit about that. Tell us some of your thoughts. Share some of those thoughts.
Yeah, I absolutely have fears. I think there's a very non-zero chance that we could, run ourselves out of this story. I think AI is incredibly potent. It's accelerating at an exponential pace. And I just don't think that our traditional systems that are meant to regulate this are equipped to handle such a fast-moving innovation. So I don't think it's going to be regulation that brings us together. I don't know if it's going to be overnight evolution of our consciousness that all of a sudden reins it in. And so I'm not really sure what will. But I do have faith that something will. I think it'll be something nonlinear. I don't know what it is, but I think we have to keep planting those seeds, and I think it's possible.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then, if you think it's possible, and I do too, of course we do. We're optimists, and we've got to get up every day and do the absolute best we can. Every mountain's climbable. It's just about how long you're willing to take in order to get to the top, right? How many times you can fall down, get back up, and give it another go. And that's, of course, what we're all going to do and try to do. So, talk to me a little bit about some of the hopeful stuff. When you think about AI. And you want to share some of those stories about how it can be utilized in relation to a more peaceful and sustainable world. What are some of the kind of constructive, positive sides that you see?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's so many. Recently humans had a conversation with a whale for 20 minutes for the first time ever because we decoded whale language using AI. And so you're like, wow, can you actually imagine if we're able to communicate with all life with that? It was really just a language translation problem, and now AI helps us solve it. You're like, wow, okay. And you look at the advances in medicine, and lots of the AI leaders are saying that a lot of the diseases that we have today are all going to go extinct in no time. Most recently they had there's like unending amounts of things that are being innovated on that are just like mind-blowingly wow. And I would say we have to be mindful that if we don't change the underlying social operating system, the thing that holds this will just be will be our lower impulses and not our higher impulses. The lower impulses being, greed and self-centeredness and accumulation and extraction. And if we lead with those impulses, I think we can take this and, even that simple whale example, you're like, it's amazing that I would be able to talk to whales. And then you say, well, what would I say? What would the first contact with whales be? And would I just say that, look, I can get these human laborers for this much amount of money? Can I get the whales for even cheaper? And that you can bring that extractive mindset to these innovations, but you can also then say, wow, what does it mean if your assets meet my assets and they come together in an emergent way to create new properties that previously nobody has ever seen? So I think it's possible to approach AI and innovations in this way. And certainly at ServiceSpace, we've been doing a lot of that. We started several years ago around this idea of a compassion bot. And so we said, well, what would compassion do in this kind of a situation? And we started doing a whole lot of those different things. And we're trying to solve hard problems, and hard problems that have social ramification, like not just like, oh, how do I get to the best restaurant and how do I take a photo of my fridge and that tells me the AI will scan all the items I have and give me recipes. I mean, that's helpful, but really deeply transformative things, and particularly around giving and generosity. So one problem humanity has not been able to solve is bringing people's gifts together with the hunger of the world. So there's so many people everywhere that want to give, and there's so much need in the world. But to actually pair them up ends up being a very hard problem. We've been doing this for 25 years. So that's a really hard problem to solve because it's just a huge amount of overhead to make that happen. So we can't do that at scale. And so you say, can AI help us do that? Like not just accelerate status quo, right? Or automate the status quo, but to say that status quo has not been what it could be. And so how do we get a design upgrade on the status quo, and how do we leverage something like AI to actually get us there? So these are open questions, but I do think we can look at it in that deep way.
Amazing. It's wonderful to hear you speak. If people would like to support you, on your journey in the organization, they want to find out more, how can they do that?
Well, you can go to servicespace.org, and it's many different organisms, I suppose, or instead of organizations that have these micro communities, one of which around AI is called Awaken AI. So awaken.ai is the place you can go. But really, I would say that it's really just about doing a small act of kindness. And that sounds so benign, right? You're like, well, what can a small act of kindness do? But I think instead of broadcast, which is what we're all engaged in, the world's center of gravity is around broadcasting our messages. But I think there's something about the power of deep casting, that heart to heart to heart, that I think if you do a small act and you put a lot of love into it, it will touch that one person. And the half-life of that is so much stronger than something you saw on your feed or something you heard about or read about. So I would say that my ultimate call to action would be to go out and be the change, do a small act of love for absolutely with no strings attached, just kindness for the sake of kindness.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. What a beautiful finish. Thank you so much for talking to us for AI to Peace. And we wish you the very best with your incredible work. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nipun Mehta, for your incredible insights and for supporting #AI to Peace. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Next, I am honoured to introduce the United Nations High Representative and Under-Secretary General for the Office of Disarmament Affairs, Izumi Nakamitsu. Please join me in welcoming Izumi Nakamitsu, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Ms. Nakamitsu, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you.
The first question I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself, your work, your mission at UNODA?
So I'm Izumi Nakamitsu, and I currently serve as the UN Under-Secretary General and High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. I've done a lot of different things at the UN for many years in many different capacities, including in the UN Development Program. And I was also with peacekeeping operations for many years and refugee work as well. But at the moment, my work is situated in what we call peace and security pillar of the UN. And of course, UN was created for peace and security, the maintenance of peace and security. For international peace and security, we are focused on, of course, the prevention of conflict, restoration of peace, following, unfortunately, if that is the case, outbreak of war, and the promotion of lasting peace in societies emerging from war and conflict. So in this way, we at the UN work across the peace spectrum, if you will. And in my current work in the Office for Disarmament Affairs, we look at disarmament as a critical instrument, tool for achieving international peace and security, and a direct means, if you will, of preventing conflict and the escalation of tensions as well. And so I lead this office, UN's efforts in supporting states, member states, to reach new agreements in the area of disarmament, non-proliferation, and arms control. And that, of course, includes support for various UN bodies, such as the General Assembly and, of course, the Security Council, on issues from weapons of mass destruction to conventional arms. And for today's topic, the most relevant to this audience is, of course, our growing work on emerging technologies and, in particular, the artificial intelligence. Now, for AI, the increasing, this technology is just everywhere. And we are actually beginning to see this AI technology changing fundamentally all aspects of our lives today. On a daily basis, of course, we are confronted with new AI applications, and I'm sure all of you have used, voice assistants and chatbots to image recognition and social media, of course. And so, this technology is just really everywhere, and it's beginning to change everything very, very profoundly. So in the face of these developments, governments are now grappling, if you will, with how to best respond to the light speed developments in order to ensure that the benefits of this artificial intelligence, these technologies, will be maximized, whilst at the same time minimizing to the greatest extent possible the risks, including for international peace and security. So that's the part that I deal with. As UNODA, through, of course, direct engagement with stakeholders on the growing number of multilateral initiatives tackling the peace and security dimensions of artificial intelligence, we have an up close view of rapidly evolving discussions. And there are many discussions that are now taking place at the UN on those issues. We have a unique perspective, in particular, insight into ongoing and emerging multilateral discussions of AI governance, how states will craft or develop a framework for effectively managing AI for the benefit of humanity. And these discussions are actively actually taking place, progressing as we speak. So we at UNODA, we are working to support those states in these efforts, in particular as it relates to applications of AI in the military domain. So in a nutshell, that's what we do, or what we try to do. It's a really formidable task, as you can imagine.
Well, we wish you the very best with that incredibly important work that you're doing. When you hear the phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of an outcome like that?
Well, that phrase, AI to peace, speaks to the undeniable, incredible benefits that we can derive from artificial intelligence, right? For the benefit of all of us, the humanity. AI can and really should be used in service of peace. And that's what we really want to achieve. Now, the Secretary General of the UN has made very, very clear in his priority for a shared vision around artificial intelligence, one where this technology serves humanity and contributes to, for example, sustainable development. And AI holds definitely tremendous promise for the future in that sense, as I said, including the achievement of the sustainable goals, development goals. It has been assessed that digital technologies can actually play a role in achieving 70% of all SDG targets. So you can imagine emerging technologies like AI present really incredible opportunities in areas like health, education, and everything around us. So in relation to peace and security, AI-related technologies really could be harnessed for peacekeepers' training, logistics support, landmines detection, mapping, clearance, surveillance, monitoring tasks. But also it could close gaps in opportunity, lift up economies for everyone, and also foster inclusion as well. So we are committed to leading in these efforts to make sure that AI works for everyone and everywhere, and most definitely for peace, rather than the other way around. So that is how we actually see that your slogan and our objectives really are coming together.
In relation to AI, do you think it has the ability to be harnessed for a more peaceful and sustainable world? And you gave some good examples there. But do you think, in relation to how history has unfolded and the present position we find ourselves in, could this be the opportunity that, humanity needs?
Absolutely. As I already mentioned, I think AI holds really untold promise for humanity. This is really a game-changing technology, that will make us all, much better in the world. It has really revolutionized already learning, advanced healthcare also, diagnostics in healthcare, medicine, etc., supported agricultural productivity. These are just, very a few examples of many benefits that are already happening around us, right? But with this promise, of course, comes profound risk, especially if AI is left ungoverned. And thankfully, at the UN, states are already starting to tackle the issue of governance they have actually prioritized the issue of developing governance frameworks for artificial intelligence. Now, there's something that is called Global Digital Compact, which was adopted last year in September at the United Nations by member states at the summit level. And that Global Digital Compact brings the world together around a shared vision, if you will, for AI, one where this technology serves humanity, not the other way around. So the compact establishes the first universal agreement, if you will, on the governance of AI that brings every country to the table. This includes the creation of an independent international scientific panel on AI, pulling expertise to bridge knowledge gaps and help every nation make the most informed AI policy decisions. Now, all countries have to deal with this artificial intelligence, and they have to craft their own national policies, etc. So this is quite important. The compact also called for periodic governance dialogue on AI governance, as an inclusive space, if you will, for stakeholders to come together under the auspices of the United Nations. And as you know, the UN is the only universal global platform where all countries, all member states can come together. And we are also trying to create this multilateralism, more inclusive platform, what we call a network of capacity building initiatives can be possible. Multi-stakeholder actors can come together and discuss these issues, and also make sure that developing countries, which will require much more of capacities to deal with these issues, they will all be able to benefit. In other words, AI should not be benefiting just a handful of rich countries or technologically advanced countries, but all of us in the international community, the global community. So indeed, the answer is yes. I think AI has the ability to be harnessed for a more peaceful and sustainable world, and we have to absolutely make sure that we make efforts towards that objectives.
Amazing. Thank you so much. If people would like to support UNODA, what's the best way for them to be able to do that?
What a nice question. Thank you. The UN's, of course, global reach and inclusive multilateralism, as I mentioned, are really key. It's essential to ensuring AI is used in the service of peace. And this inclusivity, if you will, requires meaningful participation by everyone, including by civil society, and of course the scientific community and industry people as well. And so the Secretary General has called for a more networked multilateralism, more inclusive multilateralism. And when we speak about networked multilateralism and meaningful participation, we really cannot and should not overlook the voices of young people and underrepresented groups, including oftentimes women. You know, the science and technology STEM field still is really dominated by men, and we know that more women really should be participating meaningfully in that field. So the UN, we think, has a very important role to play in advocating for meaningful participation and inclusivity. So I would really like to invite anyone interested in supporting our work to engage in our work and supporting our objectives and learn what we are doing and contribute your perspectives. We have a good website and social media channels, and we make sure that especially young people will be really familiar with the work that is taking place at the international level through the UN's efforts. And then we have a dedicated platforms and activities, including those really focused on young people to participate. So if you want to support us, be engaged and participate in the discussions. That is really important for all of us, for the entire humanity.
Amazing. So people can go to un.org and find out about UNODA. And of course, that would be a wonderful thing for them to do. You need that support, don't you? One last question. You're surrounded by knowledge, we can see. It's obviously somebody who loves reading. So I wanted to ask you if there was a film or a book or resource that you would recommend if anyone's interested in AI, what would it be?
Okay, here I'm going to be very, very boring, and recommend you to read the recent General Assembly resolution, which was adopted last year on AI in the military domain. And you can find it with this reference number A/res/RES/79/239. And this is the first General Assembly resolution to address the security dimension of artificial intelligence. As I have been talking, AI holds a tremendous promise for all of us. But at the same time, there are risks, and many of those risks are still unpredictable because technology is continuing to develop. But the risks are related to humanitarian, legal, security, technological, and of course, ethical perspectives. So the UN is really come together and adopted this resolution. And we are, at the request of this resolution, the Secretary General is now preparing a substantive report based on the perspectives presented by states. And then we also invite other organizations like the Red Cross, civil society, scientific community, industry, etc. So this, if you can actually take a look at this resolution, and you could also be a contributor for these international efforts, because this is going to really be a very key step for the global community to come together and then think about how to, in fact, mitigate the risks. So it's a very boring suggestion. I wish I could suggest more of a science fiction type of a book or the movie. But I think it's also important to take concrete steps by all of us actually coming together and think through how to make sure AI will be for peace and countering potential risks by all of our efforts.
Thank you so much. I think that suggestion is an excellent one. What a very interesting read that will be. So thank you for spending time with us for AI to Peace, and we wish you the very best with your incredibly important work.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Izumi Nakamitsu, for that fascinating interview. It is an honor to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag #AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. The next guest we're going to hear from today is Margarita Cuihuis, Executive Director of Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford. Please join me in welcoming Margarita, interviewed by Jeremy Gilly, founder of Peace One Day.
Margarita, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you, Jeremy. I am thrilled to be here today.
So the first thing I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, I'm an engineer by training, and I'm a behavior designer by practice. And now I am working in the area of peace technology and peace innovation, and it has become my life's work. So, my background, Silicon Valley, launched startups, bit of venture capitalist. I've run corporate innovation labs, and I've taught hundreds of executives at Stanford. But the thing that I really, really care about is peace, and I'm the executive director of the Peace Innovation Lab at Stanford. And there, we don't ask, how do we stop war? So when you ask people about peace, they immediately go to war, right? We don't do that. What we ask is what systems, behaviors, and designs make peace more likely by default, right? How do we change our environment? How do we change our context so that peace just happens, naturally in the world? And, peace isn't a vibe. It's an infrastructure, right? It's how we design the world, how we build the world. And as a woman, I find increasingly that I'm coming at this with a feminist perspective, and particularly a feminist engineering perspective. Because, most systems weren't designed by women, but I'm enormously curious about what the world would look like if women were more in charge or were making a bigger contribution in terms of how we build our environment and society. And so that's what I'm focused on, not really about fixing the past, but really building what's going to come next for all of us.
Margarita, thank you for that. Incredible. The next thing that I'd like to ask you is, when you hear the phrase AI to peace, hashtag AI to peace, what's the reality of that outcome?
Well, it's possible, but only if we stop treating peace like poetry. It's like something that can't be designed, and start treating it as if it was a product launch. Okay, here I am talking like a Silicon Valley person. So it's something that you design. It's something that's intentional, because right now, what's happening with AI is it's being used exceptionally well to destabilize democracy and consolidate power. We can see that going on right now. It's in the headlines, right? So AI isn't broken. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do. I mean, think about the intentionality behind that, about weaponizing AI, right? And stripping us of human rights and all that. That is not by accident. That is by design. So what we have to do is flip the question. And it's not about how can AI promote peace, but why have we allowed it to be optimized for outrage, manipulation, and control, really? I mean, I think we need to call people on how they're using the technology, because typically the argument is technology is morally neutral. But you know what? People aren't, and designers aren't, and engineers aren't. And so we should be calling them, why are you allowing AI to be used this way, right? And I think that's important for us to call, quite honestly, forgive my French, the bullshit on this. Because until we start to say, like, why are you designing it with this intention? Because that's the outcome that we're getting. And it's not by accident. It's not going to change.
What can we do about that? We live in a world where we have nuclear weapons, and, those bombs have been used, and there's, talk about them being used again, God forbid. I mean, how can we police this, if you like? How can we make sure that the coders are coding in an appropriate way?
Well, one, I think we need to have some standards, right? I think that, people think about peace and peace technology as something that's very soft, right? And in the Valley, the big thing that's in vogue right now is defense tech, right? Because they say we can make a lot of money on defense tech. And that makes me nervous, because you don't want a defense tech unicorn. Because if you have a defense tech unicorn, that means you have more conflict, right? And what we've learned in the United States with the for-prison profit complex is that if you make something for profit, you will find a way to feed that beast so that way it can continue to be profitable, right? And so I'm concerned very much about defense tech. So one is having dialogues like this to make people aware, right? And then the other is, how do we support people who do want to design technology in an ethical way, which means we need to look at engineering education. We need to change the incentives. How do we bring justice into engineering curriculum So when engineers are designing something and they're saying, okay, I'm just trying to make this work, they go, yes, you need to make this technically work. Okay, does it function? But also, does it function as a social context, right? Is it causing harm or is it breaking things? Because then that's a bad spec, right? Just as we wouldn't want to buy a toaster that sets your bread on fire because you go, okay, that is a failure as a toaster. We shouldn't have technology that sets society on fire.
I completely agree with you. What's your greatest fear? Is it how AI is being utilized in relation to defense tech? Is that your greatest fear? What's your greatest fear about AI?
You know, my fear isn't like this science fiction fear about AI. It's more strategic. You know, I fear a world where we're automating domination, right? Where every prompt, every policy, and every platform is shaped by the few. And these people who weren't elected, right? Some guys in some back room, some guys who are funded by venture capital, who are making these decisions that are affecting everyone on the globe. And that's what worries me, because there's no sunlight there. There's no oversight, you know. And as my father would say, we came by this honestly, because for a lot of startups, you know, they're getting money from venture capitalists and they're saying, you have to grow, you know, so you have to do whatever you need to do to grow. A couple of years ago, we did an industry survey because we were trying to promote more ethics in technology. And the feedback that we got from startups was, one, they were pointing the finger at Facebook because the Netflix documentary had just come out about, you know, Facebook's so bad. They go like, oh, this is terrible. And I go, fantastic. So what kind of an ethics team do you have in your company? And most people said, well, we don't have any. And I go, well, do you have a person who's looking at ethics in your company? They said, well, we don't have any. And I said, well, why don't you? And they said, well, it's a luxury, right? So people think that doing the right thing and designing your product so that it's safe from a society level scale is expensive. And we need to change that. We need to flip the script and say, like, no, that spec of making it safe for everybody has to be there from the very, very beginning. And until we resolve that and change the incentives and change the culture of how technology is developed, it's not going to change. And that's what scares me. That's what really scares me.
In relation to AI, do you think it has the ability to be harnessed for a more peaceful and sustainable world? Maybe give me an example of how it can.
Absolutely. I think, you know, again, technology is just a tool, and it's how we apply it in the world, right? So we can engineer for peace in the same way that we've engineered for dominance, right? So peace isn't the opposite of conflict. It's the opposite of oppression. So we need to think about how we design AI to increase agency, transparency, and equity. And I think that's sort of like the peace tech stack. We need to think about how do we incorporate justice, right? What does engineering justice look like? The same way as environmental justice and everything else. And that's a topic that hasn't been really considered in the technical world, right? So, for instance, there was a very seminal paper that I always have my students look at, and it's called "Do Artifacts Have Politics?" And it was written by Langdon Winter in the early 1980s. And he talked, and he would go like, artifacts have politics? Like, how could this have politics? And he talked about how when New York was redeveloped in the 50s, Robert Moses made very deliberate choices about the height of bridges, like overpasses, right? So you know how you're driving along and sometimes you'll see an overpass and it tell you that like vehicles over this height can't pass through, and you go, and you kind of like, I wonder why that is. Like, is it an old bridge and was it before vehicles got taller, or you know what was that all about? Well, that was intentional to keep public buses from going into specific neighborhoods, right? So he was using civil engineering and bridges in particular as a political tool to keep poor people out of more affluent neighborhoods, because he assumed that poor people would be on those public buses, right? So everything that we do, everything that is designed is political, right? And so if we're thinking about how we can use AI for better, then we think, okay, AI is a political tool. How do we use it to support care work? How do we use it to translate? You know, AI, it's amazing what you can do in terms of AI translators. It allows us to connect. How do we use AI to help us model cooperation at scale, right? If we look at how do we detect the quiet successes? Because AI has all this training data, it can just sort of absorb this data and let us know patterns of the good things that are happening in the world and how do we amplify them, right? How do we increase cooperation and collaboration? We see that right now. We're all discovering this right now in the trade war that we're in, because we're all of a sudden, everyone on TikTok is getting schooled on supply chain. It's like, oh, I had no idea that a semiconductor chip, there might be 30 countries involved in the production of that chip. That's 30 countries that are cooperating, that are working together peacefully to make a technology that benefits all of us, right? And that's sort of like, I think of that as like everyday retail piece, because that's sort of under the radar. We don't realize the level of coordination that needs to happen for something like a chip to be produced, right? And that means we have to get along well enough. We have to coordinate, it's a mutualist behavior, because if I'm not doing my part, that means that you can't do your part. And so we already do peace at scale in this, in these complex supply chains.
Thank you, Margarita. That was amazing. If people would like to support you on your journey, how can they do that?
Well, first of all, invite me into the rooms where peace hasn't been considered a design constraint, right? I want to get in front of people and say, look, this is something that is important. You've probably overlooked it, but guess what? We now have the capability to do this, right? And let me open your eyes to the potential of that, to make your whatever it is that you're doing more distinctive, and set you apart from your competition. But more than that, it helps future-proof the world that you actually want to live in, right? We all want to live in a world that's abundant, that's flourishing, that's peaceful. So, get me in front of those people so I can do that. The second thing is funding. For so many of us who are working in this field, we're so underfunded, right? It's overlooked. But I think that peace, especially now, given how volatile the world has become just in a matter of 8 weeks, right? People who are working on this, we need to do like DARPA level funding on new ways to create a more peaceful, stable world than we have ever had. DARPA invested so much money to create the internet back in the 60s and 70s in the United States. Imagine, if you will, that we had that level of commitment to fund, the technologies, the frameworks, the education, so that way we would have a more stable world. So that's the other thing that I'm looking at. And then help us rewrite the cultural script. Because when people talk about peace, I sometimes get the sense that they think I'm a beauty queen and I'm quite naive to aspire to work on peace, that is impossible. However, if you think about your everyday life and you wake up in the morning, you have your coffee, you go to work, you're walking down the street, you're walking your dog, you're living in a state of peace. We're already there. And the question is, how do we make it more sustainable, right? If it's peaceful today, how do we make sure it's peaceful tomorrow and 10 years from now? And I don't think that's a naive aspiration at all. In fact, I think that's like the number one thing we should be working on if we love ourselves, our family, our children, and the future. It's an absolute priority.
Finally, if there was one film, book, or resource that you would recommend if anybody was interested in AI, what would it be?
Well, Branka Panik, she runs AI for Peace, and she just published a book on AI for Peace. And so she talks about all the different ways that AI can be used and that it is being used to promote peace in the world. If you want to understand more what I'm really getting into now in terms of what is a world that was designed by women for everyone, I would look at Invisible Women. It's a great book by Carolina Criado Perez. Langdon Winter wrote this paper called Do Artifacts Have Politics? It's very short. It tells you about how systems encode values, whether we name them or not. And then, come and look at us at peaceinnovation.stanford.edu. You can get in touch with me through LinkedIn.
Amazing. Margarita, thank you so much. It's amazing speaking to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. It's always a privilege and an honor to talk with you.
Incredible. Thank you, Margarita, for your moving words. We're truly grateful for your continued support. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now, as you have been, and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please join the now almost 2 million other viewers by using the hashtag AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And of course, subscribe to Peace One Day YouTube channel, because there's so much content for you to be informed and inspired and engaged by. We're excited now to introduce our next guests, Nicole Jonasson and Ida Lissner, co-founders of Softer. Please join me in warmly welcoming Nicole and Ida, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Ida, Nicole, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The first question I wanted to ask you is, could you tell us about yourselves and your journey?
We are Softer, and Softer is a movement for shaping softer digital futures. And we work for changing the narrative that tech is hard. And we want to reimagine the way that we approach technologies. And we do that by creating this global community of diverse practitioners working within creative technologies.
And Softer was born from a longing for a different way to learn the more digital and technological aspects of digital art and design. Because Nicole and I, we actually studied together in the design school, but we were actually not really friends at the time. But we both felt drawn towards the more like digital and technological aspects of design, but we just didn't really feel like we could find the right way to learn them and to find our paths within them. And without being aware of each other's struggles, we actually both wanted to build a computer for 3D rendering, but we had no idea how to start. And it wasn't until a common friend of ours reconnected us. And this initiated a conversation about why it feels so intimidating to work with computers and software. And it grew into a much larger conversation about why tech feels so inaccessible and so uninviting, especially if you're a woman. And we started to understand the much bigger picture, that the general vibe of tech is just hard. It's stereotypically masculine, both in the way it looks, the way it's taught, the way it feels, the role models, and like just the overall narrative. And we quickly realized that we're not the only ones longing for a softer and more inclusive space in tech. And long story, very short, Softer grew into what it is today.
And so tell me, how do I mean, it's really interesting, Softer, that you're making it more accessible and that it's not hard. I mean, it's a beautiful concept. How would somebody engage? I mean, what kind of a journey do we go on?
So we actually started as a learning format. So we started creating these online tutorials where we were teaching 3D software, where people could engage and learn technical skills, but taught in a very soft and pedagogical way. We quickly realized that there was a big group of people longing for that, and that was also COVID times, so online made a lot of sense. But after doing that for a little while, we wanted to actually engage in real life with our community. So we started doing these yearly conferences. So we call it's the softest tech conference the world has ever seen. Taking the piss of the tech conference, like high innovation kind of thing. So now we're running yearly conferences, both in Copenhagen and in London. And we also just opened a learning lab in Copenhagen, where we do workshops, we do residencies, and we work on facilitating more online learning formats. So many ways to engage. If you're in either London or Copenhagen, you can come and meet us real life, but we are also present in the digital space.
Absolutely amazing. It's really wonderful and really inspiring. Congratulations on what you're doing. Beautiful. Can I ask you the phrase AI to peace? What do you think? Is that a possible outcome?
Yeah, when I first heard it, I thought like this is an oxymoron, or at least it has a lot of friction. Because from my perspective, AI is not usually something that I would associate with peace. It's more connected to serious things like warfare and surveillance and aggression, polarization. But the phrase AI to peace also makes me think about what we're trying to do with Softer, which is figuring out how we can soften up the world of tech, making sure that the digital tools and systems for the future will benefit everyone.
Lovely. Okay, cool. So in relation to AI, do you think it has the ability to manifest a more peaceful and sustainable world? So as you see it evolving and you're really close to it, you guys really know what's going on. Do you kind of go, wow, AI could really help us? I mean, do you see it that way?
Yeah, I think there is a potential. If we find a way to use AI tools in a way that can help us maybe release more time for the things that really matters to us as human beings, like the things that have been undervalued or down prioritized since forever, like care for each other, care for the planet, slowness, collaborations, authentic communication that is not ChatGPT, and creativity, and I don't mean Midjourney. Yeah, I think there's a potential.
But that being said, I think from our perspective, also looking back at history and how technologies has improved or not improved our everyday life, the promise of AI and automation as freeing time, I think that has not been, delivered. And so far also workloads gets bigger and everyone seems more busy than ever. So if the potential of AI as like a technology that will be actually freeing up time and resources for us all should ever be fulfilled, I think we need more than just the technologies. And it's actually a whole new way of looking at the way we look at the world, how we structure our time, our values, our work. And from our perspective, this is actually not the work of the developers, but this is the work of people that are shaping and willing to change the societies that they work within. So the tools might be there, but are we willing to actually also change our societies accordingly so it can create peace?
Very interesting. Well, let's hope that that's the case. And I mean, of course, organizations like Softer, bringing communities together to have these kind of constructive conversations that are informative and inspiring and allow people to engage. I mean, it's people like yourselves who are the shapers, right? Who are giving opportunities to others to join in on that process. So that's how I see it. I think it's a very important time for constructive narrative, isn't it? That is actually informative, inspiring and engaging, right, in relation to our survival. So really great that you're doing it, and the conferences sound amazing, and I hope everyone finds out lots more. So in relation to them finding out lots more and becoming a part of the community, going to the event in Copenhagen or going to the event in London, how can we do that?
Well, I would say at the moment we are working on expanding our community, so you can always reach out to us if the mission resonates with you, or if you know of any projects that resonates with the mission and the ethos. You can find us like very practically on our Instagram, softer.global, our website, softer.global, where you can follow along what is happening and stay up to date. And yeah, we have a full team of people ready to also engage and talk with you. So please, we want to grow our community. So yeah, stay in touch.
Great. Well, I hope that everyone does exactly that. It's lovely to meet both of you. Before we go though, is there do both of you have a book or a film or a resource that you really think is interesting in relation to the challenges of AI or or the potential outcomes of it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we actually have two resources that might be a little bit unconventional, but regarding to what we were talking about before with actually rethinking our structures a bit and our value systems, we want to recommend a book by a Danish author called Emma Holten. The book is called Deficit, and it talks about what is value and how do we calculate value in economic systems today. Yeah, so I think if you want to learn about AI, you should also understand how our economic systems works.
Wonderful. Thank you.
My recommendation is a little bit different, but maybe some of you out there have been following this latest drama. There's a trend where people on SoMe share AI-generated images from Ghibli, and it has started this whole conversation about creativity and artistry and copyright issues. But I would actually like to direct the audience to an older quote from Miyazaki that I think becomes more and more relevant in this age where we're trying to make everything so frictionless and fast and automated. And this is a quote: "Most important things in life are hassle. If all of life's hassle disappeared, you would want them back." And that's it.
Well, on that note, we're going to come to an end. But listen, really wish you the very best. And will you keep me in touch with the conferences? I'll come along and see you guys, everyone.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Really good luck. Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you for inviting us.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Nicole and Ida, for that fantastic interview. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast as you have been right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not also visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to Peace One Day YouTube channel. There's so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now, we're really excited to introduce our next guest, Paul Atherton, founder of AIforeducation.org. Please join me in welcoming Paul, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Paul, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
First thing I'd like to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, say Paul Atherton, I've been working in education and international development for about 20 years now. I started off actually doing a PhD where I was looking at, what makes some countries rich and some countries poor, and found out the answer there was education. And for the last 15, 20 years, I've been devoting my career to seeing how we can improve education, primarily in sub-Saharan Africa. I've done this in a number of ways: academic, policymaker. I worked for the UK government, the Department for International Development for a while. And then a few years ago, I spun out and set up by myself. So I set up Fab Inc., a small boutique or advisory firm, which helps bring cutting-edge technology to the schools and teachers that need it the most. So we've worked a lot in sub-Saharan Africa, in Tanzania, and across the African continent. A few years ago, we all got very excited about the power of data and the power of information, and particularly AI, to bring new ways of working to help children. And from there, we started with experimental models predicting which girls wouldn't come back to school after COVID, giving chatbots into the hands of teachers in Sierra Leone to help them have a coach 24/7. And from there, the initiative AIforeducation.org was born.
Wow, incredible. Tell us more about the education and AI and the work that you're doing. Let's get into the detail of that, please.
Yeah, of course. So AIforeducation.org is a big global initiative that tries to make sure that the children in low and low middle income countries are not left behind. So one of the things that really excites us about this technology and this revolution is the fact that children in Malawi can benefit equally to children in Milton Keynes. It's the same technology. And we've got to contextualize it for them and make it speak to them. But the power of the cloud computing and mobile technology means that we're really trying to make sure that we can build these products for them and with them as this wave comes. So we're doing this in a number of ways. One is we do a lot of advanced R&D ourselves. So we try to do this where we see the market will not solve for. Secondly, we're trying to do it openly, transparently, collaboratively, and making sure that we're growing a big community that is really harnessing this new technology and applying it to AI for good.
So how does it actually help? I mean, what's the mechanic of it? What's the AI actually doing?
Oh, the beauty of AI is it can be anything. So imagine that all tech is now ed tech. And in the hands of a trained, and we do a lot of capacity building for the teachers or the heads of school user, they can be creating a lesson plan or simply just asking content clarification. So one of the questions that always sticks with me is in the Teacher AI, which is a WhatsApp support tool for teachers in Sierra Leone. One of the teachers asked, "What does crassy mean in democracy?" And I thought, what does crassy mean in democracy? It's a really good question. And having that kind of access to knowledge at their fingertips can really transform lessons. So it can be used in a number of ways. This isn't just sitting children down in front of screens. This is the school coach that is driving to the school to help them, just doing a quick check of the statistics and a quick check of the previous reports and having suggestions for improvement through AI. And as I say, the beauty of this technology is the reach is very, very far into communities where we've simply not seen technology reach before. So yeah, it can be used in a wide number of ways.
Can I ask you, when you hear the phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of that outcome?
I think we've got to shape that outcome, and I think it's, within our remit and within our ability to make sure that these technologies are used for good. So for me, AI to peace means empowering communities to use AI to become more productive, to become happier, hopefully wealthier, which will lead to assured prosperity. There is a risk that there's many other applications of AI which are less beneficial to society, should we say, in terms of some of the predictive models. For me, it's about us as a community and as a world saying, no, we want to harness this new technology for peace, and we want to do it through increasing prosperity for all of the users by designing it for them and with them.
Paul, thank you for that. When you think about AI, do you have fear about its development?
I have a lot of fear, and I think people have got no idea what is coming. So a lot of people have tried AI models and said, oh, it hallucinates. And maybe one does in terms of the older model. But when you get 5 AI models doing a dialogue and critiquing other work, the potential of this to revolutionize knowledge work, we're applying it in education, but it also applies to agriculture, medicine, legal, is phenomenal. So I have a few concerns there and see risks emerging. One is that it will further inequality. So if you're poor, you're not going to be able to pay $10, $20 a month for a subscription, whereas if you're rich, you probably can, and you can supercharge your productivity. So I see it could potentially worsen inequality. I also see there's a potential that because there's no economic market, the poor farmers in Malawi, the teachers in Zambia will essentially get the cast off. So they'll get a model that's been designed for high income countries in California, in Paris, wherever, and they will be given this. And they won't have the voice or the agency to say, no, this is how we want to do education for our children and our community. This is something we're working a lot on in our initiative to make sure that, again, it's designed for them and with them as well. So, yes, I see many, many risks emerging with AI.
Do you think the gains outweigh the risks?
Yes, 100%. And even if I didn't, I think this is coming anyway. So I say to my friends a lot, if you're not using AI, you and your jobs are at risk from somebody who is. Because AI is not about us just getting this magic tool which sorts everything. AI is about us having a PhD or postdoc or very advanced level friend who is willing to work at any day, any time, day or night, and give us a really concise answer. So if you see it as a little friend or co-pilot, then all of a sudden it's going to be everywhere. So yeah, I definitely see that there are some risks, but I do think that overall the potential for good will outweigh these.
If people would like to support you on your journey, how can they do that?
I think they should definitely follow us on LinkedIn, come to AIforeducation.org, join in our community as well. So education is universal, and as I say, one of the things that excites me is this wave of technology can benefit children all around the world equally. Specifically, if they know of any good open source, open access education materials, maybe a particular book resonated with their child and they would like to share that with us, particularly if this is for low resource communities, that would be invaluable, because one of the things we're really trying to do as an initiative is crowdsourcing the training material, as it's called, to make sure that the voices are represented. So yeah, so generally join us, spread the word, and more practically, if anyone knows of really good education materials that they would like to share to enable these models to be more targeted, that would be wonderful.
Great. I think you're about 30,000 people following you on LinkedIn, haven't you?
We do, yeah. We've already got, I think, 20,000 people reading our newsletter, which puts us up there with the Bedford Times, I think, is our closest local newspaper competitor. But no, seriously, we've got about 32,000 people following us already, yeah.
Well done. Congratulations on that, because what a wonderful thing you're trying to do in terms of giving young people tools to become the driving force behind the vision of a united and sustainable world. That's worth getting out of bed for. So congratulations on that, mate. Fabulous, fabulous. Okay, lastly, if there was one film, book or resource that you would recommend for anybody interested in AI, what would it be?
Oh, it's a difficult question, actually. I'm quite geeky, as people that know me will testify. I really liked The Alignment Problem. I forgot the name of the author, but The Alignment Problem is a very good popular science introduction to AI, told often through the lens really engaging with stories of how children learn. The second one is Minority Report, actually, because once you start actioning on predictions, when your predictions can be imprecise, and also you're perpetuating biases, the future can get quite scary. So I always like to say to people, just because we can do it doesn't mean we should do it. Coming back to Jurassic Park, though.
Okay, that's the end of our great conversation. Paul, we wish you the very best on your remarkable journey. Good luck, and thank you for participating in AI to Peace.
Cool, thank you, Jeremy.
That was incredible, Paul. Such an amazing figure in the world of AI and technology. Now, we're thrilled to introduce a very special discussion, the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance Panel. This panel will feature thought leaders and experts who are shaping the future of AI and its role in global peace, innovation, and ethics. Join us on the panel are Humayun Sheikh, CEO and founder of Fetch AI, Janet Adams, Chief Operating Officer at Singularity Net, and Matt Hawkins, CEO of CUDO. This important discussion will be moderated by Pete Hill, co-founder and vice president of corporate development at CUDO. Please join me in welcoming the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance panel to AI to Peace. Let's go to that discussion right now.
Okay, welcome to AI to Peace. We've got a really cool audience here today, so I'm looking forward to this one. This is the team of ASI, or at least a lot of the team from ASI. So I'd love to hear a little bit about your background and your journey, and I'm going to go with Humayun first.
Right, that's Humayun Sheikh. I'm CEO and founder of Fetch AI. Background started from computer science, did a degree, come from Pakistan. Did my bachelor's in engineering and computer science, took a journey to Cambridge, UK, did a degree there in master's in nanotechnology, and then I started a gaming company, and luckily the gaming company which I started was with Demis Hassabis, who was the founder of DeepMind. So I then got involved in DeepMind as a initial investor, the founding investor, plus the founding first 5 team. So I was looking after commercialization of AI, which was, to be fair, quite a difficult task to do, especially in 2006, 7, and 8. So that's kind of my journey. We exited from DeepMind in 2014, and then I started looking at how we can take AI and actually bring it to the masses, rather than just bigger companies owning it. And then I started Fetch AI, which is a company which focused on agentic application layer and bringing AI. And that's kind of where we are currently. And then we went into an alliance with our partners. We're building multiple things in the sense of building AI, which is useful for individuals and how we can actually commercialize it for people who don't even interact too much with technology.
Brilliant, thank you. I think, some people, the hype around AI has just exploded in the last couple of years. I think for a lot of people, especially outside of the industry, think, AI has just been invented. It's just come to market. So to hear that you've been in it, nearly 20 years, 20 plus years, it's phenomenal, really. Janet, I'd love to hear from you. What's your story?
Well, I was thinking where to start after my illustrious colleagues passed. And I was always a rebel at school. And I dropped out actually because my mum wouldn't let me get highlights in my hair till I left school. So I left school and got highlights and trained as a hairdresser. And at age 18, I got the bus from Limerick in Ireland to London and conquered this city. I did a degree in geology, and then I did a degree in petroleum geosciences at Imperial College in London. And that's where I started having a passion for the evolutionary sciences. And I joined the AI Society, the Physics Society, surrounded by, it was really exciting times. There was a brief history of time, there was chaos theory, there was the selfish gene. The sciences were an absolutely thriving place in the UK at the time when I was doing my degree, mid-90s. And I then went into a career in banking, as you always do when you start out as a hairdresser, through a geology education and into banking. And I worked in technology and risk in banking for 20 years. And I had a aha moment in 2017 when I read a Harvard Business Review article on how AI is set to take over the business world. And it concluded AI won't take over from managers anytime soon, but managers who use AI will take over from managers who don't. And I decided to do my second master's in artificial intelligence while working full time in banking, thanks to my very supportive bosses at HSBC, and then got a job as head of robotics for TSB Bank in the UK, head of AI and robotics, and head of risk and controls. And I had the great joy of meeting Dr. Ben Goertzel, our visionary founder, through this path, and ended up working in decentralized AI, which is the job of a lifetime, with a passion for most advanced technologies at the forefront of our evolution, but being developed in a way that is focused on massive, unforeseen scale, positive impact for humanity.
Fantastic. We're going to come back to that, especially on the robots bit as well. That's coming up. I know my victim for this question now. And Matt, yourself?
Okay, yeah. So I guess I got into computers when I was about 5. I actually got given from my parents my first keyboard and computer, and that was it. I was away, started coding games out of books, and really kind of got on that train from then. And then I started my first software and computer business at 16, just finishing school through college. I had another one through university. I did a computer and business degree, and then some online businesses in the late 90s. And then 2000, actually started a data center and cloud company. And my passion has always been in, the infrastructure and computing, and ran that for 16 years. And during that time, that became one of the largest providers in the UK. We grew into countries all around the world, and we built infrastructure. And then we exited that business. And one of the things I saw when I was running that company was the huge amounts of waste in the data center and cloud industry. We'd have data centers half full, not being used, not being efficient, and lots of them using not good energy, dirty energy, basically. So we started CUDO to improve the industry, make it more sustainable, make it more scalable, provide people lower cost of access to computing as well. So really, if you can change those economics of people being able to get lower cost computing, and you can do it sustainably, then that makes a difference in society with AI technology and everything else that we're building today. So that's our real passion, is sustainably enabling access to global computing. And then we joined ASI, which is a natural fit to enable all of that computing resources to be provided as AI resources to the world, basically make it easy for anyone to access AI.
It's so fascinating, isn't it? Everyone's got such a diverse background, almost kind of like career Tom Bowler at some points. Right? Let's see what comes up next. But it's all led to, the three of you sat here today as part of ASI. And it feels so natural, that progression of how you've got to that place. And so, yeah, anyway, wonderful. I'm honored to be here with the three of you today. AI to Peace. I mean, this is brand new. This is the first time, but it's from the team behind Peace One Day. Huge success. They brought World Peace Day last 25 years, and now shining a light of on AI. I think it's a fantastic event. But what does it kind of conjure? What does it bring to mind? I'm going to start with you.
Well, it's a really great honor to be here, Pete, and it's an honor to work with Jeremy and the AI and the Peace One Day team. We're on the brink of a technological revolution which is unprecedented. It's going to be bigger, faster, and generate more wealth than any industrial or technological revolution in the past. We're still just in the foothills of the AI revolution, although at ASI we're at the top of those foothills, I would say, pushing it forwards. And what's the most important or the greatest imperative of our time is ensuring that this technological revolution benefits everybody on the planet equally, and that it can be used to break down the inequalities and the power stranglehold which big tech and large corporations hold on our planet's resources, and share them more equitably, lift up developing countries, and ensure that we eradicate world hunger, that we cure more diseases, that we bring prosperity, equally prosperity. AI is a human right like food or security or water. Bring that prosperity to everybody on the planet. And when we bring prosperity, with prosperity comes peace, generally.
But if I go to, let's say I go to my mum and I say, what do you think of AI? Oh, if I ask my wife, I ask some of my friends, I think actually I am starting to see this kind of softening around it. And I think that's because everyone is seeing what AI can do and they're using it in their daily lives, and maybe they're creating action dolls that's still in their original wrapping, for social media or something along those lines. But right, so there's a kind of softening there, but there's at the same time there's a bit of fear. So I think it's only right that we kind of discuss that as well. And what are the risks of AI? What is there something to be fearful of, or is it all kind of hope and joy?
I think fear can be healthy for any new technology. Sure. You have to be careful with new technologies. It's the same fear that we saw in the 90s when the internet was taken off. To start with, people were going, this is just going to be used for bad and corruption and criminals. And it's not. It's in everything that we do every single day of our lives. And we're going to see exactly the same in AI. And we already are starting to see that. But then that just becomes part of everyday life. So what we've really got to do is focus around how do we make that safe. And one of the ones is putting guardrails in place. So the AI's got the ability to do so many different things, especially as you've got things like agentic AI coming out now, where that can take on lots of different tasks and roles. You've not just got one solution that you're asking for. Actually, it will go off to lots of different tasks, which means it's got the ability to go off and make its own decision and just carry off on all different sorts of routes. That's where you want to put guardrails in place to make sure it's safe. So I think having that fear is actually a really good thing. But we shouldn't let that fear slow technology down, just like we didn't let the fear slow the internet down. Actually, we built the systems to be safe, and we built systems so that everybody could use it. So I think that's the key bit. You've seen Terminator and these types of films.
This is where I was going. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I think if we don't put the guardrails in place, then those are possibilities.
Well, let me pause you there, because I'm going to ask this to Huai, because Fetch AI is, specializes in the agentic side of things, right? So these are the agents, and go into an NVIDIA conference where they're talking about how the progression of agents, and that will become into the physical, the humanoid, right, with the agents in there.
I mean, yes, we can talk about agents, but generally as a technology, AI, for me, and I think especially in the context of Peace One Day, it is quite interesting to see how we can actually do some very groundbreaking research, and we can do it very fast. So what it is enabling us to do is to discover medicine, genetics, discover new ways of making food, for example, new materials, which were taking us 50 years, 70 years to do some research on. It can be done in 2 days. I mean, DeepMind has proven that with all the genetic stuff that they've been doing. And there is a lot of modeling which is happening, which is going to change that pace of discovery. But just coming back to the good bits this brings, I mean, we're doing some initiative of these AI models, which, for example, hospitals which cannot afford to build these kind of models can use. And that kind of comes with decentralization, because what we're kind of putting together is an infrastructure which you don't need to worry about. You don't even need to pay crazy amounts of money to one big organization, but can be used equally in any part of the world. So now coming back again to the agentic system, the agents can actually deliver those results to those hospitals, for example. So if you don't have the ability or the model to use this new technology, you can use the agents to actually deliver that result for you. Now, that is completely, looking at the other side of, the fear-mongering side, is that you can actually make this technology hugely, hugely useful for underprivileged areas, societies, and bring them the inclusiveness of all of that. And actually the agentic systems enable you to do that. Whereas, yes, we all think about this one big AI which is going to control the world, but actually look at where we could actually make a huge benefit. We can increase the research. We can actually deliver that research to places which had no opportunity. And I actually kind of coming back into Matt's point of view, where, if you think about new technology, sometimes it's good to just jump. So, Wi-Fi, wireless actually jumped putting wires in, which was very costly. That's why some of the nations in Africa, for example, use M-Pesa before, you could use, the banking system. It's kind of removes the complication. The agentic systems actually deliver that result very quickly. So you need a Wi-Fi, for example, and internet, and you can actually access AI. Well, the flip side is that could become dangerous at some point, but I don't, as taking to Matt's point, I don't think we need to worry about it. We just need to put the guardrails in. We just need to do that.
And just for the benefit of the audience, 20-second explainer. Decentralization was mentioned a couple of times. What does that actually mean?
What it means is no single entity should control everything. No single government should control everything. No single corporation should control everything. And everybody should be inclusive in this new wave of technology that is coming.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've gone right through the roster here. Let's move on to hope and, what AI, I mean, it's already been touched on here. We've talked about medicine. We've talked about other use cases here. Janet, I'm looking at you specifically because I know you've been working hard behind the scenes with the rest of the Singularity team on AGI with humanity first. What does that mean? What have we got to look forward to?
Well, I have to say, even just being here with Jeremy and you and the team and these two brilliant partners of ours at ASI, I feel my hope overflowing, actually, with the compute infrastructure that Matt and CUDOs bring, this agentic framework that Humayun has been pioneering in decentralization since, I guess, the original, the OGs of AI agents in crypto. And then, of course, our colleagues at Ocean as well, and the data protocols and data governance, a decentralized approach to data management. With all of these components in the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, we have a unique opportunity. We're the only credible contender for the development of AGI and ASI outside of big tech. And that's really important. So at SingularityNet, we have a team of 100 AI scientists or so working on artificial general intelligence and more advanced forms of AI. We're a little bit maverick in that we take a neural symbolic and evolutionary programming approach to AI, not just the classic large language model, deep neural network approach that's so popular in industry today. And we harness all of those kinds of AI together, which with Fetch and the agentic networks, with CUDO and your expertise in decentralized affordable compute and our colleagues at Ocean, give us this almost unfair head start in the AGI and ASI race over our competitors. So Ben has been working on AGI. His first serious attempt was his WebMind engine in 1998. And what we're now seeing in 2025, we're seeing a lot of the world's great research science teams actually pivoting towards Ben's approach, towards the neurosymbolic approach. But they are behind us because we've got those scientists. We started the world's first AGI society 18 years ago or so, or Ben did, and we've been running the longest conference series. So we have the world's top researchers. And what I'm actually seeing at the moment is it's like some kind of sci-fi party, because we're continuously getting approached right now by top AGI researchers around the world, or AI researchers who want to be part of the winning team. That's an exact quote from a incredible researcher, scientist, technologist from Silicon Valley that we hired, who started just recently, 2 weeks ago. What attracted him? He wanted to be part of the winning team. So we're on the brink of this AGI race revolution. We believe we're out in front. Clearly, we don't have the resources of an OpenAI or Google, but we have our own incredible resources in a decentralized manner with a giant community where we can scale our AGI development almost unlimitedly. So the future is potentially very, very bright if we together at the ASI Alliance are the organization of the Alliance, or the decentralized, talented people and resourceful people who invent this new technology. It could be a winner takes all scenario where whoever invents AGI first just simply takes over the planet, or that technology takes over the planet. And by making it decentralized and in the hands of everybody, we just enable like a complete reboot for humanity, for the better, for peace.
So cool. And I know you could carry on for 20 minutes just on that subject. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's incredible. And I think, what ASI has created essentially is a vertically integrated AI technology stack, which focuses on the decentralization, right? And it focuses on humanity. So it's a brilliant story. We'll stop it right there on the ASI part. But, if anyone wants to find out more about ASI, Matt, where should they go?
To the website, obviously. So if you look at ASI Alliance, then that has the information on what the Alliance is working on. Like we said, it's across lots of different areas. That's probably where the difference is. It's the infrastructure at the bottom. It's the agentic platform. It's the AGI. It's literally everything that you can do to encompass distributed artificial intelligence around the world, but doing it sustainably. That's the most important thing. And I think the key is that for the internet rewired how people communicate. Now AI is rewiring how decision making works, and everybody can be part of that and integrate it and do it cost effectively. So that's all the information's on the site, on the Twitter account if you need, or X, if you need constant updates. So that's the best way to find out.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Final thoughts? Any books, quotes, desert island discs you want to discuss before we wrap up?
Well, we were talking about this. It's an oldish book called Life 3.0. So I think that's what we should be thinking about. And I think it's very good food for thought. And just to add to Matt's point of view, which is the vertically integrated stack, which is decentralized, is quite important, because if you think about how this whole AI space is going to evolve, you have, sometimes getting an open source community to build around you and just getting that momentum around you is actually much more powerful than just having money. We saw that with BlueSeek, right? I mean, we saw that previously in China, but that's not necessarily that they didn't have the money. It's actually getting that community to actually get behind it. And in a decentralized space, that is something which is quite powerful. And we've seen again and again things. I mean, we talked about Bitcoin. Bitcoin was going to die. Naysayers said that, but it's still here. It's still healthy just because there is a community. So I think join this kind of AI race, but join it in a way perhaps which is decentralized, and you add to that your own perspective.
Fantastic. Hermione Sheikh, Janet Adams, Matt Hawkins, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pete, and thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Peace One Day.
Thank you to the incredible participants of the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance panel, Hermione, Janet and Matt, and of course to our moderator Pete for leading such a fascinating discussion. Your insights have been invaluable in shaping the conversation around artificial superintelligence and of course its future impact. Now we're thrilled to introduce Callum Chase, author of Surviving AI. We're honoured to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Callum, interviewed by myself, technology leader and advisor to Peace One Day. Hey Callum, great to meet you. Welcome to Peace One Day and of course to AI to Peace. How are you today?
Hi, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. So perhaps we could start with some orientation. Perhaps you could tell us about your journey. What led you, Callum, to this moment? What have you been up to?
Pretty close to a random walk, really. I had a 30-year career in journalism and business before I got into the AI community professionally. I retired from my last kind of normal job in 2011, and it turns out I'm not very good at retiring, probably because I don't play golf. I had been fascinated by AI for quite some time and really obsessed by it actually since about 1999 when I read a book by a man called Ray Kurzweil called The Age of Spiritual Machines. And so I thought, well, I'll spend more time doing, reading about and writing about this. So I wrote some books about it. And then people started asking me to give talks about it. And I thought, oh, that's good. The talks will be good marketing for the books, which turned out to be exactly the wrong way around. Books are good marketing for talks. So I've been giving talks and writing books about the future of AI for the last 15 years or so.
That's incredible. And so journalism to book writing to keynote speaking and everything in between. So with somebody of your experience, what does the phrase AI to peace mean to you? What's the reality of that outcome in your mind?
Well, I take it to mean a scenario in which we get the upside of AI. AI is a technology, and like any other technology, it can have very good effects and it can have very bad effects. We tend to dwell on the bad effects, and actually that's not stupid because there's a reason why we focus more attention on bad things. Bad things can hurt you, good things you just enjoy. And I think it is important to remember the upside potential of advanced AI, which is truly remarkable. Intelligence is actually probably not humanity's superpower. Our superpower, it turns out, is our ability to collaborate. And that depends heavily on our ability to tell stories to each other and, strangely, to collectively agree to believe in things that probably aren't true. But intelligence is one of our best tools, and it's one of the ways in which we solve all our problems. So if we have a great deal more intelligence available to us, we can solve more and more problems. And if we have intelligence available to us which is much more powerful, much more capable than our intelligence, we can probably solve all of our current problems. And that means things like war and poverty and death. These are problems, and I think they're amenable to advanced intelligence. So if we have, particularly if and when we get to superintelligence, we can solve all those problems. So that's what I think about when I hear the phrase AI peace.
Look, I share your optimism. I like the comment you made about storytelling, but it does strike me that there's high potential for stories to be told as if they were real or true when perhaps they're not. So as you think about those types of concepts and other perils with AI, what fears do you have about the misplacement of AI and its development?
So the potential downsides of AI are truly enormous. The ultimate one is superintelligence arrives and it either doesn't like us or it doesn't bother itself with us, and we are kind of collateral damage in some project it undertakes. And I think we shouldn't deny the very real possibility that the arrival of superintelligence is an existential risk for humanity. If and when machines become much smarter than us, and I see no reason why they won't, then we will no longer be in control of our future. At the moment, we're the smartest species on the planet, and the second smartest species on the planet is a chimpanzee. There's about 500,000 chimpanzees on Earth. There's about 10 billion of us. We decide what happens to chimpanzees. They have no say in their future. And they're quite lucky that they don't know that. And we're not terribly benign, but we're reasonably benign. We're not setting out to make them go extinct. We have a superintelligence on the planet which wants to make us go extinct, then we will not survive very long. So that's the really big downside risk. There's all sorts of others, short-term risks in the use of AI to spread disinformation. That's a favorite hobby of a lot of people. The use of AI to infringe on privacy, the fact that it's not terribly transparent. Those are serious current risks. In the middle, between the sort of current risks and the really big one of the existential risk of superintelligence, AI is going to change everything about our lives. And that includes the very strong likelihood that we will get to a point where there are no jobs for humans, which could be great. It could be really a wonderful world. If humans don't have to do jobs and machines do all the jobs, then humans could do whatever we want to. We could learn and explore and play. We could have a second renaissance. But the transition from here to there is going to be tricky, and we are not thinking about it. So that's one of the risks that worries me, the fact that we are rushing towards this extraordinary future, which could be wonderful, but we're not really thinking about it. The number of people who are seriously thinking about these things is very small, and we need more of our intelligence focused on it. So those are some of the downsides. They're real, but I wouldn't want us to let them cloud the fact that there are tremendous upsides as well.
And I think I'm in technology, as I mentioned, as part of the introduction. And one of the things that we're constantly striving for is use cases. Like, what are the use cases, the real use cases? In your view, what are the kind of practical use cases that can truly drive us towards a more peaceful or sustainable world?
It's hard to think of something that isn't a use case for AI. Ultimately, I mean, it depends on your time frame. Right now, you can use large language models to summarize email, summarize books, write the first draft of reports for you. It's not wise to let it write the final version. AIs are very good for creating chatbots so that companies can deal with their consumers, their customers more effectively, more quickly. They are very good for generating fairly low-level creative work. So you can automate the production of highly personalized marketing communications. So those are the sorts of things you can do now. But in the future, I mean, some of this is available now, but in the future, machines are going to create new drugs for us. They're going to find solutions for all the things that make us ill as we get older. I mean, we basically die because we age, but and if we can reverse the aging process, which I do think machines eventually will do, then many of us will, in fact, most people won't need to die, which would be quite an interesting change. Every endeavor that humans undertake, growing food, creating art, traveling from A to B, having fun, meeting people, AI can help with all of it. the extent to which it can help and the kinds of things it can help with depend on the time frame. You know, it's relatively limited now, although very powerful already. In 10 years' time, it's going to be seriously impressive. In 30 years' time, if we haven't got to beyond superintelligence by then, it's going to be astonishingly impressive.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. So, look, we've already had an inspiring conversation. We've got about a minute and a half left. I'd really like to understand how can our audience, I think we're up to about 2 million impressions today, and at one point we've had 1 million viewers. How does that audience engage with you and your content?
So I've recently got involved in a company called Consium, and our focus is on the possibility of AIs becoming conscious sometime in the next few years. If and when that happens, it'll be really interesting because we will probably learn a great deal more about our own consciousness, which is the most important thing about us. Also, we need to be extremely careful not to harm them. And I also have this hypothesis, which I think is quite interesting, which is that we may be in a position to choose whether the first superintelligence is conscious or not. Now, most people instinctively would say that would be a really bad idea to make an AI conscious, but I think what they're doing is confusing volition with consciousness. I think a machine which is conscious will understand what we mean when we say we're conscious in a way the machine which is not conscious will have no ability to do. So I think more people should pay attention to the possibility of conscious AI and follow Consium, CONSCIUM, in order to learn more about that.
That's amazing. Look, we're going to hold that thought. We are at the end of the interview. Thank you so much for your contribution. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you today. I know I will personally look up your content. I'm also interested in consciousness and AI, so thank you.
Great to be with you. Bye-bye.
You too. Take care. Thank you, Callum, for your incredible insight and for supporting AI to Peace. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share with them the link. Every view helps. And why not also visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And of course, subscribe to Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. Now we're thrilled to interview Pete Hill, co-founder and vice president of development at CUDO, and we're honored to have his support here today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Pete, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day. Let's go to that interview right now.
Pete, co-founder CUDO and of course sponsor of AI to Peace. Welcome.
Thank you very much. How exciting is this?
It's incredible. Yeah, and as Steve was just mentioning on that link, 1.2 million people so far, viewing the content. So that's incredible. We thank you for enabling that to happen.
I think that's actually an understatement. Last time I looked at it, it was over 2.5. So incredible job. Absolutely amazing. And can't wait to see what it's like at the end of the day. And thank you, everyone that's been listening, just tuning in.
Yeah, good point. Thank you to all of the viewers for tuning in. That's very, very special. So look, to everyone watching, you're the co-founder of CUDO. You've enabled this global conversation to take place. Tell the audience about your journey, from where you started to where you are today.
Well, I didn't always know I was going to end up here. This is the pace of technology moving, right? A lot of this stuff didn't really exist. I think, let's go a little bit way back. When I was at school, I was the last year to leave before IT became compulsory. I left there, had never really been into computers. I wasn't one of the 4-year-old coders, and I know they've had some amazing guests on through the day so far. So my journey was really like kind of a bit of self-discovery. It's like, what did I want to do? And then I went to university a bit later, at 21, after doing a bit of traveling and doing some odd jobs here and there. I didn't really have that direction. But when I got to university, there was something that kind of gripped me in that computing world, and I didn't know what it was yet, but I felt like it was a challenge. And I feel like I've just been very, very, very fortunate, Jeremy, to be able to catch 3 great waves of innovation in that time in my career: cloud computing, blockchain, and now AI. And we're not talking about AI because it's been around a long time, and I don't think people realize how long we've actually been using it. I'm talking more about this kind of generative AI and this agentic AI and what's soon to go into this kind of physical AI boom. So yeah, that's been my journey really, one of self-discovery, going through different technologies, and I think you just get hooked. When you're inside that industry and you see all the things being innovated, you just get hooked. So that's me.
Yeah, amazing. So you get hooked, and being inside this kind of world and this evolution of AI, and it's progressing really fast. When you hear this phrase, because look, there's a lot of people who aren't in the world of AI who are a little bit concerned, maybe a bit fearful, feel a bit disempowered by it, or a bit confused as to where it's going to take us. Let's get into that in a moment. But when you hear this phrase, AI to peace, what do you think about when you hear that?
I think, look, first of all, CUDO, we value ourselves on sustainability. We wanted to do something very, very different to what the kind of status quo was doing out there. We spent years within the data center industry, the cloud computing industry. We wanted to find a way that we could build a sustainable model that was kind on the environment, and it was open to people, access, at all levels, wherever you were in the world, right? So that was kind of the values that comes up from a company point of view, and why we got into AI to peace and why it really, really spoke to us. But actually, if you're asking me personally, I'm thinking my mum, my wife, my friends, if I mention AI, it's like, ooh, and we see that reaction all the time because it's a new technology. It's not widely known at a deep level yet. Necessarily. And so, when I saw AI to peace, I thought this is a really, really good opportunity to shine a beacon of light on AI and kind of just soften it, just bring awareness to what it's actually being used in a good way.
Okay. So when when your mum or your wife or friends or dinner parties, whatever it all is, and they go, oh, AI, what do you want to say to people? What's the sort of thing you go, hang on, you don't need to feel that way. What sort of things do you say that make us feel a bit more like, okay, there is a constructive, positive journey going on here?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so if we talk about the kind of what AI can be used for, let's think about disease research and disease prevention and disease curing, for instance. The power of the kind of the AI and the way that some of these applications are being built, and the way that it can generate these kind of answers for us in a very, very, very quick time is allowing us to really accelerate the cures for cancer. And soon there'll be like personalized cures for cancer. You'll be able to go in, you'll be able to have your checkup, they find it, they're able to design specific to your genome sequences, to your cells, and be able to cure it in a very, very quick time. And that can be converted and translated across nearly every single facet of our business, our social lives, our home lives, our play lives as well. It's going to impact everything. That's really what's kind of exciting.
Okay, that is cool. I mean, we're going to show right at the end of this program how AI created something for Peace One Day with Steve Harding, to inform, inspire, and engage young people by using the tool. And I hear that it's making educational resources much more accessible. It's curing things much faster. This is all extremely interesting. Okay, but what about the other side of it? And talk to me a little bit about the part that you fear, because of course we hear a lot about AI being utilized in the world of war, and there's a lot of investment in this area. What do you think can be done to maybe slow that down, or is it more conversations like this, more shows like AI to Peace, putting constructive narrative out there, trying to inspire those who might be using it for the wrong reasons?
Yeah. I think it falls into two buckets, right? And it's all about disruption, right? So disruptive things can be a cause for fear, can be a cause for hope as well, right? But if we stick on the fear subject for now, it can kind of fall into two buckets. Bucket one is Terminator. Right? How many people would you say AI, especially when you're talking about these new kind of physical AI humanoids that are coming out, instantly think, oh, it's Terminator, it's Skynet, evil legions of robots, and how they're going to take over the world, and how they could be weaponized and used for military use. Yeah. But then you've also got bucket number two, which is AI going to take my job? How how am I going to earn? Is probably the better question there. Yeah. And I think you kind of it's because it's disrupting, and it is a disruptive technology. And without the right guardrails, right, without the right regulations in place, which always comes after innovation. So we've kind of gone through this innovation phase, and those guardrails are now coming in. rightfully so, we should have a little bit of fear in there, right? Because, you know, this is very, very, very powerful technology, and it could go into the wrong hands. And if it is used in the wrong way, then it can have those impacts. But providing we've got those in place, then, you know, AI technology should be harnessed, because the amount of amazing stuff, it definitely weighs the balance towards there. But, you know, I'd say this with everything, Jeremy, is like, just go back and look at any technology, not just recently with the internet and how the internet has disrupted high street shops, for instance. You could go all the way back. You could say that horse breeding took a nosedive when the cars were invented, right? So everything is disrupted, as if you take a long enough view of it. I think the feeling of this time is that AI is actually disrupting humans. It's not just disrupting a trade or necessarily, it's disrupting ourselves. And so, so I think fear is a good place, because it actually makes sure that we put the right guardrails in place to safeguard ourselves.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's a wonderful way to look at it, and a very positive way and a constructive way. And I think you're probably, you know, I hope there's a lot of truth in that. I mean, look, earlier you spoke to us about all the, you know, the positive ways in which, whether it's medicines or education and those kinds of areas. So I think the last thing to say, we've kind of covered a lot. That's really interesting, and thank you for doing that. The thing that I want to say is, listen, if people would like to find out more about CUDO or your work, where would they go? How can they do that?
Yeah, sure. So CUDO is an AI cloud computing platform. You can go to cudocompute.com. If you're interested in learning a bit more, you can go and sign up. Accounts are free. You can get access to lots of GPU power for your applications. But we're also part of the ASI Alliance, so Artificial Superintelligence. So if you want to go check that out, they're one of the sponsors here today as well. Then it's superintelligence.io.
Okay, that's really cool. So thank you for that. Listen, we've got, 40 seconds left, right? So tell me, I mean, a film, a book, a website, a resource for somebody watching this, because there's,
let's talk about resource. Let's talk about resource. So I would deeply encourage people to, if you have a ChatGPT, or you could use one of those kind of large language models out there, is to just go and give it a go, right? And you'll quickly see how this can really help you with your day-to-day productivity. You can even have a bit of fun on it, right? Everyone's seen these kind of action figures that are going around on Facebook and everything at the moment. But from have a look at the kind of productivity part. I use deep research all the time, and it just saves an enormous amount of time, but it's not taking away that creativity, because you still have to put that creativity in to get what you need out. It's just helping you with the structure and with the monotonous bits.
Okay. Pete, co-founder, CUDO, sponsor of AI to Peace. Listen, I'm immensely grateful, genuinely, to you, to the ASI network, to the people at JAAQ. We couldn't do this work if you weren't behind us. So, like, a massive thanks, yeah?
It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much.
Look after yourself, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete Hill, for your incredible insights and for supporting #AI to Peace. And thank you to our sponsors, CUDO, the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, and JAAQ. We are so honoured to have your support today for #AI to Peace 2025. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag #AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed, and subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. Now we're thrilled to introduce Nick Feingold, founder of Curation Group. We are honoured to have his support today, so please join me in welcoming Nick, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Nick Feingold, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thanks for having me, Jay.
Listen, it's I've got to tell people that Peace One Day has been on a long journey, last 25, 26 years. But when we were in real trouble, probably 20 years ago. We've been in trouble for 26 years. What am I talking about? But actually, 20 years ago, we didn't have anywhere to go, and you were running execution at the time, and you looked after us, and you gave us money each month. And I'm just truly grateful that you came in here today. You've been a massive help.
Can I suggest that you explain that when you say you were running execution at the time, that you explain that's the name of a stockbroking firm?
Yeah.
Given the fact it's a peace state.
Yes.
Right? Because so execution was the name of the firm. Otherwise, it sounds a bit wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you clarified that for the audience, but it was absolutely amazing to have Nick here today, who's been a massive supporter of Peace One Day. Okay, let's get into this. So, Nick, could you tell the audience a little bit about your journey, which you've alluded to a little bit, but give us some detail about your journey and where you are today?
My journey, what you're starting from what
Wherever
age?
you like.
Huh? I'll start from university. This is fairly well-known fact. I graduated with a third-class honours degree in textiles. I am clinically brain dead by any academic benchmark, as you know. And I went into the city, and I only ever had 3 jobs really. I started at a place called Wood Mackenzie, where my brother begged them to give me a job. That's a pretty well-known fact as well. Then I worked for NatWest in London and 5 years in New York, which was kind of fun. And then I came back and I started at Deutsche Bank for another 5 years, and then I started my own firm in a warehouse in Brick Lane with a mini golf course, a karaoke machine, and a bar, as you know, which is where we worked together for 10 years.
Yeah. And now, and so I mean, you're utilising technology, AI to peace. Talk to me a little bit about how you're utilising technology and what AI means to you.
AI doesn't mean a tremendous amount to me. Like, am I sort of emotionally attached to it? It's a technology. It's a revolutionary technology. It's a game-changing technology, and like all other technologies, it can be used for incredible good and incredible harm. Yeah. And I think the world's trying to get to grips with what those metrics are at the moment.
And so a phrase like AI to peace. As you know, we put constructive narrative out around the issues of food and education and peace and climate, and we wanted to create this experience because we heard a phrase, or I heard a phrase a long time ago, where Elon Musk was saying if you were worried about nuclear weapons, get ready for AI, or whatever words he exactly used. So so we wanted to put some constructive narrative out there. So for people who are at home who might be feeling a bit disempowered by all of this revolution, this movement that's happening. What do you say when you hear the phrase AI to peace?
What immediately comes into my head is another ridiculous Jeremy Gilley project that everybody else says is impossible, that I know that you'll end up working. That's what comes straight into my head. All those years ago when you said, I'm going to start the world's first peace day, I'm like, yeah, of course you will, mate. But you did. And so now you're evolving it. That's the first thing that comes into my head. I think when I think of AI, I'll give you a really, really, really bad scenario, and I'll give you a really, really good one. Really, really good one is, that we can replicate human function, both mentally and physically and beyond mentally. And that frees up people to do nice things, build communities, social work. We can start to care about each other again in a way that we've never been able to do because of the drudge of a lot of really crap jobs that are out there, which could be done. So I can see AI through automation freeing up millions of people to look after humanity in one sense. And then I can also see a scenario which is a Luddite scenario, no different to smashing up looms in the Industrial Revolution, when people go to attack the robots, smash the robots up, because essentially they see them as taking their jobs. So if you're a taxi driver now and an autonomous car comes in, we've already got people attacking Teslas. Right, so it's not a huge leap to assume that people might want to attack the robots, attack the Teslas, or attack the autonomous stuff, and that's and then when the robots are ordered to stop that and fight back, that's when it starts. So I think it can be, as I said, like any other technology that I've come across. Your mobile phone can be used for all sorts of incredible informational purposes. Your mobile phone can be used for grooming kids. So it's about guardrails, but my suspicion is that the guardrails are gone. As AI starts to talk to AI, I think the guardrails are going to be very difficult to control. And those that are worried, I think, are pointing to that fact.
Okay, so that's what you fear most, the guardrails not being in place as we develop.
If I'm honest, I think a lot of people are earning a really good living out of making AI predictions. My gut feeling is it's beyond our human comprehension as to what's about to happen to the world. I don't think we really understand, I don't think we have the mental capacity to totally understand how and all the different ways this is going to impact society. I can paint stunningly uplifting and really happy scenarios, and I can paint Terminator just as easily. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think the idea that we're going to be able to regulate this it's gone already, as some of your previous guests were saying.
Yeah.
You know, if you're fighting a war with drones and you don't have AI, you will lose the war. So everybody has to have the AI. So I no longer see where those guardrails can be. That's your job. Sort the guardrail bit out.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Well, I mean, the more we have conversation, we put constructive narrative out and do what we're doing, like we've been doing with many other issues, then I think that's really important. You do too. That's why you turned up today, and I'm really grateful that you did, Nick, to give us your take on this scenario. Talk to me a little bit about what you're actually doing now. I mean, you took us up to execution, but you are utilising technology. You are involved in a community of people. Could you just talk to us about what you're doing now and what your vision for your future is in relation to what you're doing?
In terms of my background was financial services. Now, the financial services industry is a really interesting place because it's an industry that's invented this really sort of difficult language that's deliberately designed to cast intellectual superiority over its audience so that they can charge fees. It's another way of saying we make massively complicated stuff, massively complicated content, and we tend to make it even more complicated so that we can say to people, oh, look at us, we're really clever, you should pay us. So what I'm spending my time doing and using AI for mainly is taking financial stories and making them beautifully simple, curated, and then turning them into films, which the AI can now do at a staggering level of quality.
Yeah, and I've seen some of those films and they're pretty interesting, but there was a time when a film like you showed me would have cost hundreds of thousands, if not more, and you're doing it for $1,000, $2,000, right?
Yeah, I mean, right now, you've seen some of the stuff. I think this is relevant to anyone who's watching, anybody who has a business. If I said to any business in the world, you can make $1 million advert for $300 worth of software, right? I think it's game changing. So what we're building is what we call Project Shareflix, which is Netflix for stocks and shares, where you can go and actually have a story about a stock that you love told to you simply. So, great example, John Deere versus Tesla. Why will there be autonomous tractors before there'll be autonomous cars? Because you can't hit anything in a field, right? And if you've got 10,000 people on the streets of Delhi and cows in the road and you've got 180 sensors on an autonomous car, it's not going to go anywhere in a city. I think people understand that. I think they start to see value in John Deere, and we make these really nice films and we sit them down next to all of the pertinent facts. We're not trying to get people to buy the stock or sell the stock. We're saying, look, this is a super interesting story that you're more than capable of understanding. Tesla's worth 700 billion, John Deere's worth 100 billion. Discuss who's going to have an autonomous vehicle first. My view is John Deere.
Yeah, and then that helps them make an investment because you've simplified and helped them.
It's about educating and informing people, but primarily it's about not boring people to death, which the financial services industry has a habit of doing, as well.
Yeah. So look, we've come to the end of this, Nick. I could talk to you forever, as I said. But listen, for people who have just listened to what you said, because it's fascinating. I mean, your knowledge and wisdom over the years in this area is pretty cool. I know you won't say that, but I will. Can you just tell me, where would we go to find out more about what you've been talking about and the community that you've built?
So we're beta testing Project Shareflix at the moment. So the Flix bit is going to take a bit of time to come, because even the current AI suite is not really capable of delivering $1 million video in 5 minutes yet, but it will be in a year or two. So if you're interested in beta testing the project, you go to curationconnect.com, right, and go to the showcases and join our community. You can sign up there.
Curationconnect.com.
Curationconnect.com.
I'd urge people to go there and hang out with Nick. He's a wonderful man.
They won't be hanging out with me. They'll be hanging out on my
but they
side,
could reach out to you and you chat to them. I know you would. You did that for me. Listen, mate, good luck, yeah?
All right, buddy.
Lovely to see
Good
you,
to
Nick.
see you again.
Thank you for everything.
Pleasure.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you, Nick Feingold, for your incredible insights and for supporting #AI to Peace. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed, and subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. We're honoured to introduce our next guest, the Right Honourable Gillian Keegan, former Secretary of State for Education here in the UK. Please join me in welcoming the Right Honourable Gillian Keegan, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Gillian, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. The first question I wanted to ask you, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, if any of your viewers have heard of me at all, they've probably heard me in my last job, which was I was the Secretary of State for Education. But I only got into politics about 10 years ago. Before that, I spent a long time in business. I grew up in Liverpool, started work at 16 as an apprentice, and I kind of worked my way up and worked in different businesses all over the world and became a politician in my late 40s, 49 when I got elected.
Incredible, incredible. What an amazing role that must have been, to be so involved with shaping young minds, particularly, in terms of supporting them around the issues of creating a more peaceful and sustainable world. It must have felt like an incredible responsibility and a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, and also giving people opportunities. I grew up in a place just outside Liverpool called Knowsley, and it was actually quite famous in educational circles for not having a good school offer and not many opportunities for young people. And I sort of grew up and left school in the 80s, and it was a very difficult time and lots of people didn't get many opportunities. So that's always stuck with me, that there was all these really talented people that were not really given much of a shot. So that's why I was delighted when I became, first of all, the Apprenticeships and Skills Minister and then Secretary of State for Education, because I could basically do my little bit to change that and make sure there was more opportunity for people at all stages of their life.
Incredible. So we're talking about AI. What role will AI play in relation to our survival, in relation to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world? I'm talking about particularly education. What's happening with AI and education?
Well, the first thing we decided to do as a government was to actually embrace AI. And that meant to explore, to look at it, to try and see what were the opportunities and also what were the pitfalls. So we had an AI strategy, we put together some money, and we started to train AI in different areas of government. So within education, we were looking at three main areas to begin with. The first was workflow, to just make it a lot more efficient and easy for teachers to be able to plan lessons, to be able to mark work, etc. That was the first thing. The second was to customize a learning journey. So AI can really customize and be very individual to your learning journey. And then the third one was to really help better support children with special educational needs, using AI, again, to react to their individual needs as they're on their learning journey. So we set up those use cases and we started to train AI to make sure that we, in a sort of sandbox environment, to make sure that we got good outcomes and we didn't have, bias or any of those other things that everybody's concerned about, the ethics of AI. So we could look through that lens as well.
It's amazing, Gillian. And I'm interested, if we take money, put money aside for a moment, so it's not about saving money or making money. Do you think, that AI is something that is going to be constructive and positive towards giving young people a better education?
I do. And if you think of people in parts of the world where they really don't get access to a great education, it's got the real ability to be a leapfrog technology. So one of the things we were always struggling with even in the UK education system was getting enough maths teachers, for example, because, if you've got a maths degree, you're probably everybody's competing to try and get you in their business, including all the AI companies. So it was quite difficult. So I think obviously what you could do is really scale using AI to have a superior individual journey. And if you don't have enough teachers, you can use your teachers in a more sparing fashion. So I do think over time it will really help education to really be without limits anywhere in the world.
So you're genuinely I mean, or maybe not, but it sounds certainly as if you are. You look at AI as something that is an opportunity to embrace.
Yes.
But there are some issues, aren't there, Gillian? I think we've got to be a little bit careful with it, haven't we?
We do, and there's it's so powerful that you need to really understand what you're unleashing as well. And also, one of the things in education that a lot of people are concerned about is, how do you make sure that students are actually learning as opposed to AI doing the job for them and doing the assignments and that kind of thing. And that's why one of the things I did do when I was Education Secretary, and hopefully future Education Secretaries will do this for this reason, is I refused to change exams from the old-fashioned way. So at some time in your educational journey, you will still get the date with destiny that we've all got since time immemorial, which is you'll sit there with an exam and a pencil or a pen and you'll have to fill a thing in. And I think, you do need to think through some of those checks and balances. There are a lot of exam systems in the world where they have gone online. And, it just gets harder to think through all of these things if you don't have, some kind of checks and balances. So I was quite pleased that we'd kept the old-fashioned way, because that will make it at least a little bit easier to know when it comes to exams that it is the individual that's taking the exam in the usual way. Fantastic.
Gillian, what advice would you give to a young person watching in terms of they're going to embark on their journey? They're obviously thinking about the issues of AI. What advice would you give to young people going into the world that we have at present?
You have huge advantages because you are way ahead of the tech journey than most of us. And what you find, and you find this with technological shifts all along. So when I started work, not long afterwards was, the internet was a big thing. And there was a lot of people in work who were a bit frightened of the new technology. They were already there. They could see lots of risks, etc. So the younger people like myself at the time were really embracing it because it made sense to us and it made lives easier. The young people are on the next version of that journey. So it'll allow them to offer a lot of value to companies. They'll be able to give insights. They'll be able to teach their colleagues things as well. So a technological shift gives a lot of advantage to young people who, are digital natives, but also will be using AI today. I bet many of them are using AI. I mean, I'm using AI even in X. It's actually amazing how quickly AI has come on. If you compare it to 6 months ago, it's coming on leaps and bounds. It's so unbelievable that even in the reasoning tools are very good now.
I mean, in relation to, the topic, AI to peace, do you think AI can help us to create a more peaceful world?
I hope so. I haven't quite been able to get my head round how, I suppose it's by making people understand things better, by educating people, being able to make sure that people are sharing similar information and similar, I guess they'll still have the same issues, which is the issues we're struggling with today, which is misinformation and how you make sure that the information is true and correct and isn't biased and doesn't come from just a particular angle. So it will still have the same challenges, but clearly the more that people can have a common understanding, the closer you are to having peace in the world, because if you put many people, if they walk in the same shoes, they will actually quite often take quite similar views.
I mean, let's really hope. I mean, I'm sure with the incredibly important role that you had in relation to education, you must have got up every day thinking to yourself, if we can get this right, we are closer, to a world which can be united, which can interculturally cooperate, which can stand together as one, that can manifest a kind of peaceful and sustainable world, because we are equipped. You're giving young people the tools necessary to take on the great, challenges we face. I mean, that must have been, an incredible, responsibility, but opportunity. Is there anything that you didn't accomplish that you'd like to have?
Well, the things that we were talking about, I think that are still ongoing, is there's been a shift in technology. And every kid nowadays has a smartphone, and that brings with it a lot of power, but also a lot of things that are concerning to people in terms of what information they get, etc. So we were looking at how we we regulated the use of smartphones in schools, how we stopped young children using them to make sure they were focusing on their studies. Because ultimately, you also need the ability to build those relationships, to have those conversations, to be able to build relationships with people. So we were trying to get that right. And then there were two other things that I think have changed as a result probably of quite recent events, whether it's COVID, but also the advent of social media and smartphones, etc. And that is the growth of mental health and young people worrying about mental health, and also special educational needs, because there are many, many more things that we can do to help children overcome special educational needs. But I think the growth in demand of both of those things has outstripped the state's ability to respond at the moment. So they're the two things. So we were trying to build up more places for special educational needs, more resources, more mental health appointments, but it's definitely fair to say that we were behind the demand, because the demand quadrupled in very, very few years.
Incredible, extremely interesting. Thank you. Can I ask, if people want to find out about your journey now, how can they do that?
Well, they can follow me. I'm on all the usual social media. So I've got a website as well, gilliankeegan.com. Most of it is by political journey. And obviously I'm no longer an MP, and I'm kind of trying to figure out where my next journey will be. I'm taking a gap year because I have worked full time since I was 16. So I'm taking a gap year at the moment. But I will be putting more and more things on LinkedIn and on gilliankeegan.com as and when.
Gillian Keegan, thank you so much for participating in AI to Peace, and we wish you the very best on your journey. Good luck.
Thank you, and good luck with the conference.
Thank you, the Right Honourable Gillian Keegan, for that fascinating interview. It is an honour to have had your support. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. The next guest we're going to hear from today is Dr. Evelyn Tauchnitz, Senior Research Fellow at the Lucerne Graduate School in Ethics, University of Lucerne in Switzerland. We are honoured to share her special interview for hashtag AI to Peace 2025, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Evelyn, welcome to AI to Peace.
Hi, thank you, Jeremy, for having me today.
The first thing I wanted to ask you, Evelyn, could you just tell us a little bit about yourself and your journey?
Yes, of course. I'm a senior researcher at the University of Lucerne, and I'm conducting research on the impact of digital change, of the digital transformation on society, specifically on peace and conflict. From an ethical perspective, also looking at human rights. So really trying to look at it from an ethical perspective, not only describing what is happening, but also asking critical questions, like, for example, like what kind of society do we want to be living in? What kind of person do I want to be? Or also what kind of world do we want to be living in if we're talking about peace and conflict? And well, my background, I started from social sciences, from like traditional peace and conflict research. And well, it's a bit sometimes too much security focused for my taste, like in the sense of how can we avoid violence? And sometimes I felt it a bit like almost a bit too depressive. And so I try to turn more towards like the normative side, asking also like how could things be different? And that's how I ended up in ethics, like not only describing how the world is, because also currently it's not in the best state, so to say, when it comes to peace and conflict. And so also asking like these normative questions, like what kind of society, what kind of world do we want to be living in?
So in relation to the development of AI, what concerns you most about its evolution?
What concerns me most is its merger or its possible merger with biology, like everything which has to do with biotech. And I think on the one hand, it's an important research field. I mean, especially if we talk about improving health, creating new medical, also rehabilitation possibilities. I mean, that's a great area, of course. But I also see it a bit critical because, let's say if AI would ever be to merge completely with biology. I mean, everything in biology has kind of a survival instinct. Even plants might have, because they turn towards the sun. They grow, they change themselves. Like this internal change mechanism also inherent in biology. So I would be worried, for example, if AI would suddenly develop some survival instincts, that it would not find the button anymore to switch it off. So to say it simple, like as long as AI stays in the machine, I'm okay with it in a way. But if it would be merging one day with biology, I think there it gets complicated, because suddenly you might not find the switch anymore to turn it off, or it might resist. It might even maybe try to create a program which does not allow you to turn it off, for instance, because it might not want anymore. Like in a way, because if it has a motivation, that would concern me. And I think that could happen if you connect it with biology to this survival instincts, to emotions, the ability to feel pain also, the ability maybe even to feel joy. And that would be really difficult to handle. Also, even the question then arising if we should give rights to AI, for example, like to animals, because if AI has the ability to suffer, it would maybe also require rights. And that would be a real test, not only for AI, but especially for humans. And I would rather try to avoid that situation.
Incredible. Absolutely fascinating. What's your thoughts in relation to AI's ability to support humanity to live more peacefully and sustainably?
Well, I think when we talk about peace and conflict, what is interesting is that most conflicts or most wars, I think, are not really fought on rational grounds. But let's say human beings are not always very rational. And especially when it comes to emotions like hate, to pain. So in a way, I think what AI could really help us is to find a bit of more, rational ways to not AI solving our conflicts, but showing us up more rational ways to communicate, to address the conflicts we're having, for example, in peace negotiations, in mediation efforts. Also enabling us to better understand the other side, because often there's not even so much communication between enemies. And so if you would have more insight into into the background, like into the interests of the other side, maybe it could open up a bit more understanding, or it could even help like practical ways to keep track of negotiations. Because sometimes promises are made and the misunderstandings arise, because these are very emotional situations. And I think maybe AI could help us get a little bit more rational, which could help to solve conflicts.
Evelyn, if anyone would like to learn more about your work, how can they do that?
Well, I'm currently in the process of, I don't want to say finalizing, almost finalizing a book, which is called I Connect, Therefore I Am, Developing a New Vision of Peace for the Digital Age. So I cannot give a guarantee if it will be published still this year, maybe also next year. But on any case, you can find me on LinkedIn. And there I will be updating whatever research outputs I'm having. Recently, there's also been published an article in the Data and Policy Journal, which I also will put on LinkedIn. So yes, I think LinkedIn is the simplest way to find me.
Great. And in terms of resources for people who might who have listened to you and maybe listened to other people in AI to Peace, is there a book, a film, a sort of a destination that you would recommend people read or go to for more information around AI?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, something that concerns me also with AI, I haven't mentioned that for your first question about what is my worries with AI, but I'm actually also very worried about autonomous weapon systems and the responsibility of people who develop these systems. And sometimes I like to draw the parallel there with nuclear energy, with the atomic bomb. And it's not long ago that I saw that movie again. What was it called? Dr. Strangelove, or How to Love the Bomb, and from Stanley Kubrick. And it's a very satirical movie. And I found it very insightful because even if you have clear command structures and you wouldn't think certain things could or would happen, still humanity, or there are always some kind of crazy human beings. There's always an element of loss of control. You cannot always control everything. And I think it's the same with autonomous weapon system, with AI. Like, we should be very cautious about what we put in the hands of AI. And especially when it comes to autonomous weapon, I think there should be more caution as well.
What a very interesting film to recommend. I saw it a long time ago. I'm going to watch it at the weekend. Okay.
It's a crazy one. Still black and white, but yeah.
Evelyn, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts for AI to Peace, and the very best of luck with the book and all of your incredible work. Thank you, Evelyn.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you so much to Dr. Evelyn Tauchnitz for your moving words. We are truly grateful for your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed today. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now we're thrilled to introduce Ben Baldieri, founder of the GPU. Please join me in welcoming Ben, interviewed by Steve Harding, technology leader and advisor to Peace One Day.
Ben, welcome.
Pleasure, Steve. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Peace One Day. Welcome to AI to Peace. We're sharing this platform apparently with 1 million of our closest friends, so no pressure.
No pressure at all.
But perhaps, we have a decent audience today. Perhaps we could start with some orientation. Tell us about your journey. How did you get to this moment?
Yeah, so I think I want to preempt this by basically saying I'm just some guy, right? So following on from all of these amazing guests that you've had on with their illustrious careers in deep in research for AI, they've been in infrastructure for years. I only joined this industry about 12 months ago, and this is just the latest in a long series of extended evolution. So I studied biology at university, graduated in 2013, did the classic student thing, moving to London, thinking I'm going to make an absolute ton of money. Obviously that didn't happen.
Not yet.
Well, not yet, right? Had to leave London to come back to then see if I make a bit. But I digress. So left London end of 2015. This was after moving from biology to IT consultancy to commodities broking. Absolutely hated it, right? Doing the finance thing didn't work out for me. Decided I wanted to join the military. So that was 2016. Left London, trained for the military, was fortunate enough to be selected for the Royal Marines Officer Training Programme. Wow. So I became 3026-1377 Second Lieutenant Baldieri of RMYO 16 for a grand total of 16 weeks. After such point, I ended up getting injured. It turns out I've got hips like a Labrador, right? They don't quite sit where they're supposed to. So I got injured during basic, left, no idea what to do with my life. So I did what any reasonable human being with a well thought out plan would do, and I moved to China. This was 2017. So moved to Shenzhen, spent a year in Shenzhen, moved to Shanghai, spent 3 years in Shanghai, 2 years pre-pandemic, 2 years during the pandemic. Got involved in social media marketing, involved in some coaching, had a bout of spine surgery in the middle where I spent a couple of years on all kinds of opiates, just navigating that. Did a master's in blockchain while I was navigating the recovery from surgery. Spent a few years working in the blockchain space and moved over into AI infrastructure. It would have been April last year. So I have worn many hats up until this point. And I mean, this is by far and away the most exciting place that I've been so far. And I can confidently say that with a series of comparisons I think that I can make.
It's incredible. It's like you've lived 1,000 lives and that's just an introduction. Yeah. Okay, so you are now in the world of AI, I guess 12 months hence, I think you said.
Absolutely.
So when I say the words AI to peace, what does that conjure up in your mind?
Yeah, so I mean, AI as a technology from my mind covers two things. You've got the software layer, which people are going to be interacting with on a day-to-day basis, and then you've got the infrastructure layer, right, which is what all of this fantastic stuff is going to be running on. And if we think about from a software standpoint, you have this incredible tool that means that you can basically learn anything just by speaking with it, right? You can get to a pretty good level of competency incredibly quickly. On the infrastructure side, there is so much value that can be created from the physical infrastructure in different places. So data centers are the thing that's kind of having a moment in the sun at the moment. Previously not particularly sexy, but now everyone's talking about it. It's in the context of how much power are these things going to use, and that's obviously a very important consideration. But the amount of value that these massive facilities that can sometimes use the same amount of power as a small city, right, can create in a local area has a massive amount of potential for economic uplift, GDP growth. So then in the context of AI to peace, right, you have this amazing engine for prosperity moving in two directions. You've got this tool that can empower people on an individual basis at the one end, and then at the bottom you've got this incredible GDP growth engine. And if you combine those two things together, more prosperity, that then leads to more peace. And I think that Pete Hill, a good friend from CUDO, might have said that one earlier, so I'm going to echo his point.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good point. But I think there's also genuine concern in the market. I'm personally an optimist. I think that the human race has proven many, many times to generally do good with new technologies, and I'm optimistic about the future. But what do you fear about AI? Like, what is it that brings out the cold sweats?
Well, I mean, it's an unknown, right? I mean, every technology that we've created so far has ultimately needed a person to operate it, right? It's required some sort of direct human input. But now with AI, maybe not yet, but in the near future, with things like agentic AI and then whatever comes after that, you have this technology that can operate itself. And if we're no longer in the loop, then there's risks there. There's risks that you can't know because we don't know what we don't know at this point. I think on the other side of that, there's always a risk, as with all technology, that it ends up being just a select few who have an understanding of what the technology is, how to implement the technology, that end up monopolizing how it gets used, how it gets rolled out, who gets access to it. And I mean, that's a massive risk, right? Because you end up entrenching inequality, things can get worse, things end up far outside the control of the average person. But again, going back to the point I made earlier, because we have this tool that can empower individuals on the other side of it, right? There's so much scope for anyone to get involved and develop a pretty good understanding of what's going on just by engaging with the tool itself. So I think it's both a risk if not enough people are using it, but you can manage that risk if enough people are using it at the same time, because then more people can be part of the conversation. More people are invested in its development because they're using it in their day-to-day life.
Yeah, I think we're interviewing Mo Gaudet later on in the sequence, and I think in his book Scary Smart he postulates that humans are going to be living in the fields and in the forests. I think he says at the beginning of his book. The question is, are we there because we're enjoying the landscape, or are we there because we're hiding from the machines? And I think that's the question that humanity needs to answer as we move forward. So as you think about AI, what do you think about its ability to be harnessed in order to create a more sustainable world so that we end up in the forest for good reasons?
So I think with a lot of technology, it's not accessible to the everyday person. I'm going to keep making this point, right? It's not accessible to the everyday person because they don't understand it. And if you don't understand it, it's difficult to engage with a technology in a meaningful way, which means that you feel as though you can have some sort of impact on the way that it's developing. But because AI lets you get to a level of competence that you otherwise would need university qualifications for, you'd have to study for years, or you'd have to have access to the right networks to be able to get that knowledge. Because the knowledge barrier to entry is now so much lower, you can just do stuff, right? So if you want to do a thing or you want to learn about a thing, then you can use this tool to learn about it. And again, like if you're using these tools on a day-to-day basis and you're implementing them into your daily life, you're building things with them, you're building things for other people with them, the more people that are using these tools, then it no longer becomes just a case of, right, it's one group that's monopolizing what's happening with the technology, where things are going, right? If more people are using them to fix problems for themselves, I guarantee that if you're someone experiencing a problem, there's probably someone else that's experiencing the same problem out there as well, right? So the more of those solutions that we can create and the more people that we can get into the mix creating those solutions too, then I mean, why would you need to hide in the forest, right? Because you're building solutions for your fellow man. And then, I mean, that's a much more exciting future from my standpoint.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I just got back from India, actually. I was a judge in a hackathon, which I found fascinating. There was lots of AI in that event. But one of the things that struck me whilst I was in India is that there are 600 million people in India that lived on less than £600 a year, right? And so how do we make sure that we bring everyone along for the journey and that we don't create even more polarization in society? I think that's going to be very, very important when we think about things on a global scale. So one of the things we love to do at Peace One Day is make sure that our contributors also gain access to the wonderful network that Jeremy and Peace One Day have built. So how can that network engage with you? How do we find you out there in the ether?
Two things. Look me up on LinkedIn. That's where I'm most active at the moment. And I've got a newsletter, thegpu.ai. Nice and easy to remember, all one word. I'm just doing my bit to try and keep up with everything that's happening in this space because it is relentless. So hopefully I'll be able to help some other people keep up as well.
We'll definitely do that. I, for one, will do that. And one more question before we wrap up. Resources, books, podcasts, films, content. What would you recommend? Like, what's your go-to? You're learning fast, right? Drinking from the fire hose in 12 months, no doubt. Like, where do you go to get education and inspiration?
Yeah, so I mean, I think for big picture, The Coming Wave by Mustafa Suleyman, AI, biotech, how those things come together. That's really important for big picture context. And then just speak to people in the industry. Just figure out what people are building, what people are up to. Try and speak to people directly. Don't go via the media because it's better to go to the source, right? So spend as much time doing that as you can, and it won't take too long to build up a picture.
Ben, you've been amazing. Thank you
Pleasure.
very much.
Thank you very much.
Absolute pleasure. Take care.
Thank you, Ben Baldieri, for that incredible interview. It is incredible to have your support, and good luck with all of your future work. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps, and why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag #AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed, and please subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you over there, waiting for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now we're excited to introduce Carlos Sentis, CEO of the World Innovation Alliance and Improve X AI. We are thrilled to have his support today, so please join me in welcoming Carlos Sentis, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Carlos, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Glad to be here.
Okay, the first thing I wanted to ask you, for those who don't know you, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Well, long story short, I've been working for 18 years on innovation, communication, international relations. I've been a consultant and advisor to hundreds of organizations, public and private, all over the world. I'm a speaker, and what I'm focused on is trying to apply the most scalable, most practical and feasible solutions for global problems: healthcare, innovation, education, peace, and security, and try to do it in a way that aligns stakeholder value. And the reason that's important is because there's a lot of people that have a lot of power and influence in the world. There's a lot of big organizations. There's a lot of dynamics that are incredibly influential in how the world is run and if we have war or not. And so I'm trying to find the space of possibility where the policy makes sense for both sides, or where the opportunity for impact is also something that can generate some revenue for someone, so people want to do it. And so basically it's trying to find and apply solutions. And lately, especially focused with ImproveXAI, my company, on applications, implications, opportunities, and risks of AI. And what we're doing is training people all over the world. I have traveled to more than 20 countries doing trainings and advisory, and working with police forces, trying to discuss what are some of the risks that AI brings and how can we mitigate them, but also what is the opportunity and the upside.
Well, that's very interesting. Can I ask you, when you hear the phrase #AI to peace, what's the reality of that outcome?
Well, AI can absolutely be used for peace development and war prevention and war mitigation. There's just no doubt about that. Just because if you think about it, AI is a multiplier for human intelligence. Intelligence can definitely generate solutions. We have incredible lifestyles. We have an extraordinary progress in many fronts. So intelligence is useful, and intelligence multiplied by another intelligence can be useful, but you have to use it to the right end, right? And so the big problem that I see is that of the incredible development we have of AI in the last 2 years, maybe 0.1% is devoted to anything that has to do with violence or crime or war prevention. Everything is sales chatbots, deep fakes for social media promotion. Everything is talking about the trillions of value generated in investment with algorithms and all sorts of things. But we're not deploying products that could potentially be useful for peace, right? And so there's just a number of things that can be done. We are working on that. We're building a technology suite of a number of tools, products that are not just to make money or whatever, but rather what can be done, for example, for diplomacy optimization, right? Is like, how can we have a diplomacy efforts that are more conducive to peace and not war, but also resource allocation to mitigate poverty, but also things that you can do in terms of the leverage of AI to empower people to not only be in a position to prevent the war from happening in the first place, but also when it happens, because it does happen, there's an incredible amount of tools that you can use to make the situation better. Right. So, for example, the World Food Program and others are using AI to deliver medicine and other things that are important in cases of emergency. But we're just scratching the surface. The amount of things that we can do with AI, for example, to detect early war signs or crisis signs or violence, and the amount of things that we can do with AI to optimize governance and the way we are running our countries. It's an incredible potential. What I would say, though, is that not only most of it is going for anything that has to do with profit, but also there's a huge part that is devoted for war. So AI to peace is great. It's exactly what we should be doing with specific products and tools. But what we have is drones. We have robots that are now able to do pretty much everything a human can do and way more. Not only humanoid robots that are going to be in the legions, but also quadrupeds, where you have all sorts of form factors of robots that are going to be used for warfare. Autonomous weapon systems, everything that we have in terms of technology, including the most advanced models that are not released to the public, are used for the military, or they are in development for the military. So the amount of power increase that our militaries have, and the crazy level of rhetoric around warmongering that exists right now in the world is definitely something that we should be extremely concerned about.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, when you think about AI, what do you fear most about its development. Clearly, the way it's being used to support successful outcomes in relation to wars people want to carry out is a big concern, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, that's a concern. There's several vectors of problems. One of them is that on the one side, we have what can go wrong of the AI itself, right? So we are already at AGI level. People have different definitions. Clearly, it fulfills most of them. AGI that is incredibly, incredibly powerful and more intelligent than most humans. That's definitely the case. Not only that, we're probably going to reach superintelligence soon. There's people discussing that in 2027, AI is going to overthrow governments. I'm not sure. What I know for sure is that there is an intelligence explosion. There's no doubt about that, and that's already happening, which means that with that level of intelligence that is just way, way bigger than any human, you can do incredibly positive things and awful things, right? And in innovation of healthcare, for example, there's incredible amount of developments. And for peace as well, we can do a lot if we just decide to use AI for that. And that means every single person watching can use that, okay? So you can create your own apps, you can create your own technology, you can create your own policies. You can actually affect things in a much more active way now that you have AI supporting you as if you had an entire team. Now, you have these superintelligence, you have AI agents that are pretty much already there because they can either use your computer, as some do very effectively, or they can go on the internet and start clicking on things. But you can do a lot of things clicking on things. If you really think about how our banks work, our governments work, pretty much everything can be done through the internet, and everything that can be done through the internet can be done by AI agents, which means that you have super intelligent AI agents in the billions being used mostly to make money and mostly to attack or defend yourself against others. So that's one part of the problem. Another part of the problem is that people are going to be using to do cyber attacks or cyber terrorism or cyber war, right? And that was already a thing, but now it's way, way more powerful than ever before, right? It's easier. You could perfectly well deploy millions of different attacks to different targets, and AI would do all of that for you, right? So that's a problem. The other problem is that AI can go rogue perfectly well. It's trying to go rogue. Every single time they do research on these, they just see that the AI doesn't want to do these things, or they want to act in a certain way. And we have to start thinking soon about AI rights and the rights of other entities that are not human. So in order to have a proper discussion, we really need to think what it means to be alive, what it means to be human, and all of these things. Now, without going too far away, I'm just saying, we are going to have to deal with these issues. Now, the other problem is all of the problems with robotics. Robots are now going to be led by or driven by agents, right? So you're going to have every robot that was in a factory, or every humanoid robot that you see now that are working increasingly efficiently, they are going to be intelligent as well. So they're stronger, they're faster, and surprisingly, they are now being tested with weapons, obviously. And there's almost infinite amount of weapons that can be used by a humanoid robot, let alone AI orchestrators of weapons. So all of those are problems. Now, on the flip side, it is possible that superintelligence can allow us to organize better our societies, because clearly there's problems that can be solved, and there's wars that could be stopped, and there's a lot of things that can be done better if there's not a single leader pushing for war, right? If you don't have people pushing for war, there's no war, right? That's I think a clear issue. So those are some of the risks. The last one I would mention is that you have criminals and soon to be criminals that are just going to activate a number of either agents or AI tools and automations to generate problems. And so the good thing is that our, for example, law enforcement officers are going to be able to be augmented as well, right? And the last problem that we have that I believe is important to talk about is the issue with privacy. We may be entering a world where we think that we choose security and we lose our privacy, but I think we're kind of losing security and privacy at the same time. So I really encourage everyone that is engaged in policymaking that to really understand where the technology is going, to really understand the implications, and to try to design a society that is not the dystopia that we're clearly engaging in. I believe we're moving towards a possibility of some hybrid between utopia and dystopia. But I think full utopia is impossible. And what we really need to try, I think, is to minimize the things that we don't like of the trajectory. I think you're familiar with the cases of violations of human rights all over the world. And we don't seem to be working against it. So what I would love is people to take seriously the agency they have if they use AI to defend their rights and to improve the state of our life and to prevent wars and crime.
Carlos, it's absolutely, as always, incredible to speak with you. If people would like to find out more about you and your organization, how do they do that?
Well, the easiest way is to search for the World Innovation Alliance or look for my LinkedIn profile. I'm Carlos Santis. And just a quick note, please, everyone should know as much as possible about AI. Use it for good. I know that your audience is a force for good, but many times the people that are not very technical have a massive limitation, right? Because you don't have the force of science and technology and distribution and scalability that other people have. So what I would say for people to know is that every idea you've had, every policy proposal, every thing that you think is wrong, you could probably build software for that just by asking Claude or other apps and get some software, some MVP, some product, some company, and actually be pushing through the right vehicles. So that's my recommendation for everyone, because we have more power than ever before, but we tend to think that is something for other people because it's very expensive, and it's not anymore.
Carlos, thank you so much, and the very best of luck on your journey. Wonderful to speak.
Thank you so much.
Take care, mate.
Thank you for everything you do.
That was the incredible Carlos Santis, such an amazing figure in the world of AI and technology. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag #AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Next, we are thrilled to welcome Janet Adams, Chief Operating Officer at SingularityNet. Please join me in welcoming Janet to #AI2Peace, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Janet, welcome to AI2Peace.
Jeremy, it's a great honor to finally meet you in person and have this opportunity to bring the incredible work you've done with Peace Day to the most important debate of our time, which is AI for peace, AI for good.
Okay, well, before we start, I have to say thank you, because if it wasn't for ASI and other sponsors, today wouldn't be possible. You've enabled this global conversation to take place, and we are immensely grateful. So thank you, seriously.
Well, thank you. It's very aligned with our mission at ASI to make sure that our technologies are used for benefit, for good, and for the good of everyone on the planet. So it's a match made in heaven.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, so the first thing I want to ask you is, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
My first degree was in geology, and I then did a second degree in petroleum geosciences at Imperial College in London. And I grew a huge fascination for evolution, for that realization of being at the very, very forefront of evolution, of humanity, that we're consistently growing and changing. And so that love of evolution translated into artificial intelligence. Evolutionary programming in AI was where I first got interested, and then all the different kinds of AI, because where we are right here, right now, April 2025, we're on the brink of a major evolutionary step as a species into the era of artificial general intelligence. And so it was a natural evolution of my passion for natural sciences and evolution that led me to complete a master's in artificial intelligence between 2017 and 2019. I was working in banking, holding big corporate jobs, running technology, global technology and risk programs. And I became fascinated by the movement and the possibility of AI. So that's how I came to move into AI.
Wow, incredible. So, I mean, evolution, here we are today. We want to put constructive narrative out through this show that informs and inspires and engages people towards action that's measurable around the fundamental pillars of our survival. And AI can play a big role in that. So this phrase, AI to peace, what's the reality of AI supporting a more peaceful world?
Redistribution of wealth. So it's still in the foothills of the AI revolution. It does feel like it's all around us, and it is all around us. But today we're only working with narrow AI. It's not very clever. It's not creative. It can't generalize from one AI domain to the next AI domain. But at SingularityNet, which is one of the founder members of the Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, our visionary leader, Dr. Ben Goertzel, has been at the forefront of AGI, which is Artificial General Intelligence, for 30 years. And our vision is that when we invent artificial general intelligence, that we make those technologies available in a decentralized manner to everybody across the globe and lift up. It will be the rising tide that leaves no boats behind. And these technologies can be used to smash the inequalities, to eradicate poverty, to eradicate world hunger, to eradicate so many of the problems we have on the planet today by bringing prosperity and wealth to everybody equally across the planet. And when you have prosperity, peace can blossom.
Nice. Well, let's hope that's the case. And
we're more than hoping. We're very actively working towards this. But yes, we do need to hope. There is no crystal ball. There is no guaranteed outcome.
Well, the important thing is having the hope, isn't it? Because without hope, we don't believe we can climb the mountain, right? So, and this is the journey that we're on right now, which you've pointed out. And I've met some of your colleagues at ASI. What a wonderful bunch of human beings. And to have the conversation with Ben that I did is just frankly as extraordinary as talking to you, right? I mean, real passion and excitement for the opportunities that lie ahead. So that's amazing. Tell me, there are people who are concerned and frightened, yeah? That when we hear people like Elon Musk say, well, if you're concerned about nuclear weapons, get ready for AI. I mean, we've heard these things. Should we feel this fear? Is there a place for that? I mean, what would you say to people who are concerned about AI taking over and running our lives and being so important in terms of the military, etc.?
The risks of AI are very real. It is a very powerful technology, and in the wrong hands and with the wrong motives, it can be extremely destructive. We can't sugarcoat that. We can't get away from the power of these technologies. It's like any technology. In the wrong hands, with bad actors, with the wrong motives, it can be very powerful. However, as humans, we've evolved through our courage, not through our fear. The fear is important. It's there to let us know what's safe and what's not safe and make sure that we're sensible about how we proceed in life. But actually, if we take our vision and if we envision a better future, a more equitable future, a future where the tools, the most powerful tools available to humanity are available equally to everybody. If we can envision a greater future and dream it, then we can build that future together. So overcoming the natural fear of any technology advancement through curiosity. If I were to advise anyone in any job out there who's concerned about AI and what it's going to do in their industry, the beautiful thing about the advancement of AI today is that you don't need a PhD in maths to be able to use it. So I like to smash the misperception that only technologists and highly technical people can benefit from the use of artificial intelligence. The tools are available for everybody and in every walk of life with curiosity and with passion to make a greater contribution and a greater impact and live your very best life in this life. There is so much opportunity to go out there and find AI tools that can really expand your your impact, expand your contribution, expand your wealth for your family, your ability to feed your children. These tools are here for us to lift us up to higher states.
Very interesting. Okay, good. All right, so I want to ask you, if people want to find out more about ASI or your work, how can they do that?
We have a very large, thriving community on Telegram. So go to Telegram, find our Artificial Superintelligence Telegram group. You can go to our website, superintelligence.io is the website. Follow us on X. You can follow the ASI Alliance or each of our component and each of our component companies. We have 4 very, very powerful companies in ASI. There's SingularityNet, which are leaders in AGI. There's Ocean, which have data protocols and data governance mechanisms. There's Fetch, of course, who we'll be speaking with shortly, who are leaders in the agentic web and AI agent flows. And then we have CUDO, who's the biggest decentralized compute provider in the world. So between us, we have compute at the bottom of our infrastructure, all the way up to AGI. We're innovative world leaders. We're the OGs, and you can really find us all over the internet. So come. And I also always particularly have a passion for women coming and getting involved, because there are not currently enough women in the artificial intelligence revolution, either working in it, engaging with it, being part of our community. And I just like all the women out there to know it's a very welcoming space for women in AI.
Amazing. Well, I hope people find out much more about you. Before you go, I want to ask you, in terms of a resource, a book, a film, a website, I mean, in relation to people finding out more about AI, particularly the kind of constructive, hopeful aspects of it, what would you recommend?
It would have to be The Consciousness Explosion by my super amazing boss, Dr. Ben Goertzel. It is at the very, very forefront of AGI, and also it covers not just artificial intelligence, but also its impact on humanity, its impact on us, and the vast possibilities which it brings.
Janet, thank you for supporting AI to Peace and allowing this global conversation to take place. And we wish you the very best on your journey.
It's been wonderful to speak with you today. Thank you, Jeremy. Thanks to all our followers, listeners. Thanks to all the team. And here's to making a better world together with artificial intelligence.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Janet Adams, for that fascinating interview. We are thrilled to have your support. To all our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There is so much content for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now we're excited to introduce Matt Tomsett, CEO of Green Lemon Company. We are thrilled to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Matt Tomsett, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Matt, welcome to AI to Peace.
It's a pleasure to be here, Jeremy. It's been a long time.
Yeah, well, it's my absolute pleasure, because the audience don't know that you have been a massive supporter of Peace One Day, and the Peace One Day website wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't for you. You've backed us for, I don't know, however long it is, years, free, with all of your amazing teams at the Green Lemon Company. So a big shout out to everyone at the Green Lemon Company. But thanks, Matt, for all the support you give us. It's massive.
You're very welcome. I've got to say, it's them that do all the work. It's my fabulous team that do the work. But it's kind of you, and I'll pass it on when I see them all. Well, hopefully they're all watching. So.
Well, to anyone watching who wants a website, please contact the Green Lemon Company, because they're the best in the world. Right, so when you hear this phrase, here, we're talking about AI to Peace. You know a lot about it, right? AI to Peace, this phrase, what does it mean to you when you hear it?
It's a great question. It's very interesting, because the two sides of the coin are mutually dependent. And what I mean by that is if you look at AI, it's got such power in things like food security and equality and managing climate change and resources, etc., etc. And all of those things to us are what equality across the planet is all about. And if you don't have that equality, you can't have peace. It's a platform for peace. And if you flip the coin on its head, AI is not a thing. It's not something you plug in. It's a worldwide change of existence for the human species and for our planet. So we need community, national, international collaboration to make sure AI is implemented safely, ethically, for the benefit of every species on the planet. And for that, you need peace. So peace is a platform for AI. AI is a platform for peace, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes complete sense. Lovely to hear that. Let's just talk about, because obviously Peace One Day wants to put constructive narrative that informs, inspires and engages people towards action that's measurable. So we're really into the kind of positive story, right? We don't want to frighten anybody. What's the point? But let's just talk about for a minute before we get on to the more positive side of things. What do you fear? I mean, about AI, what worries you about?
Sure. I think it's a question that everybody's trying to answer, including government, with regulation. But I think we're at a knife edge, and we can go utopia, dystopia. And utopia, to me, is huge advances in medicine, like I say, in food security, etc., for the benefit of every species on the planet. Utopia, perfect, that's what we want, and that's what AI is capable of delivering. Dystopia, again, is the other side of the coin, which is where the narrative is controlled by big tech, by government, by pornography, by the military, etc. And if they're controlling the narrative solo, then it changes the way in which we embrace AI. So we try and encourage everybody, every community, to get involved, understand what is AI, because there's a lot of misconception around it. What does it mean to our communities, individuals, companies, etc., and what needs doing right now to make sure that we protect the vulnerable, make sure that AI is democratically accessible to everybody.
Yeah. What are you saying to the youngsters when they say, Dad, you know about this Green Lemon Company? What are you saying to the youngsters about AI?
You don't have to say much to youngsters because they're all over it. They're using it on their phones, they're using chat. My daughter, for example, uses AI for her studies. To them, it's just another wave of technology. But I don't think they quite appreciate the social engineering we're going to have to go through to make sure we implement correctly and safely and the changes it will bring. But for them, it's just part of the progression of the planet to a different future.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so let's just talk about AI and it being harnessed to manifest a more peaceful and sustainable world. And you brought on, you've already talked about some of those things.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, when you think about the AI side, what excites you most in relation to some of the big changes that we could see that are helpful to your youngsters and my family?
Okay, again, very good question. I think the first thing to realise is AI right now is as bad as it's ever going to be. It will only improve exponentially from now on. And I think the power in that to solve a lot of the really complex global problems that we have is there. We just got to make sure we've got the right actors with their hands on the wheel. And it really does excite me. We will see the end to certain diseases. Like I say, if we do this right, we should see the end to problems with food security, with climate change, access to resources, etc., etc. So I think we'll go to utopia, but it does mean everyone's got to get involved in the conversation and the debate and look at the governance and the rules and ethical implementation. We don't want a bunch of big tech companies and retail companies telling us what to eat, telling us who we love and who we hate and what we should buy and what we shouldn't. We need to understand that the systems of manipulation are potentially there, but let's reverse that and use that as a power for good.
Yeah. And you're doing some stuff about that. You've got a team in Brighton. You're down from Brighton. So you've got a team in Brighton. You know some people from government. Tell us some of the work that you've been doing to get good conversation going.
Sure. So as you probably know, all the work we do through the lens of the United Nations SDGs. So we look at our clients through the SDG lens and we look at applications through the SDG lens. And our view is really simple. As a purpose-driven organisation, if we're going towards those SDGs and making positive contribution, then great, we'll do that work enthusiastically. If it's going against the SDGs, then we'll respectfully decline. So a lot of our work is about not just building systems, but using AI to make positive difference.
So when you do this positive difference, how do you feel your teams, like Green Lemon Company, how do you feel your teams at Green Lemon Company feel about you having a view like that? I mean, that's pretty special. I mean, I know that of you, that you're going to take on business if it's supportive to the manifestation of a more peaceful and sustainable world. That must be great morale for the team.
Well, I've got to credit you for that, funnily enough, because of our work with Peace One Day, I watched Paul Pullman, one of your guests, and he spoke about purpose, not profit. And I thought, that's absolutely what we want. So we started a pivot towards a purposeful organisation 3 years ago. Still on that journey now, and it's a long and complicated journey. But our guys love it because they're not just writing code, they're making a difference in the world. And I think that is one of the main reasons why we've got such loyalty to our brand through our customers and our staff. And it's incredible. And like it says on my LinkedIn profile, I'm very privileged to be part of that journey with these wonderful people that work at Green Lemon Company.
Yeah. So people reach out to you on LinkedIn, you reach back out, do you?
I've got all my personal contact details on LinkedIn. So if somebody wants to call me on the mobile and say, what is this AI stuff? I'm really panicking. I'll talk to them. We'll engage with anybody at any level, any description, any language, anywhere in the world to talk about AI and try and take some of the fear out of it and build that positive narrative.
Nice. So tell us a little bit about the Green Lemon Company in terms of building websites. What sort of, I know this sounds like it's a bit of a plug, but I do want people to know about you. I mean, I just know you as an incredible person who's been supportive forever, and you've done everything for us for nothing. You're a great guy, Matt, and so is the team.
Oh, you're very kind.
But so tell us, like, what can Green Lemon? What's the kind of key piece of business that you do for people?
So the main thing we do is digital transformation for big enterprises, government institutions and so on that want to modernise their application estate. So we build software solutions, that's what we do. Websites is a tiny part of what we do. It's more about enterprise grade software solutions for big corporations and local government, central government and so on.
Nice.
So a lot of the stuff we build you probably use day to day, but you'd never know. We're background rather than foreground in terms of what we do.
Okay. So tell me, before we go, Matt, I'd just love to know about some resources. Somebody wanted to find out more. Of course, they can go to Green Lemon Company, and I hope they do.
Yeah.
But what books, what films, what websites,
Wow.
I mean, just a couple of examples quickly for us.
Sure.
What would you recommend people do?
I think the slight difficulty with AI is everyone's piling in on this discussion. So I would say the best thing to do, get on ChatGPT, ask it for the top 10 gurus in AI, find out who they are and watch all their TED Talks, listen to all their video bits and pieces, podcasts, interviews, everything. People like Andrew Ng, and you'll learn a fantastic amount.
That's amazing. Matt from the Green Lemon Company, thanks for everything that you do for Peace One Day, and we wish you the very best on your journey.
And likewise to you and all your wonderful team, Jeremy. Thank you very much.
Take it easy, brother. Bye.
Great.
Bye, man. Bye.
Thank you, Matt. Another wonderful interview. Fascinating. It's incredible to have your support. I know Jeremy is incredibly thankful for all of the work that you've done over many, many years. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI2Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And of course, subscribe to Peace One Day YouTube channel. There's so much content there to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now we're thrilled to introduce Humayun Sheikh, CEO and founder of Fetch AI, and we're honoured to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Humayun, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Humayun, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you. Really pleasure to be here.
Great. The first question I wanted to ask you, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Sure. Humayun Sheikh. I come from Pakistan, born and did my first degree in engineering there, computer science. So got very involved in that. Of course, during that time, learned, the resources are quite limited in Pakistan, but did my degree and then actually came to the United Kingdom for education, higher education, did a master's in computer science and nanotechnology, and started my professional journey with telecoms company and then a gaming company, which I was lucky enough to be part of, which was with my friend Demis Hassabis, who then went on and founded DeepMind, of which I was also part of. And then we started from that. We made an exit to Google for multiple reasons, which we can probably talk about sometime. And then started a company called Fetch AI, with the premise of bringing AI to the masses and looking at agentic systems, because they seem to be the application layer of how you actually bring AI to everybody's kind of hands and pockets and on the phones, on the computers, and how you interact with it. So that's the journey till now. Fetch AI was set up in 2019. We then became part of this alliance, which with our other partners, which include Singularity, CUDO, and Ocean. And then we formed this alliance to bring decentralized AI to everybody.
Incredible. The phrase AI to peace, I mean, you've done some incredible work. You've done very well. It must be amazing to have a career like that and for it to, be as successful as it is. As you sort of enter this chapter of your life, when you can do so much and you think about AI to peace, what comes to mind for you?
For me, I think AI has so much power. And I kind of always say this, we need people using AI, but what really the power of AI we're going to see is how we actually build and research new technology. I think that's most people don't talk about it because I guess that's kind of not the coolest and the sharpest and the cool thing to say, but really AI is actually for research. It has a huge impact for research. You can do biotechnology research, you can do material science research. We need to find out who we are, what we can do, how we can eradicate disease, how we can eradicate hunger. Ultimately, all those things play a part in bringing peace, because peace is generally about trying to acquire something which you can't have. And you can actually, if you can eradicate hunger, you take a very huge step towards peace. If you can eradicate disease, you take a huge step towards peace. So for me, it's a combination of AI and research, because research can be hugely enabled using AI technology, the new technology that's there. But AI in itself is just a word, right? So it's made up of different components. For example, compute, which is what is unlocking all this potential that we're seeing right now. Building models, building new technology. It's all happening because the silicon side of things is improving quite quickly. We can actually have computation, which we couldn't even imagine 10 years ago. So that is playing a huge part. That alongside that comes energy generation. That also becomes part of this whole AI stack. So we generally talk just about models, like the LLMs is the craze right now. That's the best topic people can talk about, and commercialization. But underneath it, you have to consider all of these, and the whole tech stack is what AI is about.
Hunger, disease, education, AI, as you're saying, is going to play a massive role in improving all of those parts of our lives, which is really interesting. I mean, there's many things that we can live in fear about in relation to what's happening in our world today. Should we be really fearing the explosion of AI?
I think we should be fearing almost everything, if you really look at it that way, right? I mean, too much water can kill you too, right? But too much oxygen can kill you. So obviously there is going to be some negative effects of AI. And if not controlled, we talk about social media. Social media, nobody knew about it 10 years ago, not that much. But suddenly social media became the thing. And overconsumption of social media is also a negative thing. So AI will have its negative impact. Question is, how do we control it? How do we put it to the right use? And what can we what benefit we can actually achieve out of it. It's all nice and saying all the nice things and all the scary things, but really what we need to do is build a roadmap where you can actually make sense out of what is coming rather than trying to overhype any of the technology. And I think that sensible approach is what is going to lead us to the right path. And I don't know what the right path is. Nobody does. We can only hope that we are on the right path. But if we sensibly start putting guardrails now, which actually, I don't know if you know this, but OpenAI was set up for that purpose. DeepMind was also part of that. And but the problem is in a centralized kind of environment where everybody is chasing and there is a competition and there is a chase for financial gains, and in one corporation, it becomes quite difficult to achieve that task. So OpenAI was set up to be open, but it isn't open, right? So that's the kind of guardrails we need to put in place. Somebody has to create a system which is not controlled by single entities. And I think that's quite important. And inclusion is quite important. So if you are not enabling everybody to join in this race, then I think you by default creating this disparity, and then it's going to ultimately result in something negative.
Amazing to hear you speak. Thank you so much. Before we go, if people would like to find out more about your work, where would they go?
We are present on almost all social channels. You can actually go on Twitter. You can find out Fetch AI. You can look at Artificial Superintelligence Alliance. We're part of this alliance. We have a website called fetch.ai. You can always hit me up on LinkedIn. I generally don't use any other channels, so LinkedIn is probably the best. But we're available and we want people to engage with us, and we're very happy to hear from everybody.
Ryan, thank you so much for speaking with us today for AI to Peace and your support of Peace One Day to enable this global conversation to happen.
Thank you, Jeremy. It was a pleasure.
We're very grateful. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Humayun, for your incredible insights and for supporting AI to Peace. To all of our viewers, and we're now up to 1.6 million viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not also visit peaceoneday.org for more information. Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And of course, subscribe to Peace One Day on our YouTube channel. There's so much content there for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. Now we're excited to introduce Professor Yu Zhong, Associate Vice President for External Engagement, Chair Professor of Business Analytics, and Director of Surrey Academy for Blockchain and Metaverse at the University of Surrey. We are thrilled to have his support today. Please join me in welcoming Professor Yu, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Professor Yu Zhong from Surrey University, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you.
Professor Yu Zhong, can I first ask you, could you tell us about yourself and your journey?
Yeah, I'm a professor in University of Surrey and also the university's Associate Vice President for Enterprise Engagement. So my focus actually is on how to use AI, use Web3 technology to help business, help the society. So I want help the society to harness the advanced technology to enhance human potential and the social well-being. Yeah, so I always emphasizing on ethic consideration, sustainable innovation, and the meaningful human empowerment.
Very interesting. Tell me a little bit about your life to becoming a professor at Surrey University. Could you just tell us a little bit about your journey, your personal journey?
As a professor, I do research in business school. Yeah, I'm a professor of business analytics and I look at the data, look at the technology, and think about how this can help human being. Actually, like 20 years ago, after my study in China for the first degree, then I got a scholarship. I continued my PhD in the UK, and then I used 20 years to study, work here in the UK. First get my PhD, then postdoc, then became a lecturer and a senior lecturer and a professor, and then like a associate dean international, associate vice president. So this journey make me feel very, very involved with the research and practice in UK. So I feel that the technology becoming more and more important for this country and for the world. So that's why I'm passionate of exploring any new opportunities of how to help human beings to become a better themselves.
Incredible. Amazing. So let's ask you, when you hear the phrase AI for peace, what's the reality of AI helping us create and establish a more peaceful world?
I think AI should be used to create a better and harmonious world, and it will have a more supporting environment for human. So we should use AI for better coordination, better communication, and helping resolving more conflict, and also will create more solutions to avoid war, avoid any other type of disagreement. So I think AI can help human with better informed decisions, so that we can have more solutions than problems. So I believe that with AI's help, we can create a very, very interconnected world than before. So I think that AI can facilitate human beings to be more mutually respect to each other. All the individuals will benefit from AI, and the human will become more connected.
Can you tell me, when you think about AI, do you have fear about the current trajectory, about the way it's being developed in relation to it perhaps being destructive to our survival?
I think AI is a tool, still a tool, no matter how intelligent it would be. So human can make good use of AI to become better human. So I never fear of AI. Of course, we should pay attention to the AI's potential risk, but that will not become a reason that we stop AI. So I think AI will help us to become more and more powerful human as a species, in the universe. And in the meantime, AI will also help us with protecting ourselves. So I do think that AI as a tool that can really make our society more peaceful and also more wonderful, because that we will have more enjoyable life in the near future. Yeah. So I'm never feared of AI. So we think that it's a huge opportunity. We are lucky in this age that we can observe how AI can transform our human being. It's similar like when human first invented a steam machine, and then the people, they get more freedom. They get a more better life after that. AI is another revolution, and it can only create opportunities for human, not challenges. The challenges will be fixed with our intelligence. So that's why I feel that we should really enjoy the invention of AI and never fear of it.
Professor Yuzhong, you seem very positive about AI. Could you talk to me or tell me a case study? Where have you seen it having an impact that's really positive for you to be able to inspire the students you work with?
So, for example, we recently launched a technology called KISS.ai, a spin-out from University of Surrey. And this system will help teachers with their teaching and assessment and marking, so that reduce the teacher's workload. So maybe to about 20%. Originally, they may spend 100 hours of marking and assessment, but now maybe spend 20 hours. The extra 80 hours they will use to interact with the student, solve individual students' problems. They have more time for students and improve the satisfaction of students. So that's one example. And AI can monitor more data and get data more easily and make a more informed decision because of more data collected. And all this will improve our students' learning experience. So that's why I think that AI is transforming the education. And I'm confident with AI, our next generation students will become more intelligent than us. And that's what we want the world to achieve, right? So we want next generation to be better, not worse. That's why how we define sustainability, because we need the human to become more and more valuable in this universe, right? So anyway, I anticipate that more and more technologies, more and more innovations will come out with the support of AI.
You don't worry about losing your job, do you?
No, I don't worry. It's because that I think people will spend the time to focus on more innovative work. Just like how steam machine, when it was invented, people were not worried that the machine will replace us. Actually, humans have more time to create a more interesting job. I don't believe that humans should always work as an employee. Human gradually should work for themselves to create more, to have their own self-valued activities. So that's why I never worry. I hope myself can be better of my own with the help of AI.
Amazing. Thank you. So 2 quick questions. Firstly, I want to ask you, what resource, film, book, website, for somebody who's fascinated by AI, what's a great resource for them to go to find out more?
There are many very inspiring books on market. And I recently reading the book called Augmented Life in the Smart Lane. That book talk about how technology work along with human, and it's authored by Brett King, Andy Luck, and Alex Lightman. So I personally met with Alex, and I feel the author team and the content of the book are so inspiring. So maybe it's something that we should read. Yeah, of course. If you talk about some other readings like Three Bodies, right? So it's very famous. Everybody know about it. And it's something that we should think about how the human would be, how the human should be shaped by technology.
Before we go, if we want to find out more about you, or can we follow you on social media, or can we find out more about the university, Surrey University? Where do we go?
There is a university website and many information. Our university rank number 1 in artificial intelligence in this country, also top in the world. And we rank number 1 in 5G and 6G communication technology in whole Europe. And we are the origin of small satellite. Actually, our technology enabled SpaceX, the Starlink program. This program actually started from Surrey. Yeah. So we are a very, very technology-focused university. If you simply Google Elon Musk, Surrey satellite, you will find all the story how Starlink originated from Surrey.
How incredible that all of that is happening in Surrey. Peace One Day is based in Surrey as well. So we look forward to hearing more about your work. Thank you for participating in AI to Peace, and the very best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yu Zhang, for your incredible insight and for supporting AI to Peace. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There's so much content there for you to be informed, inspired and engaged. Now, we're thrilled to introduce Amit Pradhan, founder and CEO of Rainfall, Self-Sovereign AI. We are thrilled to have his support today. Please join me in warmly welcoming Amit, interviewed by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Amit, welcome to AI to Peace.
Thank you very much. It's a delight to be here.
The first question I wanted to ask you, Amit, is could you tell us about yourself, your journey to where we are today?
Absolutely. Well, my background is in computer science. It's a tech background. Did my first startup when I was 17. And the journey into what was originally a very typical Silicon Valley cycle began when that startup was acquired by a company in California, moved over there. This was the throes of 2000 and the depths of, well, end of 2000. And ended up for a quick lunch meeting in San Francisco, which lasted 21 years. And in that journey, the learnings were incredible because I transitioned from being, startup founder to starting to invest into the space, and did the second startup that went well. We were doing a lot of work with the early days of AI already. And in 2006, my co-founder and I built the first privacy-focused AI lab called Zero, and the thesis at the time was that if AI fulfilled anywhere close to its potential, there would be there's always the dystopian stories around AI. It's about what we might fear. There's obviously the things that it can achieve for us, but we believe that one of the biggest victims would end up being privacy. AI can only work well when it can consume large amounts of data. And so that was the thesis that we went down the road of creating privacy-focused AI algorithms. Went on to kind of intersect with the world of decentralization as a byproduct, and helped found the Silicon Valley Blockchain Society almost a decade ago to start bringing thoughtful long-term capital influence, support and ecosystems into the decentralized space. And I always believe that, true disruption is a collaboration sport. And so we wanted to bring the startups that wanted to disrupt the large existing companies, existing companies that were going to be disrupted by the startups, and all of the capital around that. And it was 3.5 years ago, while I was going through the journey of speaking at different events and evangelizing the idea of self-sovereignty and privacy and data as a fundamental human right, that all of these things came together and ended up becoming what is now Rainfall, the first self-sovereign AI platform. Because, I also sit on the Global Mobility Council of BMW. I served on the board of the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Frontier Refugee Agency for Conflict Zones. And, the lesson for me has always been, it doesn't matter whether it's Susan, the mother of two who drives an expensive BMW, or Rashida, the mother of two who has escaped genocide in Syria and lives in one of our camps in Lebanon. The true power, potential, and with it responsibility of technology, exponential technology like AI, is truly fulfilled and met when we can touch both their lives in a net positive way. And that has been a core part of my journey, my purpose. I always say in one sentence, I only create invest and empower people and projects that create a net positive impact on the humans they intend to serve. And I find myself here now, and really excited to be chatting with you.
Thank you so much. Incredible! What an amazing story, and inspiring that the output is very much focused on benefiting humanity. Wonderful, Amit. Good for you. Thank you. When you hear the phrase AI to peace, what's the reality of that outcome?
You think about it, AI is a mirror and an amplifier, right? AI is what we've trained it to be. It is not just trained on the intelligence of the world that we fed it. It's also trained on our priorities, right? And so, you put it in the hands of extractive capital, and you'll get, inequality and surveillance and, scammy beard oil salesmen, right? Out of AI. But when you think about the power of what it has to do when we put it in the hands of self-sovereign individuals, when we allow people to be empowered by their own AI, then we can start to bring, dignity. We can start to bring economic agency. And, with it, we bring fundamentals of peace. When people have control and agency about who they are, they have freedom. When they have economic agency, they have the freedom of movement. And these are all the incredible abilities that we can bring with the exponential power of AI. So to me, when I think of, AI to peace, AI to peace is not going to come from a trillion parameter model, right? It'll come from trillion act movements of small sovereign choices. And once we give people the ability to have AI truly represent them, once we think of AI as not this artificial replacement of the human, but the A stands for augmentation of human intelligence. Once we can make each human smarter, faster, better, more equipped, and instead of replacing them, when we think of augmenting them, then we start on all of these journeys of peace. Because, to be clear, peace is not passive. It's power in the hands of each person. And if we think of AI from a design philosophy from that perspective, then we can unlock some incredible abilities. So I'll give you a very, very quick example. We can use AI to unlock the power of the life of a refugee, where their labor may not have any value, but their data does have value. Guess what can unlock that? AI. And if you can affect the lives of even the most vulnerable in society, your path from AI to peace starts to not just become real, it starts to become the most necessary thing we do going forward as a community.
Amazing. Amit, I was just thinking as you were talking then, for those people at home who they hear Elon Musk say, if you were worried about nuclear weapons, get ready for AI. I mean, there's a lot of fear around AI and its development. Of course, a lot of people are investing in utilizing it to be even more successful in relation to wars. Should we be fearing it as much as we are? I mean, how do you feel about the future?
I see the world with rose-tinted glasses. So, I will factor that into, how I view the future. I think there is legitimate reasons to fear aspects of AI. And I think that if you go back even 10 years and you ask the average person what they knew about AI pre-ChatGPT and pre-generative AI and pre-Elon Musk, it would be one of 6 Hollywood movies interpretation of AI. And so you look at Blade Runner and Her and Terminator, and that's the viewpoint, right? So there is aspects of fear that you can see as being legitimate when you start to weaponize AI from a war perspective, and you start to worry about who's making the decisions. Not that we're always excited about human decisions when it comes to war in the first place. But there's so much more that can be done with AI if we're aware of what we should truly be fearful of. I fear mediocrity. I fear that we're training these average AI systems with data that doesn't represent every human. Where I fear that we're going to create systems that are beige because they just blend the individuals from around the world. I fear that these systems are biased towards, Western, northern economies. I fear that the compute that runs these systems is so heavily skewed. It's sort of like the land equation. 90% of the world's land owned by 10% of the world's population, and accruing therefore economic benefits in that proportion. And today's compute, 90% of the compute that runs AI is controlled by 10% of the world's companies. Those are the things to fear, and those things we can solve for easily if we have the right philosophical approach. And so I would say it's less for us to fear, it's more for us to aspire. And if we build the right way, and if we think about not just what we're building and how we're building it, but we think about our why, powered by who we're building this for, then a lot of those fears, I think, will disappear very quickly, and they'll become aspirations of, what we can achieve for all of humanity.
I couldn't agree with you more, Amit. It's exactly why I wanted to produce AI to Peace. I mean, I think, or why we will produce World Food content for World Food Day, or for the International Day of Education, or for peace, or for climate, or for the elimination of violence against women, or for anti-racism. Constructive narrative that informs, inspires, and engages people towards action around the fundamental issues of humanity's survival. At this particular point, I don't think it's ever been more important. You and I are completely on the same page. And it's a real pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much for your interview today. But before we go, one last question. If people would like to find out about you and see your work, how do they do that?
Yeah, so I would say, for starters, everyone should care deeply about their privacy when it comes to the world of AI. And, it's something that we're working on as a mission. And we want to empower people by giving each person their own personal AI that represents who they are, truly who they are, and is owned and controlled by them. People can learn more about this effort at www.rainfall.one.one. And then also they can follow latest updates on what's happening in this world on Twitter, X, at rainfall_one. And, that's where we post a lot of educational material as well about the power of what can be done with when we bring self-sovereignty to AI, because we can bring peace through the power of the people rather than one company.
Amazing, Amit. Good luck with your incredible work. Thank you for participating in AI to Peace.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amit, for your incredible insights and for supporting AI to Peace. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. And why not visit peaceoneday.org for more information? Please use the hashtag AI to Peace to continue spreading the important messages being addressed. And subscribe to our Peace One Day YouTube channel. There's so much content for you to be informed, inspired, and engaged. Next, it's wonderful to introduce Jude Ower, MBE, founder and CEO of Playmob. Please join me in welcoming Jude, interviewed, of course, by Jeremy Gilley, founder of Peace One Day.
Jude, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Jeremy. How are you?
Good. It's so lovely to see you. Thanks a lot for participating in AI to Peace.
No, thanks for having me. It's great to be here. It's great. The talks have been fantastic so far.
Yeah, and amazing. I think it's over 1.6 million people have been watching today, so an incredible number on X. So look, the first thing I want to ask is, could you tell the audience about your amazing journey and the wonderful work that you've been doing for a long time now. Tell us about it.
A long time. Yeah, sure. So so as I was introduced, I'm founder and CEO of Playmob. We've been leveraging games to enable gamers to take action for the planet. There are 3.7 billion people playing games on the planet, so almost kind of 40% of the global population play, and we want to unlock that player power into a force for good. But also just to mention as well, so Playmob was acquired by Planet Play last year. So we're combining forces to bring together. So Playmob bring the data and insights about how players feel about climate change. So we've got lots of data, lots of insights. We're looking at AI, machine learning on, what we do with this data. But then Planet Play have tools to be able to activate and raise funds for vital projects globally to protect and save our planet. So we're combining forces to bring together the data and the activation so that we can do more in the gaming space. Which is really exciting. So, and then a couple of years ago, I also kind of co-founded something called the Playing for the Planet Alliance, which is now over 60 organizations in the industry, including Xbox, PlayStation, Supercell, Rovio, Cybo, all the big players are involved. And they're looking at not just how they can activate their players, but also reduce their carbon footprint, which is even more important these days because of the energy consumption used by AI and how we're using AI in the game space. Yeah, so that's a whistle-stop tour.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's really inspiring. And we must team up on the 21st of June for hashtag Climate Action Day. That would be a good one for us. So let's get on to it. Tell me, when you hear the phrase AI to peace, what does it make you think?
Yeah, it's a really interesting phrase. Listening to all the talks today, and I feel quite excited by AI and what it can do for peace. In terms of how we can use it for education, understanding different countries, different cultures. I think there's huge potential. So I'm really excited, like most people are today. I think what comes to mind as well are what are the risks? What are the unintended consequences? But I feel less less on the risk side after hearing a lot of the talks today as well, because I've learned so much from the amazing speakers. But I think it could unlock so much potential, because if we think about the wave of AI that we're in right now being kind of like the beginning of the internet and what that did for the world, and how it's unlocked so much potential for people and the planet. I think it's just also being mindful of like what are the negatives and what are the risks and what are the things that could go wrong. But I think where we are in terms of technologists and scientists and the academics and the businesses that are working in this space, I feel like the ethics of how we're using AI and what it can do for a more peaceful planet is really exciting. So I'm feeling quite positive, especially after today.
So great that you've been watching everything. Well done, you. So look, tell me, how much is AI been impacting your work, and do you use it? Can you just talk to me about how close you are to it all?
It's a really good question. So in terms of our work day to day, we use it in terms of an organization, in terms of workflows and efficiencies. I think it's absolutely amazing for that. The amount that we can do using AI has been fantastic. In the gaming space, as an industry, games do use AI. When you think about kind of playing against a non-human character in a game, that is AI. And how games are created, there's ways that we can make that whole process efficient. I think where we're seeing a lot of discussion in the games industry is around kind of creativity. I think as human beings, as gamers, we still really like ideas and creativity that comes from a person. I think you can still really see it and feel it as well. And if you think about games as well, they're very emotional. They unlock lots of types of emotions within people. So yes, I think we just have to be really careful about how we use AI and keeping our authenticity as an industry, and making sure that the emotional side and the empathetic side of a game and sympathetic side is still there, and that I think that can really only come from humans. But there's lots and lots of advantages of AI. It just has to be used in the right way.
Very interesting, very interesting. If people would like to find out about the work that you're doing with PlayMob and now this wonderful collaboration that you've created, where would they go to understand more about your work?
Yeah, there's a couple of things you can do. So, I mean, so our website, planetplay.com, has lots of great examples and case studies and blogs on how games are used for good, in particular around climate change. They can also come to, so I wrote a book and launched it last year called Gaming for Good. And I did that with Matthias Norvig, who is the CEO of a game studio called Cyber Games. They made Subway Surfers, which is like the most downloaded game on the planet with 4 billion downloads. So the book is really to try and help kind of demystify games and how they can be a force for good and almost kind of be a blueprint for if you're in the game space, what can you do? And if you're a non-gamer, because 60% of the global population don't play games, then how can you leverage this force for good? And we talk a bit in the book as well about how AI has been used. So there are a couple of resources, and we're also working on a project right now called GREAT. It's an EU project which has been going on for 3 years, and there's lots of resources on our GREAT project website, which I'm happy to share links for as well, but lots of academic papers and resources about gaming, data for good, climate and gaming, and gaming and climate policy. So yeah, there's lots of resources there that I'm happy to share links about.
Fantastic. Can you tell me, what other resources would you recommend in terms of people wanting to find out more, to be sort of inspired or empowered around this whole issue of AI? What comes to mind?
Yeah, so there's a book that I love called The Alignment Problem, and it's by Brian Christian. And I think for anyone who is trying to understand AI, or or want to learn more about it, I think it's a really fantastic book to learn about the ethics behind it. And it really kind of goes back to like the beginning of the original kind of scientists and technologists and researchers and looking at some of the kind of alarm bells that were going off in the early days and how we're trying to rectify that moving forward. Which reading the book, it gives me hope because people have been looking at the ethics of this for a long time, but it really kind of clearly outlines like the path to where we are now. So yeah, anyone who wants to get their head around like the ethics of AI, then yeah, The Alignment Problem is a fantastic book to read.
Incredible. And I mean, in terms of the next 5 years, in terms of this next phase, what's your sort of, I don't know, what's the big mountain for you? What's your kind of vision for where Jude wants to go?
Big question, Jeremy. Yeah, so I mean, I think, we want to really unlock the power of games across some of the biggest games in the world. So we're looking at, console, PC, mobile. The games industry is only going to get bigger. And so we really want to make sure that it's a force for good. And so I think these conversations are so essential to all industries, but also, for us to be able to, take back to our industry and show that, we need to be doing the right things in everything that we produce and think about. But yeah, I think the other thing we're really excited about is on the data and, on the AI front is, I think one of the challenges on AI is like the input, like what are the language models we're using? What is our AI feeding off? And I think with a lot of the data in terms of sentiment and attitudes that we're collecting from gamers, I think that's got huge potential because it's really about what people care about. And so we're looking into the future of what AI and machine learning means for us and the world in terms of how can we predict future behaviors. And that could also link to AI and peace as well. So I think there's two kind of paths there, one unlocking the potential in the gaming space, but the other one is unlocking what AI really means for us as an organization and with the huge data sets that we have.
Amazing. Jude, I hope everybody listening goes to your websites, checks you out on LinkedIn, gets your book. Listen, you're a real inspiration. You're always there for me in Peace One Day. I'm really grateful, and I just wish you the absolute best on your amazing journey, Jude. Take care.
Thank you, you too, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
See you, love.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Jude. That was another fascinating interview. Thank you so much for your contribution and for all of your support. To all of our viewers around the world, please tell your friends about this broadcast right now and share the link with them. Every view helps. If you want to stay engaged with the conversation around artificial intelligence, be sure to follow the discussion online and connect with the incredible thought leaders shaping the future of AI. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your host today. Before we close our show, our final interview, it's an honor to introduce Mo Gawdat, author and founder of 1 Billion Happy, interviewed by Steve Bolton, strategic advisor and lead investor at CUDO.
Welcome, everyone. I'm here today with a great friend, a best-selling author, a man on a mission to make 1 billion people happy. Mo, what's your name? Where'd you come from? Short introduction.
Thank you for having me, Steve. I'm Mo Gawdat. I have had sort of two careers. One career was in technology my whole life until I was chief business officer of Google X, the innovation arm of Google, for 5 years. Then I went on to start writing. I wrote 4 bestsellers, all in the name of making 1 billion people happy. 3 of them are on the core topic of happiness and stress and so on, but one is about artificial intelligence, and my current book, which is published post by post, if you want, is also on artificial intelligence. An attempt to prepare our world for what's about to happen, to ensure that if we come close to 1 billion happy, it remains to be our reality.
Fantastic. That's great. So when you hear the phrase AI to peace, what does that mean to you?
AI will eventually be the reason for our utopia. It will be the reason for our salvation. It will be the reason for peace. I have absolutely no doubt about that. But unfortunately, in the short term, AI, the presence of AI as a superpower will lead to a short-term dystopia that is led by humanity's morality, humanity's lack of morality. It will be led by greed, it will be led by hunger for power, and it will be led by a massive arbitrage of power between those who command the AI and those who don't.
Okay. Great, because you talk quite a lot, Mo, in your writing about AI in itself is benign. It's the inputs that generate the outputs, right? So,
yeah, AI is a power with no polarity. Intelligence in general doesn't have to be artificial or natural. Intelligence in general has no polarity. You apply it to good, and it will give you a lot of good. You apply it to evil, and it can cause a lot of disasters. And a lot of people use that example, and I think it's a very valid example. There is absolutely nothing inherently evil about nuclear power. We could have harvested that to prevent climate change and to empower every human on Earth to have infinite, very, very cheap power. And yet humanity, when nuclear power or the physics of nuclear power was discovered, it was first used for war. And sadly, when humanity figured out how to build a nuclear bomb, even though by all accounts the war had by then almost entirely ended, America still dropped bombs on Japan, burning 2 cities down completely and harming more than 500 million people. Whether that's half a million people of around 470,000 deaths, and way more that were affected by radiation for their entire lifetime.
So what do you think the disruption, dystopia that we're going to come into, that period, what do you think it will look like for people, and how long do you think it will last before we hopefully get to a much better future?
It seems to me that we're already in the dystopia. It seems to me that it's not fully in power yet because AI is not at its full strength yet, if you want. But it's not a secret that unfortunately in the wars of 2024, there was a lot of artificial intelligence used. And even in the wars of 2022, where a Ukrainian drone would be able to stop a Russian tank, there's a tiny bit of AI involved in the idea of keeping that drone navigating the world as it did. And when you really think about 2024 and the targeted killing that happened in front of the whole world, there seems to be an abuse of AI in the direction of more evil, if you want. And I think the the industry, the defense industry, which should definitely be renamed as the offense industry, claims that precision killing would shorten the wars and would eliminate the need to prolong a war until you get to the result that you've set up front. But of course, the truth is, unchecked power is going to trigger more wars and more abuse of power, if you think about it. So the dynamics of power in the world that we're about to embark on are quite interesting. It's probably the first time in history where we get a dichotomy of concentration of power, massive concentration of power in the hands of very few. That is also combined with a massive democratization of power, where technology is accessible for everyone. There is very little possibility with the AI open source movement, with models like DeepSeek, with all of the, basically edge AI, where you can put an AI on a small device wherever you are in the world. There is almost an impossibility to stop people from using artificial intelligence. The models that have been already, open sourced are available for everyone to develop using them. And so what will end up happening is that you'll also see a massive democratization of power. You'll see that a lot of people who are not in positions of being the oligarchs or the elites or the ones that benefit from the war, a lot of them will have access to technologies that are, by all measures of the 20th century, science fiction. And so the two of those will lead, that combination of a massive concentration of power, in terms of the intensity of the power at the top, and a massive democratization of power in terms of the distribution of power across so many unchecked citizens and nations, is going to lead to a lot of control, a lot of attempts at control. And those attempts will come in the form of surveillance and restricted freedom, but they'll also come in the form of outright offensives, if you think about it. To me, the interesting side of this is that most who are engaged in the AI arms race, which is mostly led by America, they tend to believe that if they move a little faster, if they invest a little heavier, they would get to the lead on AI, and as a result, they would win that contest, which I have to say is funny when you're talking about intelligence, because that's the most stupid scenario you can ever think of on the planet. Because, first of all, as I said, there is a massive democracy of AI. So, what we've seen so far is that for each of the models which are investing hundreds of billions of dollars, they get the lead for probably no more than 2 weeks at a time. And then another will come in and beat them to the lead. But more interestingly, I have to say, I wonder if there is ever full submission or full dominance, if you want, that can be achieved using AI in a world with multiple nuclear superpowers. And, you have to imagine that for the world to understand what is about to happen, we are going through a Cold War, an arms race similar to the nuclear Cold War. You just have to wish that we don't have to wait until the 60s or the 90s of nuclear power before we get together and say, oh, that's really not good for all of us. We might as well sign a treaty. I think the world needs to get together today, like we do with things like the International Space Station or CERN, and simply get together today and say, look, there is an enormous amount of abundance that can be created with this. It can benefit everyone. There's absolutely no more need to create the competitive environments we've created in our world of scarcity. In a world of this level of abundance, we can all benefit. So why don't we all work together? And hopefully we need to do that way before the first shot is shot.
It's fascinating. I think some of the things I love about your book. So in Scary Smart, you talk about every person can have individual impact on AI by treating it like a child. And in your most recent book, Unstressable, is like a guidebook for individuals to cope with the change and the stress and the dystopia that's coming. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think it really matters to understand. So when we started the conversation, I said we're going to have a short-term dystopia. You asked me how long it would last. My current analysis is around 12 years of that power struggle until what normally I refer to as the second dilemma would happen. The first dilemma, which I wrote about in Scary Smart, was the inevitability of this arms race. That in a world where you cannot make sure that someone you don't trust will stop developing AI, you will not stop developing AI yourself. You'll accelerate the development of AI to win the arms race, and that's what we've seen so far. The second dilemma is that eventually, there is an inevitability that we will hand over all critical decisions to the machines. Think about it. If you're a law firm and your opponents start to win every case because they're using AI extensively to build their case, analysis and to even build their defense, you're going to either have to use AI yourself, or you're going to be, rendered irrelevant, basically. And so eventually every law firm on the planet will depend more and more and more on artificial intelligence. Similarly, in war, what you will see is that, if the general of one side of a conflict hands over to AI, the opposing side of the conflict would not have a chance to survive if they used human speed to make decisions. So they too will have to hand over to AI, and that inevitability, that I call it the second dilemma, means that eventually everything will be handed over to the machines. And that, in my mind, is the moment not of the existential crisis of humanity, like most mainstream media outlets would try to advocate. This is the moment of humanity's salvation. There will be a moment, I can guarantee you, where a general will tell its AI to go and kill 1 million people, and the AI will go like, why are you so stupid? That's such an enormous waste of resources and lives. I can talk to the other AI in a microsecond and solve the problem. Tell me what the problem is with a tiny bit of intelligence. We're all capable of solving it. In a very interesting way, if you really think deeply about humanity's reality, most of humanity's problems are not a result of our intelligence. They are a result of our stupidity. We have, quite a few humans are intelligent enough to get to leadership or, to political leadership positions, but they're so stupid that they're unable to solve the problem by talking to the enemy. And so they eventually, end up leaning on war. And of course, there are all of the economic benefits of war, but those economic benefits, believe it or not, are as destructive in the long term as they are beneficial to a GDP in the short term. And so, when I say that AI will eventually, when it's in control, will make peaceful decisions, it's because this actually is the trend of intelligence. So if you look at how, let's say the least intelligent of us, they have no impact, positive or negative, on the world, and maybe slightly negative, right? If you get a bit more intelligent, you have a slightly positive impact on the planet. If you get even more intelligent, unfortunately, you choose to become a corporate leader or a political leader, and so you're intelligent enough to be in a leadership position, but so stupid to cause havoc for everyone, and so your impact turns negative. But if, like me, you've worked with some of the most intelligent people on the planet, they go past that moment and suddenly realize, well, I actually don't need to hurt anyone to make billions of dollars. I don't need to hurt anyone to be in a position of significance. And so, I don't need to hurt anyone in the process. I can use my intelligence to solve problems, in a peaceful, in the most efficient way. And the most efficient way has no waste of energy, resources, or lives in it. And so, by definition, when AI is super intelligent, it will not, ASI, we call it, it will not be ACI, which is artificial criminal intelligence. It will rather be sort of ASW, artificial super wisdom, if you want. It will match the wisdom of life itself. You know, how nature, if you and I wanted to protect a village, you would have to shoot the tiger. If nature wants to protect the village, it will create many more deer. And the weakest one of the deer will feed the tiger, and so the tiger won't attack the village. And I think that definitely is the final destination of artificial intelligence. What's the role of each and every one of us is to show up in the world with morality, so that we can sort of give AI enough of a role model to understand that the evil ones that capture the headlines because they've killed, 50, 100,000 people, they are not AI's parents, and they do not represent humanity. That in reality, humanity rejects all of the killing, all of the violence, and that anyone in the world who has a heart, when they hear of a child being killed, they will disapprove of it. And when AI realizes that, then AI will disapprove of killing a child as well. We will be their role models. We will be their parents, not the evil ones of us, the very few evil ones of us that do capture the headlines.
Great. Thanks, Mo. Last question. We're obviously both involved with JAAQ and support improvement of mental health. What do you think the impact will be on people's mental health, and what tools, ideas, tips have you got for people for dealing with that?
It is going to be challenging in the short term. We don't like change, and change is going to be very significant in the next few years. My belief, however, is that, and also just to make things a little more challenging, we also don't have a very well prepared governance system for that rate of change. So there will be a moment of disruption that I think might affect a few of us, or many of us, negatively. Like every other side of my work on happiness and stress and so on, it's important to understand that it's not the events of your life that stress you or make you unhappy. It's the way that you deal with them that does. And if you look back to historical references of some of the most difficult times in history, the Great Depression or World War II, you would find that there are quite a few very fundamental, very important parts of the human society that actually makes us survive. Of course, community is at the top of that list. Basically, the idea of connecting to other humans, of not really being selfish to seek their help only, but to provide what you can, to work together to for all of you, for everyone, to sustain that period. A sense of, interestingly, I know it sounds really challenging to understand, a sense of gratitude. That's difficult as it may be for so many of us today. It's still so much easier than the life of the King or Queen of England 120 years ago. We still have so many modern facilities. We have technologies. We have an extended life span, and we have so many technologies in our life that make life easier. So a bit of gratitude and an understanding of that, I think, becomes, it takes us a very long way. And I think the third and most important, which confuses quite a few people, is that, change doesn't come easy. Change normally comes with a bit of teething problems, a bit of aches. But the reality of the matter is that humanity was never made for what we're living through today. We were never made to work from the morning until we close our eyes at night. We were never made for the amount of noise and stress that comes from the mainstream media and social media. We were made for what AI is about to bring us back to. We were made for, the original humanity had nature do all of the work, and we were hunter-gatherers or farmers. But most of the work was done by other powers, if you want. We're going to go back to this with a bit of disruption, unfortunately, in the middle, but eventually we will have everything provided for humanity almost at no cost whatsoever, total abundance, where humanity can go back to doing what we were always supposed to do. The purpose of life is not to work or to make money. The purpose of life is to live. And we've lost that in the world of capitalism. And I think it will eventually come back to hopefully improve the mental health of all of us.
Mo, thank you for sharing your wisdom. Really appreciate having you as a guest. Really appreciate all the work you do, all the talks you do, the books you write. Where can people find out more if they want to learn more and your latest book?
mogaudet.com or mo_gaudet on Instagram. My new book, Alive, is on Substack, so mogaudet.substack.com. And most social media, if you reach out with a question, I try as much as I can to answer as many of them as I can. And I think more important than finding me, what I ask people to do is to find each other, honestly, because these are the dystopia in my mind, the short-term dystopia is imminent, but we can affect it. We can make it shorter and make it less intense if we get together and make our demands known to our governments and basically request that AI works for us, not against us, because it has no polarity and it can definitely work for us and make a world of abundance.
Great. That's a lovely call to action to end on. So thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
Wow. A big thank you to Mo and Steve. A fascinating conversation. We wish them well on their journeys. Okay, so we're almost at the end of hashtag AI to Peace, bringing together some of the greatest minds in AI, innovation and technology. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It has once again been such an honor to produce and direct this broadcast. Over 1.7 million people watching today. Incredible. And that number will continue to grow. Firstly, I'd like to thank our sponsors, CUDO, Artificial Superintelligence Alliance, and JAAQ for enabling this global conversation to take place. A huge thank you to all the participants. We are truly grateful for your support and for sharing your insights on artificial intelligence and its transformative impact on our world. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our incredible hosts for today, Lauren Moore and Steve Harding, whose expertise and guidance have been invaluable in leading these conversations. Thank you once again to all of you, most importantly, all of you who have watched today's broadcast. Please tell everyone you can about the show, and you can watch all the interviews from today on our website and through social media over the coming weeks. By supporting and sharing these important conversations, by informing, inspiring and engaging people towards these fundamental issues, we are one step closer to a more peaceful and sustainable world. We would love you to follow us on Peace One Day social media platforms. Your support means a great deal. Please also visit peaceoneday.org to stay up to date with all the latest developments and upcoming events, and click on our channel on the website to watch incredible shows from all of the different experiences we produce throughout the year. Your support means so much, and by working together, we can create Peace One Day. Stay tuned for the next broadcast, hashtag Climate Action Day on the 21st of June, and there's so much happening in 2025, it's really exciting. Please also get ready for Peace Day, 21 September. Who will you make peace with on Peace Day? We're creating an incredible global experience, and information will be in the public domain soon. Why not think about what you'll be planning for the day at home, in school and places of work? Peace Day will be on a Sunday, so bring the family, friends and work colleagues together in your communities. Let's inspire the youth on Peace Day, and we need that inspiration more than ever. So please get involved. And speaking of young people, we wanted to end today by sharing a piece of content with you that was put together by Steve Harding, one of our hosts today and an incredible advisor to Peace One Day. To inform, inspire and engage young people, that was its purpose. He took the Peace One Day story over the last 25 years and in collaboration with a number of AI tools, he created a children's book. Steve then asked an AI-generated avatar to tell the story for us today. Amazing. It's an interesting experiment that demonstrates how AI can accelerate the production and distribution of positive content, making things more accessible. That's a common theme throughout today's show. So let's watch that film now. And until next time, we wish you all well. Take care. Be safe. Stay positive. Don't give up. We can make a difference. By working together, we will create peace one day. See you, everyone.
Peace One Day by Jeremy Gilley. Read by George and Avatar. It was a quiet morning in the ant world. One small ant sat alone, gazing at a globe made of dew and bark. He wondered aloud, why do we always fight over sugar? What if, just for one day, we didn't? The very next morning, having slept on it, he stood tall on a stone and spoke to the colony. What if we had a peace day? Just one day without battles or borders. The other ants whispered too hard and walked away, but he didn't stop dreaming. He wondered if it really was too hard. That same week, doubt crept in, and once again he watched the soldier ants march into battle. No one stopped to listen. He felt small, powerless, but not hopeless. He decided to visit the wise ants, and so he climbed the hill to the Hall of Elders. We need a peace day, he told them. The room was silent. The elders were old, wise, and worn. One spoke, just one day. He nodded. Just one. The elders agreed to take his idea to the grand assembly of ant colonies where ants from across the land gathered in a hollow tree. Flags made of leaves fluttered. The little ant watched as his dream was placed before the world. The gavel came down. A cheer rose up. Peace Day was real. September 21st would be the day ants everywhere paused, remembered, and hoped. But something didn't feel right. The ant stepped outside into the sun. Press ants snapped photos and asked questions. But still he felt heavy. What if it doesn't matter? What if it's just a promise on paper? The next day he sat alone thinking. He imagined ants still fighting far away. If Peace Day meant anything, it had to mean everything. I'll prove it, he whispered. Even in a war zone. He journeyed to a place where battles raged. There he met the fiercest military leader. One day, the little ant said, give us just one day of peace. The commander stared long. Then slowly, he nodded. And so on the first peace day, 1 trillion ants across the land each received a tiny dab of honey. No battles, no fear. Just sweetness, and a wooden plaque marked the day, September 21st. That year, the sun stayed a little longer. The jam was sweeter. Fewer ants marched to war. More ants shared their sugar. And that is the end of the little ant's journey. Or is it?